Just waiting to get it all cool from the back. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming to this panel. I think, oh, yeah, were you going to play the thing? Oh, okay, yeah, cool. We can just get on with it. Woo! Thank you for coming to this panel. I think it's one of those areas of tech and games enthusiasm where, you know, people really sort of have certain different passions and lots of different ideas. And I'm hoping that sort of through this session, we'll be able to sort of talk about a lot of this stuff in both ways that the specific people on the panel can kind of really share their own passions, as well as talk about that big picture of how you can kind of do this stuff really well if you're getting into it. One thing that I kind of really think is a great point to make at the start is, you know, people can collect anything they want. There is zero judgment on people choosing to just collect cool stuff that they really love. But then there are people who want to work out. Now, sometimes I want to think about this in terms of, might this be valuable one day? Might this be something that is worth keeping for actual reasons other than you like it? And some people just make that excuse in their head, this might be worth something one day, so, you know, I'll just keep it around. And then, of course, the garage fills up and things get a little out of control. So hopefully our panelists can help you kind of clear up a lot of that thinking and really get on top of building a collection that you can be both proud of and potentially know it's going to make you some money one day if you really pick the right things. So can we please welcome, I thought I'll introduce the three panelists and then we'll give them all a big round of applause at the very end. Please welcome Stacey Borg, Alex Boz and Noel Wheatley. Now I thought a good kind of intro line for this, for each of you, is I think a really sort of simple question on why do you love collecting old games and hardware? And we'll start with you, Stacey.
Well, I'm old myself, so it's a good thing. I grew up in the times where there was arcades and things like that all around the place, so I grew up playing video games and pinball machines just like that. So now, part of a group, Weird and Retro, we like to go around and set up retro stuff for people around the country. So yeah, it's just the nostalgia factor mostly. I'm not really a massive collector. I've got a whole variety of things. I haven't got a really focused collection like some of the other guys. But I just like to have a bunch of gear, hardware and software that I can just, you know, we can get out there and show the people off. That's the main thing, having fun with friends and bringing joy to people.
Cool. Alex?
I was going to say, being an adult is hard. So nostalgia for me, it just takes me back to, a time when it was carefree, with friends, having fun, and also the community. I really, really love the community of collectors, especially for, any sort of games or any sort of hardware or accessories, magazines, whatever people collect. And you always find yourself actually talking more about it than actually playing.
Yeah.
So, and that's the best part, really. But nostalgia for me is number one. Just takes me back to a great fun time.
Cool. Noel?
I've got to say for me as well, it's a lot of nostalgia. Growing up in that sort of period, like I was born back in the 70s and in the 80s with the arcades ruled and with the NES and everything coming out in that period. I always sort of loved the games back then, and now I've been collecting for about 20 years now. And I suppose in addition to what both of you guys have said, there's also a bit of a historic thing and an educational thing as well. A lot of my friends have kids now, and they'll play on PS4s and Xbox Ones and things like that. Then they see like an old NES or a ColecoVision or a television, something like that, and they go, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
And having those set up for them to show them and understand that where gaming has come from and how it's progressed from its origins through to today is also part of the reason I collect as well.
Cool. I always forget to do this. I'm Seamus Byrne. I work for CNET, the big technology news website, and we're part of the same sort of GameSpot family, so that's why I'm involved with this. But I also love old things. I will flag, I still have my original colour computer too, from the 1980s, where I kind of first learned some basic coding. And I remember running out of space on data cassettes because I tried to make like this grand opus RPG, text RPG thing, and then, yeah. 64K was never enough. The next big question, I think, if we're going to try to drill into some of these ideas about sort of value in a sense, is, and Alex, I might kind of throw this to you first, is, what do you feel like helps to make a collectible thing have real value in a, I guess, in that sense of, I guess, a lot of people maybe are desiring it and want to get their hands on it, and therefore it becomes something of value?
Absolutely. It's the low production runs. So, for instance, Atari Jaguar. Anyone that actually checks out eBay, for instance, for Atari Jaguar software, they'll find that, it's not cheap. So, unfortunately, to actually find that sort of stuff, you're going to have to pay for it. But, Nintendo, Sega are always very, very popular, so you can probably pick those up for a good price. But anything that's a little bit more exotic, where it didn't really succeed back in the day, unfortunately, prices tend to go up, and condition as well.
I mean, that's a really interesting point, isn't it? That actually quite often it's things that it wasn't the big hit of the time, was it?
Absolutely. Virtual Boy, another example. I mean, people laughed at it back in the 90s, and look at it now. People want one to just get a headache.
I don't want to play it, I just want to look at it.
Put it on the shelf.
How about you, Noel? Any of your sort of thoughts? I know, like, Noel works over at Bethesda as kind of a community manager, but actually, while the other two guys are kind of the retro experts, Noel's just a genuine lover of collecting stuff. So he's kind of more like the rest of us, but he takes it quite
I
seriously.
thought that was my job.
I suppose from a collectible sense, like apart from obviously the rarity factor and being exclusive to different regions and different countries, I suppose also what makes it unique as well. So if you've got something signed by a developer who's unfortunately passed away, or something that was a prototype, I'm quite fortunate. I've got a couple of, well, actually now only one prototype disc for Resistance Fallen Man. So it's not exactly an old game, but still not something you'd have readily available anywhere else. I would say, there's a few obvious things. So you can get the collector's editions, which are supposedly rare, but not always as rare as you'd like them to be. But in my mind, it's going to be something that makes it unique and stand out. So not just a region, but also, potentially something that's been signed or something that's been hand-delivered from, like, something we're looking for. So like the Microsoft original Xbox consoles, they had the internal console signed by the team. Few of those ever got out into the market. A couple have that I've seen, and now in hands of collectors. Those things are ultra rare, like insanely rare, but they're not very common. Obviously, from saying ultra rare. But that sort of thing to me is what makes it really cool and really rare and very, very, very valuable.
So how about the question of, like, I guess I think a big part of the rarity issues and things like that is restoration, preservation of old things. I guess, seeing how you talk about these community side of it, like how important is that? Sort of, Stacey, maybe you can kind of start this one, but how critical is that side of the love of these things and trying to help keep them around, I guess?
Yeah, it's pretty important, I think. The good thing about stuff that was made back in the 80s and 90s is it's built super well. So I had Commodore 128 sitting in the cupboard for 20 years. You pull them out, turn them on, and they're fine. It's just the way that they made those things. Like now, won't talk about it too much, but the modern consoles have had their fair share of problems in the first couple of years because the way manufacturing's changed in those times is big. So anything old they're well made, but they still have the opportunity to fail, and finding spare parts is not easy. But being able to keep that stuff in good condition is really important, both by looks and by actually working, because you want to use these things. So definitely, I'm pretty keen on getting my hands dirty and fixing things like joysticks and consoles that are broken. So I've sort of got a bit of a background in electronics and stuff. So.
Cool.
I'm happy to do that, but it's definitely critical because they're already rare a lot of the time, and so if they start to fail, then you can't just throw them out. You have to really try to keep them running. So it's definitely an important thing.
There's also a cost point too. I mean, normally collecting retro games or consoles can be quite expensive. So if you're able to repair them yourself, you can actually just save a bit of cash. Like last year's Megathon Grand Final, that was actually using one of my Super Nintendos.
Right.
And now the Super Nintendo I found on a throw-out pile in front of somebody's house. Got it home, pulled it apart, cleaned it up, fixed it. So a couple of little a couple of breaks inside, and it's gone from literally going to the tip to now being on stage last year for the Megathon Grand Final, which I thought, it was a bit of a proud moment for me. I've got to be honest. But
Have any of you guys worked with any? I know, obviously, this stuff is even becoming more important to museum collections and things, that they're realizing. This is an important part of sort of cultural history as well. So I don't know, have you guys had or been involved with any of those sorts of programs?
Not yet.
I haven't.
We've run a few. We've
Someone
run a
in the
few
room,
small
call these
museums
people.
ourselves, but nothing with the sort of big places yet. But I mean, was Pedro? Did Pedro get involved with when? So there's been some of the people in our groups have sort of done that and done talks and presented some of their really rare items from Nintendo.
We also have events like PAX, where we hope, rather than emulate, people can come in and actually have a go on the actual real machines and the real games and see how they played. And I love seeing people pick up a joystick and one button. What's going on? So,
well, some of the stuff we've got in our museum this year is pretty rare as well. I haven't seen any of it. So
I have to say, it blew my mind actually to pop down there the other day and see the endless runner Cannabolt that had been ported back to Commodore 64. It's down there running, and I double checked looking it up, thinking, has someone done something dodgy here and put something inside this Commodore 64 to make it look like it's like no, it's legit, so it's still amazing to see that people even will go back and code for some of this stuff as well.
Oh, there's a lot of activity still going on. Like there are new games coming out or remasters of old games. So there's still an active scene, especially in Europe, I guess. But
Actually, last weekend I was up in Brisbane. I met a gentleman who's still writing games for C64, putting them onto the old 5 1/4 inch flop. 5 1/4. I've forgotten. 5 1/4 inch floppy disks. And I thought that was absolutely amazing that 2016 a guy is writing games for a Commodore 64. I thought that was outstanding.
actually, it's funny because they do actually release games on cart, disc and cassette, and for some bizarre reason I always go for the cassette. Whereas back in the day there was no way I would have gone for a cassette.
you don't actually load them off the cassette anymore, do you? That doesn't happen.
Look, when I want to hit on nostalgia, I do. Sit there,
When
have
you want
a
to have a
coffee,
coffee for about 40 minutes,
watch TV, and then it might not load, and then I've got to get the screwdriver and change the heads on the tape there.
I want to look at rather than just the hardware itself, thinking about that kind of wider market of accessories and books. I remember having one of those, how to beat Pac-Man type books from the 80s. I know it's disappeared, long gone, but those kinds of things, and magazines, and then the sort of toys of different times. Where does all of that sort of stuff fit in with that larger idea of of this sort of retro collecting and stuff?
And regards to value, or just regards to retro collecting in general?
I guess, on the value side as well, and we'll start to kind of really dig into some sort of value questions shortly, but, maybe are any of those categories the particularly ones that stand out, or, are there any of those things where it's like, well, it doesn't really ever become something, or is it, again, just all about, if you know the right things, it's going to be worth something?
A lot of the magazines have got pretty rare, I think.
They are, especially the UK ones from the 80s, so like Zap 64, CMVG, your Computer, your Commodore. Amiga format. So people would have thrown those out years and years ago. I know you can get them on PDF, but there's nothing, like having an actual magazine, your hands and actually flicking and dog ears and looking at the ads
and playing in terms of condition, that sort of.
Absolutely.
So if you can get those magazines in mint condition.
Absolutely. And back then you would get a coupon and sent through, and I know Activision had patches, so you would actually get a patch.
Yeah, of course.
And the Atari Lynx. Now, for some reason in France, there was a lot of pins made for Amstrad and Atari Lynx, and so if you have a look, they're actually starting to rise up in value.
It's funny, I was going to mention the pins actually, because I'm looking on eBay recently at the pins and patches, and they just seem to get more and more expensive.
And I was never into those things, but oh my God, it's just consuming my time now. And I blame this guy here.
So on the magazines too, it's also those milestone issues too, like issue 1, 50, 100, stuff like that. Even stuff
Similar
like
comics, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. Like also the US versions like Nintendo Power and stuff like that as well. You see those like. It could be like $1 a piece. Then you get that sort of milestone edition, and it's like $20, $30 sort of thing. It's like, wow.
You won't be getting a house deposit with any of these things, but
Oh, no.
it's a good fun.
Yeah. Now, here's kind of where I want to start digging into, some of your secrets we'll share with the room, and therefore make it harder for you to track things down in future. But, where do you go hunting for hidden gems? Or I guess maybe it's the two sides. Where's the really easy starting place for people who maybe are just starting to kind of think about where you go, and then where is some of those clever places that you then go digging?
To the obvious one for starting out. Starting out, obviously, the easiest one is eBay, but that's also probably the evilest one as well, because you can find occasional like diamonds in the rough that have been either mislisted or people aren't trying to flog them for an astronomical price. So you can get your rare gem on there occasionally for a good price. Otherwise, for myself personally, it's a matter of going around to the markets and garage sales and things like that. But the problem is you get a lot of resellers and other people out there now doing the same thing. So unless you're up literally at the crack of dawn and down to the markets or going the garage sale routes around where you live, it becomes quite hard. The one little rare gem that I've got that I will share, because actually, who's from Sydney? Damn it. Bugger. All right, I retract. No, I'm finished. No, it's like going to like op shops and things like that, and you occasionally like dig through. It's funny, like cassette bins. Like you'll see people have cassettes in there. They'll be like just randomly thrown in there. I found like a bunch of Commodore 64 cassettes in there, and Amstrad CPC cassettes in those as well. Even old CDs, you find like the occasional random game disc just stuffed on a shelf full of like your classic, lovely great 80s and 70s, like 90s hits. And you find I found a Sega CD, and I found actually what was that one? That was Road Rash Sega CD, and I can't feel the one now I found recently. A 3DO disc for Need for Speed. So I was quite happy with that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll go next.
Yeah, go.
Gumtree is an obvious one. Especially the freebies. You'd be surprised how many people actually give away stuff on Gumtree. So just make sure you do your local area and put in about 25k radius, and you'll pick up all sorts of stuff. Markets as well. Mill markets in Geelong or Newtown, I think, or Newton is a great one. I don't know if you guys have actually been there. Some prices are a little bit high, but if you actually have a look, they do have some reasonably good things there. Ace Comics in the city on Queen Street upstairs. I've actually got retro stuff up there. I see people nodding, so that's good. What else? Op shops, hard waste collections, guys. So when you're driving, please take care when you're driving, but when you see a hard waste, pull over and have a good look. And hopefully, if it hasn't rained, you'll be able to pick something up.
Be careful turning things on after.
Look, I actually found a Dreamcast kiosk.
Oh, wow.
On the side of the road, right? And I actually did a double take. I was driving down Mountain Island down the road in Moonee Ponds, and there it was, just sitting there. And I thought, no. Drove around, came back, and I had my dad in my car. And, we just had to, haul across 3 lanes and put in the back of the Golf. My dad holding it down with the actual hatch open and driving 2 k's an hour to get it home. And,
are there any police in the crowd?
Oh, jeez.
I was waiting for you to say, and that's the last time I ever saw my father on the side of the road.
Oh, jeez, yeah, no, that was probably the coolest thing I ever found. So there is always stuff out. So maybe just look at on the council sites, see when their hard waste collection zone, and go around and have a look. What other ones? Look, eBay's evil, right? Well, but I actually probably get 95% of my things off eBay, but that's because I'm on it constantly and I've got alarms, alerts on all the time. So if you're only checking once a week, you're not going to find anything. If you're checking 3 or 4 times a day for for all over the world, you'll definitely find something.
It's also a really good place to do research on, so you can
Absolutely.
look at sort of things that have sold.
It's got great tools. I mean, you can do completed, sold, these things, so you can actually have a look what things go for, right? And you'll see a variety of prices and whatnot. And look, if you've got a price in mind, just stick with it. Something will always come up, right? So, unfortunately, except for the Atari Jaguar.
Can you dig into that a little bit more about how you'd use those search tools really effectively? Because I think some people do sort of think, well, yeah, I'll go and have do a quick search and look and go, oh, okay, there's an idea. But that you can kind of really set up that whole alert system really effectively.
Yeah, you can actually. So, I'm always constantly on my iPhone just checking things. So, at work, if I'm going on a coffee break, I'll check. If I'm in the bathroom, I check. Unfortunately, I do that.
Are there any of your colleagues in the crowd?
They are. So I'll be out of a job on Monday. So that's all right. No, I do real work too. Look, it's actually quite cool to see when you actually do worldwide search. You see the actual price variation across from Europe, US, and obviously Australia, and it's usually the shipping that kills it. So
Always consider shipping as part of the cost of your item.
Absolutely. And with the fall of our dollar, it's not as lucrative as it used to be. But look, Japan. The last one I've got, the last tip is the Yahoo Japan auctions. Now you can't buy direct from there, but you can get a proxy.
Yep.
And you'll be able to pick up some really great items. And the Japanese, the way they list their items,
It's amazing.
They say, it's graded as a C, but it's absolutely premium condition. So,
I've bought things that have been labelled junk, and they're better than anything. It's like might as well come in brand new in the box. It's ridiculous.
You haven't told us any of your.
I haven't told you. I mean, these guys have gone through pretty much everything. So online, various options, op shops and things. But these things take time. I haven't got much time, so. But yeah, if I had the time to run around all the garage sales and everything, I'd be pretty happy. One other thing, I guess, is markets and fairs. Sometimes they've got things for sale. So, I was lucky we went to an Easter fair out in the sticks, and I found a couple of sort of Tommy handheld, and just like $5-10 each, in the box and everything. So.
That was that Homer moment of okay.
It's like, I was like, how much are these? $10. Sold. Pretty much so. So just keep your eyes open everywhere. Wherever there's things for sale, there could be retro games for sale. So you just got to keep your eyes open and do your research and know what you want is a good start. I don't do that, so I just get whatever's available. But if you have a good idea of what you want, you're probably better off.
So I'm guessing you guys might have this as well, but also your friends are a great source for things like that.
Yeah.
Like if they're out somewhere, I get messages on weekends and even during the week occasionally from friends go, I spotted this, would you like it? Send me a photo, and it's just like, it's like a repro console. Oh, no, I'm fine with that, thank you. But occasionally I've seen people send me actually a little while ago, a friend of mine sent me a photo of a box with a PlayStation 2, and I went, this is the PS2. I opened it up, and there's like 20 games inside the box, and I wanted $20 for it. I went, yes, please, that'd be fantastic, thank you. So, yes.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you're right, yeah.
There was 2 more I actually just thought of. Aussie Arcade as well, and also Facebook groups. There's a lot of close Facebook groups that people get chuck photos up there and people just negotiate from there. So if you don't want to hit up eBay, which is fair enough, they're also a valuable resource if you want to stick to local as well.
Yeah, that's a good one actually. My wife works in the antiques industry, which is part of where my sort of interest in having this sort of panel came from. Was she's always watching. A lot and Facebook groups has become a really big thing, but now and then she sort of goes, is this thing interesting? She'll show me if she spots some random tech thing, and quite often it's just somebody getting rid of their old Skylanders collection. Everybody seems to be getting rid of those. That said, maybe they'll become worth something. So maybe let's have a think about some of the newer things. Based on all your knowledge about collecting older stuff, now when people are just buying really cool newer things, what are some of the things you feel like are hallmarks that will help to have something become actually, you know, worth something in the future?
The NES Classic Mini, which is already sold out. So I guarantee they'll be on eBay going at probably 4 times the price that they would have been at eBay Games. So, sorry? Well, there we go.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that one's a classic straight away.
Sorry, who's actually pre-ordered one of those, by the way?
There we go.
right,
you
sweet,
can
there you go.
make a lot of money from this. He's on his out, so I'm willing to pay anything. Anything from Nintendo that's got Zelda or Pokemon on it, they do quite well too. So, you got a 3DS there with Zelda 3DS?
Yeah, I was going to say, I got my, I did get that one.
Nice,
yes, there we go.
So I should stop playing it?
Yeah, probably. Put it in
If you've kept
isolation.
the box
Yeah.
and you got the styrofoam or the plastic things that they come in, definitely.
Probably not.
You monster. No.
I reckon it's pretty hard. Like we can all say that this is going to be expensive, but who knows? If we really knew, we'd be swimming around in Scrooge McDuck style money bins. So we don't really know, but we know.
I think here's like a good example right now that's, that came up recently. Sort of there was the whole like the Disney Infinity sort of games line, and then they kind of pulled the plug recently, and now there's sort of lots of these figures sitting unloved on store shelves, but they're kind of cool. I know some people have, they've loved to build out those collections. I mentioned kind of Skylanders before, everyone's sort of tipping them at the moment, it seems, because they're deciding they've had enough of it. But then, did those sorts of things, do you think, have that potential where because something actually on that Disney side got abandoned as a product line and people went, oh, well, no point keeping these, that they do then get that rarity because people threw them all away?
I wouldn't be surprised if in 10 years or something they come back and people have got the box still
Exactly,
because they've got that license behind them. So all the Avengers and Star Wars stuff that's there.
I was about to say, do they add into them the Star Wars and all the other collectors as well?
Yeah. But a lot of people will be thinking that. So probably a lot of people will be keeping these $4 or $5 things that they've bought from Kmart or whatever. So it all depends. It's a market like any other. It's rarity and quality. These things all come into it, and you need people to want to buy them. Until that happens, until those three things come together, the money isn't there. So.
And the fourth one is time, I suppose, too, on that, because like you could say it's like exclusive now, but wait 20 years.
Yeah.
And it might be like every other person at a box version's been torn by their child or damaged or whatever like that. And you've got that one pristine, mass-produced Skylands figure. Just use the Skylands example. That now nobody wanted. But in the future, someone who's crazed for it or Skylanders made some sort of resurgence would want and pay $1,200 for or something like that.
Just storing all these things is really
That's a challenge.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. They even had like the coloured bases and stuff, so you can know what was a Series 1, what was a Series 2, all that sort of business. Now, I'm hoping this is an obvious question, but maybe it isn't. If something says collector's edition on the box, does that mean it will ever be worth anything?
Maybe.
Absolutely not.
It's worth more money to the retailer.
Absolutely.
But look, I reckon limited edition runs, definitely. Anything that's got collectors or whatever on it, it may be. As time
The
goes
fact
on.
that things are made, in the hundreds of thousands
Yeah, they
these
are.
days.
That's right. Yeah. So if you
what
walk
does
into
it mean?
a Zing store or EB Games, then there's 30 of them. Well, I guarantee they've got 30 of them in every single store around Australia. So
A collector's edition that's actually numbered individually, that will have
but
that
you're
will hold
paying,
value.
but you're paying a big
That's
price for it
true,
already.
that's
So
Do those sorts of things have that almost that, there's like the trough of where it's like, no one really cares. Oh, and then it comes back again at some later stage. I mean, this is where I
Some
get
do,
something.
yeah.
I'm actually curious. Are there any of those things, old school things from 80s or 90s or anything where people now consider them valuable that did have those sorts of tags on them back in the day that has actually lived up to that what it said on the box?
I'm just trying to think.
I'm sure there are. There must be a lot of those Nintendo handheld things that have come out, sort of limited. Yeah. They're definitely around.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's got that written on it doesn't mean anything. That's not the key. If they didn't have that written on it and they were still rare and desired, then they'd still hold the value. So on its own, it doesn't mean anything. So don't be fooled by that. If you want it for what it is and what it comes with, because usually they come with a cool statue or something. I buy them because I like the statues and things like that. But I'm not going to pay a premium usually just for that. I have to
Just in that
consider it.
hope.
So
I think we should have made it clear we're collectors. We're not actually sellers.
yeah, I don't think I haven't.
I'm a hoarder. So
Yeah, that's right.
yeah. And hopefully when I'm gone, it will be in a museum or will be passed on to someone to actually play in 35 years. They can play Commodore 64 if they want. So.
The other thing I think that can come up is shrink wrap, and also, is there a way to know if it's original shrink wrap or whether it's like not? I think that can sometimes be one of those weird little games that can happen.
Some companies actually do brand their shrink wrapping, like PlayStation, for example, actually had the little PlayStation logo actually written around the shrink wrap. I've got at home 2 UK versions of Manhunt still shrink wrapped. I picked up at a garage sale for $10 each, which I'm really happy about. Got those. I was debating whether opening one or not. And a friend went, I've got an open copy you can have. So I was like, sweet. So I'll keep them there. But it's a nice little hidden PlayStation thing. There's also some too you can tell because of the material as well. Like some of the material you'll see on it actually has little bits. Like you can see, obviously tell by age and things like that. It's been this is like, you got a 30-year-old game that has pristine, brand new shrink wrapping. The odds of it being original is quite 0 to none. But that's what I found for a few other things I've picked up.
If it seems too good to be true, it probably is. So then do your research because they're all different, but you can find out things about like sort of
Yeah, forums are a great source.
Right.
So I know with Jaguar stuff, I think there's some holograms as well. So that way you can actually tell. But yeah, it's pretty hard. And plus, I'm going to bust it open anyway. So.
It always happens. It always happens.
I do remember that great story recently, and I'm kind of wondering if you guys have sort of had these experiences yourselves or know people who have, where it was about one of the old original Nintendo dance map track and field game or something. I can't remember the exact name, but that one sold for a lot of money because someone had dug it out. But then another one sold that was new in its wrapping because they saw the news about the other one that popped up. Are there kind of quite often those moments where a few of something will appear because people suddenly realise, oh, that thing that's in my cupboard is actually worth something?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Man.
Sorry.
I'm going to wait for someone to actually pull out a Nintendo PlayStation soon. So
Gosh.
yeah, that'll be interesting.
So you can sell your one, or
Exactly.
But it's funny too, like you see things that will, the trends like that will start. Like you'll see one person, either a news article about a certain game or a certain era or something like that, and some people, I've got one of those, that must be valuable now. And then one goes out. Like when Pokemon Go was mental, and other people are still playing it, and I will confess I'm still playing it too, don't judge. But when that came out, I saw articles on various websites saying how much value was now in the original card sets and things like that. Cards were going for $1,000 and saying, if you're going to sell them now. And suddenly all these Pokemon cards or Pokemon games, and if you're led to Pokemon, is just going up exponentially, flooding the market and going up exponentially in value. You'll see people just listing it everywhere. I saw the Pokemon Game Boys, the yellow ones. I saw those sitting on eBay for ages at $50-something. The second Pokemon Go took off and had that impact on it, $150, $200, $199. Everyone listening were going, there is no way. No. But yeah, it does have the impact, unfortunately. Not sure.
it's human nature, isn't it?
Again,
You
that's
see
a
an
good point.
opportunity, you try to cash in. It's just the way
And
it is.
and don't get mad. I see people getting really ticked off when things skyrocket. And look, just don't worry about it. Something else will
it'll
always come
pass.
up.
Yeah.
So I mean, I know I really want things, but they skyrocket in price. I just think, you know what, just move on.
Yeah. Collecting is definitely playing the long game.
Yeah.
It is, absolutely.
Now, we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but I'm wondering, and I'll also just flag, we'll do some questions shortly. So we'll do them based on the two microphones that are up the front. So in about sort of probably 5 minutes, I'll open it up to anybody who has questions. So keep that in mind. And the traditional situation is that everybody's quite shy when we first open up the questions, and then there's about 8 people who miss out at the end. So don't be one of those people, be one of the first people. Anyway, we touched on kind of values changing worldwide, and I'm kind of curious, what is it about sort of that that works? Is it that the kind of internal markets inside a country are actually kind of the most important element of value, or are there certain things here in Australia that people really kind of love and chase, and then in other countries they kind of love and chase different types of things? Or is it even just where you'll find certain things?
Absolutely. Nintendo was huge in the US, so Nintendo always goes for a high price in the US. Sega does not.
Right.
So Master System didn't take off at all in the US, so you can definitely pick up some cheap games from here, which, well, you probably won't. You probably might want to get the NTSC ones anyway, but in Australia, what I've found is the Atari Lynx is actually at a very, very reasonable price. So there's a tip, collect for the Atari Lynx, and because they're very expensive in the US and very expensive in Europe, so, and they're actually willing to pay for the shipping from here because it still ends up being cheaper for them from buying it from here. So I just hope there's still Atari Lynx stuff.
It's got a lot to do with what was released there, what took off there.
Yeah, absolutely. So and for some reason I've been keeping an eye specifically on that particular system, and it's just funny that I always see it coming up on eBay or Gumtree, and they always go for a very, very reasonable price. So the original or the Atari Lynx 2, either one. But I just hope they don't start skyrocketing. But yeah, look, it's been at least 2-3 years where the price has just been really, really flat, and the games are available. You can pick up games for $10. I went to the Carrara markets up in Queensland and I saw a swag of Atari Lynx games for $10 each. So I thought, well, that's a pretty good price because I know in the US they go for 40.
Yeah, right.
So and that's US 40.
Any others? Any thoughts on that kind of international side of things?
I suppose when it's a region exclusive console, like things like the it's called the Casio Loopy, which is a console. That was a console, I think it was in Japan, designed purely for ladies or for girls.
Like one of those ladies' big pens.
Yeah, it was one of those things. It was a Japanese exclusive. I've managed to get one recently over here because I found one insanely cheap. Got it. Actually had a little printing on the front, so you print out these stickers because apparently that's what girls enjoy playing and things like that and having. I'm not saying that just by the way. I'm just saying that's what the thought process was apparently. But it's one of those things where I got it quite cheaply, and I showed it to a collector friend of mine who straight away offered me triple what I paid for it because he'd been after one and he'd missed a listing about it. So I got it all up with shipping, $50.
That's pretty good.
And I was really happy about that, in the box and everything. And it was just, it's not one I'd seen before, and I had to sort of do a bit of research when I seen it. I was like, what's this? And going through and trying to find what it was and the history of it, I was like, oh, okay, that's actually quite a unique console we never had in Australia, so I got that. Actually, it leads back to the point you were saying before, Alex, too, about doing your research. You might see something completely random, like an apple pippin. If you saw an apple pippin out in the wild, you may not see what you might recognise what it was, but they're super hard to get a hold of. So, and they were they Australian? I think they were Australian released, were they?
No, Apple walked away from it
Yeah.
a long time ago. But when someone actually says, I found this for, like you said, the Loopy, $50, the first question I always ask is how long? I mean, you might have been lucky and found it straight away, but I know when people actually tell me that, I say, well, how long were you actually looking for? And then you find out 2, 3, 4 years. And it's like, well, exactly what I said at the start is that, you've got to be patient and you've got to just keep on looking, be vigilant about your searches and your research.
If it helps, my mate had been looking for 3 years. I found it in 3 hours.
Which is a little bit dark.
Yeah, just a little bit pissed off.
Just one of these weird little pro tip things about searching. I'm curious if you guys use it. I know that it comes up a bit in, sort of other antiques industries and things. Do you ever do typo searting on some of those listings?
Definitely, yes.
My favourite is Nintendo. So, just type in. But now actually eBay smartened up. They've got some sort of algorithm. So it's like, damn it.
So
It's too
you
smart.
It's hard to find this
It's
list
hard
these
to
days.
find, so you've got to really misspell something.
But still,
Gumtree doesn't have that, does it?
Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah.
Saga still works for Sega occasionally as well,
Okay.
on eBay occasionally.
Now, again, I know you've kind of said, you're mostly collectors, not sellers, but I guess if someone feels like they've got something that they're curious about, hey, maybe I should sell this. How would somebody try to get that sense of, well, what is the market willing to pay for this thing?
eBay is
eBay,
but sold.
not completed listings,
sold listings.
So if anything
Doesn't
comes
matter
up
what it's
red,
listed for.
right, it means it didn't sell. If it's green, then market, put in a spreadsheet, right? I think eBay keeps data for a few months, so you can actually track it, and then you go for an average price, whatever that may be. But people do think that they can buy something for $5, look it up on eBay, it says 2,000, and sell it. Well, they probably won't, and you'll probably see that particular listing come up over and over and over again. And it doesn't sell. It doesn't sell because there's no market for it. No one's willing to pay that much. So completed, sold listings, what you actually check for on eBay.
Cool, good
Because
point.
unfortunately, resellers will always check the eBay listing for the listed price and the highest possible listed price,
Yeah.
and they'll put that, $10 Mario Kart, NES cart. It's super rare, $2,000. No, thank you.
And if you ask actually on a forum, someone might actually label you if you don't know. So
Yeah.
do your own research.
Definitely.
And
Yeah.
It should be okay. Definitely.
I remember once eBay were having one of their sales, and they were selling these Dragon Age Inquisition collector's things. And so I checked on eBay just to see what their value was. $90, I think they were selling them for. And in America, they were buying just the tarot cards out of that set for like $250. So I said, I'll buy a couple of those. And I literally sold just the tarot cards for $250 US each.
Wow.
And I was like, okay, good. So wasn't really a reseller thing because it was a new item. So, but they must have not had that available to them. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. That even on some of those new things, again, just the way that those sets can be distributed on that global level.
Because there was no way I would send the whole thing. Like if I had to send, I was like, forget about
Yeah.
it. But just a pack of cards, yeah, no problem.
I always find I live in a country town in New South Wales, and going to the local EB, if there is some launch of something where I know that up in the city, it's like all my friends, I couldn't get my pre-order, and it's like, I'll just go to my local one. There's not as many people. Look, I think we'll get ready to take questions now in a moment. I thought I'll just run through these guys some pictures. I've got them to kind of tell me what some of their personal, white whale collectibles are. Those desperate things they're hoping to one day track down again and get their hands on. So I think we've got a couple of things here. I think Alex, a couple of these first ones are yours. Do you want to just give us a few little thoughts on these?
I really love TVs, so you'll find that my white whales are all TVs that have got built-in consoles. So this one's the Sharp NES TV. It actually came in a 14 and 21 inch, so it's got a built-in NES. They're only available in Japan. I think they were released also in America, and they also came in red. So
Are they exclusive colours on the controls and everything?
yeah, they are. So I guarantee someone can probably sell those controllers for God knows how much, but unfortunately, they aren't cheap, predominantly in Japan, so shipping probably, God knows how much. They'll probably arrive all broken anyway.
Yeah.
And so that's still the Sharp NES.
Oh, yeah, just another view.
Yeah. And then we've got the main white whale, the SF1 or the Super Famicom. So yeah, that's the 20. I think that's 21 inch. So up the top.
Tiny?
No, it's still Sharp. Yeah, so you can just put in your Super Famicom card up the top there, and play some games. And Super Famicom games are actually cheaper than the Super Nintendo PAL games. So there's another tip if you want to.
Yeah, wow. And then I guess, you're right. If you've got the TV set up, you don't have to worry about any of those connections.
Absolutely. So and these, and they actually do go for about $1,500. That's another one with as you can see, the control ports at the front there, and with the game sticking out from the top.
That's cool.
Yeah. And last but not least, the very, very expensive Divers 2000 CX1 Dreamcast, roughly between $4,000 and $8,000. So if you can find one for $4,000 and you've got something burning or cash burning in your pocket, just no, not at Divers. Yeah. I think US and Japan.
I love that swoop at the back. There is nothing that says space age more than...
It was designed for Sonic, wasn't it? Wasn't it designed off a Sonic head or something?
Yeah, designed for Sonic, so that's why it looks like that. But,
Wow.
Yeah.
So, Noel, was this yours or was this yours? Oh, yes, Dave.
It's not super rare. It's an SX64, so it's a fully portable Commodore 64 system. It's got the tiny screen there, floppy drive built in, all that sort of stuff. The keyboard doubles as a sort of lid to the top. But yeah, I'm sure we borrowed one of these back in the day. So I had a friend my brother's friend had one, and so we had it in our house for a while. And I was like, just love it. It's just an amazing system.
So is that actually like a C64, but in this form
64
factor?
So it's probably weighs about 20 kilos, so portable. But I've got a Commodore 128D, which is also portable. But if you have both of those, it's both computer system and a weight workout. So, but yeah, it's a pretty cool item. And yes, I'm a bit of a pinball head, so I'm looking to get a pinball, and this is my favourite, the Scared Stiff, the Elvira theming. One of my favourites from back in the day. So they're around, but they're pretty rare. So one day I'll find one.
And you say, I think when you first mentioned this one, you're saying that like condition is a kind of a big
Yeah,
issue.
definitely, because a lot of the pinballs, yeah, if they don't work, they're not great, but they're definitely repairable. Some of the plastics and stuff are hard to reproduce, like the snake.
Yeah,
in
right.
there. But these days with 3D printing and stuff, it's getting a bit easier to do that. So, yeah, really, yeah, just amazing system. So.
All right. This
yours,
one,
Noel?
this was mine. This is actually the very first computer I ever had as a child, a Tandy VZ300. I loved this thing. It was the most amazing thing to me when I was a kid. I've been trying to find one for a couple of years now. If anyone has one in their cupboard, please let me know. Come find me after the show. Sorry, rephrase. Someone wants to get rid of it. Sorry.
Yeah, someone willing to sell.
Yeah, exactly. At a reasonable price. Yeah, no, I love this thing. It was the first PC I ever got to play with, really. It's the first real venture into home gaming. Everything to that point was all arcades for me. And that's why I've got a real... It's not worth tons, but it's hard to find. Hard to find working. And yeah, it's got a real sort of nostalgia hit for me, which is why I'm chasing one of those. This thing has been my white whale for quite some time now. The Steel Battalion controller set for the Xbox. I've come across a couple of these a few times. I know some people in the room have them. Not that I'm glaring at them. I've wanted one of these for ages. Like I played the game once. Actually, I can't remember where it was. It was like a demo day or something like that, where they had it up in Sydney. I played it, instantly fell in love because I just loved doing the old Mech Warrior things. They had a time zone, the full capsule stuff. Where you sit there and do the full controls. This to me was like one of the most phenomenal control systems. I've always wanted one, but it's always eluded me. Every time I've seen them, they've been listed for an insane price. So I'm hoping against hope one day I'll find one at a reasonable price, or maybe when I go overseas I'll find one that's fairly reasonable that can somehow fit into a suitcase, but it's a big box.
Gigantic. Yeah. It'll fit into a shipping container.
I'll just leave everything else I own behind, just bring that one thing back. But yeah, that's definitely one of my probably biggest white whales I'd love to get my hands on, to be honest.
Cool. So look, I think we'll take some questions now. If people want to desperately rush up quickly to make sure they don't miss out. Yeah, we'll do a quick thank you, guys. We will start over here on the left.
G'day. So, I'll just yell.
I'm sure it'll come up. There's a stream, so yeah.
We good? Okay. So, with your old systems, like I've got a Commodore 64, what do you do for controllers? Because I've got a bunch of janky controllers that don't work for damn, and I've got one in a sealed box that's never been opened or used, which, like, I play something like, man, I should just use that new controller, but I can't bring myself to open the box. So, so what do you do for controllers?
I just buy tons of controllers. I've probably got 100 Commodore controllers. But the good thing about Commodore controllers is they're pretty simple. They're not complex electronics in there. It's just buttons and switches. So you can open them up. If you know someone who does some soldering, you can fix them pretty well. So you can get replacement switches, but most of the time it's just connection. So like the cable and the internal soldering. So they're pretty relatively easy to fix.
I was going to say...
I was going to say, which particular stick is it? Is it like
In the box.
those brown...
No, it's not the original Commodore one. It was marketed as a Pro stick. It's like you hold it from the base.
Competition Pro
It's
or
got a
something?
little trigger.
Oh, yeah.
Small red stick on the top.
I got one of those,
Yeah.
Speed stick. Or
Yeah,
something?
speed stick,
Yeah.
I was going to say...
Definitely worth repairing. They're an excellent stick.
They are excellent sticks.
That's the boss one. So.
All right.
nice.
Okay.
Right.
I was going to say too, never throw your old controls because they're great for spare parts if you ever do
Yeah,
come across
true.
that thing as well. So always-
Cables and
exactly right.
Cool, over here.
Do you actually ever sell anything? Or even though we talk about value, I never sold anything from my collection.
I've never actually technically sold anything from my collection, but I have traded off doubles and triples to other collectors as well. So they've had something that I've wanted, or something they've wanted. So I've literally just done that sort of barter system. It's hard to sort of part with some of the things when you spend so much time trying to track them down or get in your collection that you don't really want to part with them. But you will for another collector or someone who really wants it or really sort of is keen for it. But I've never personally sold anything
I think
for cash.
collectors by nature are hoarders as well. Like a lot of the time, they just want to get stuff and get more stuff and then some more stuff. So, but it does, if the deal comes up that you can't resist, then you will sell. So
How much storage space do you guys actually have?
not enough.
Yeah.
That's the answer to that. We built a room in our roof for extra storage.
Right.
I've built a room in my garage to sort of keep my stuff in now, so it's always at a premium, especially
Like
in Melbourne and Sydney, I guess.
Like a sealed, dust-free room.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there were mice in the old shed, so I'm like, you're not getting in here, buddy.
I'm like, I've got a very understanding wife. I've got a full room for myself, and now I call it my home office as well. There's now like 4 walls full of shelves and a stack. Literally, like I've got a Voltron figurine which sits about an inch from the roof, just so everything's stacked up everywhere. So.
And here on the left.
Hello. Is that working? Okay.
Yep.
Do you ever find that stuff loses value if it gets, say, re-released? Like, example was on the Wii there was Metroid Collection, but then it came out on the Virtual Console.
Yeah.
And then the price just went down.
Yeah, I think did like
People can just
Conkers
get
do
it.
that a little bit as
Yeah.
well?
Yeah, I was going to say digital preservation's okay, but physical will always
Hold its value a bit more.
always hold its value. It may not in the short term, but it definitely will.
Oh, yes.
And again, it comes down to storage. Have you got space in the roof?
Yeah.
Do you want to keep the box of styrofoam, or whatever it may be, right? But it will definitely have.
Collectors
value.
always want the physical item.
Yeah,
like,
exactly right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great to, if you meet like a developer of a game, you can't take up and say, hey, sign my hard drive. It's like, hey, can you sign my original copy of your game, please?
As well as the fact that these virtual things might not always work forever.
Exactly, yeah.
If you've got the original hardware and the original software from back in the Windows cartridges, they'll just work forever.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
no
hopefully.
updates. Well, as long as the hardware and software.
So if you've got the means to keep it, definitely keep it.
Yeah.
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 I don't know, I got like games on like SNES, but then I just buy them on the Virtual Console anyway.
Yeah.
It's more
Alright,
convenient to
yeah.
play,
We
but
do the
Yeah,
same.
still play, but yeah.
Yeah. Because I can't hook up my Super Nintendo on the tram, so.
Yeah, that's true. Just play it on 3DS now.
That's what Lynx is for, isn't it?
Oh, yes. People look at me funny, but that's.
when they put some power adapters on the trams and trains, then we'll start playing the links.
You should carry a backpack full of batteries, it's fine.
I do remember seeing a guy on the train, he was like playing Xbox, like a TV and an Xbox.
Yeah.
Over here.
Okay, so I have a simple question. What is the most valuable things in your collection?
For me, it will be the Pioneer Laser Active, which was released in Japan. They only sold a couple of thousand of those. And what you do is it plays all Laserdisc movies, but on top of that, it actually comes with PC Engine and Genesis Mega Drive packs that you can actually interchange. So you can actually play carts, CDs, and also LD, so Mega LD games. And that's something that people probably didn't know about. So you can actually play Sega Mega LD games on it. So that's probably the most expensive item in my collection.
Cool.
Did you get it at a good price?
I got it at a phenomenally good price
Right.
because it was mislisted.
Yeah.
Good on this listing.
Yes.
I'm not sure, like, probably for me, there's a couple of things, like, they're not valuable because of what they are. Well, one thing is, I've got, I think this, from what I found, it's only 1 of 10 in the world, Helgen statues, like life-size Helgen statues from the game Killzone 1 on PlayStation. Given him a PlayStation Australia, which I absolutely adored and loved. His name's Roy, by the way. He got named by my wife. I've got a Star Wars 360 console signed by Carrie Fisher, which is kind of cool. And I think probably the rarest thing, but it's not technically the most valuable, is a original DS signed by Miyamoto. That was given to me, and I was insanely happy when he gave it to me. So yeah.
Is that going to buy Armor Guard?
It is locked away in a safe, yes. It's not just sitting out on the shelf I'm using the train every day. It's sort of, I've turned it on, it still works. I've gone, that's awesome, you go away now. Let's leave it in there. Yeah.
I don't think I even have any. I don't even know what the most valuable thing in my collection is because I don't keep good records. I have no idea what the most valuable thing in my collection is.
Is there a favourite?
I love my Commodores, but really, that's my favourite. My original Commodore 128s, 128Ds are just my favourite. I bought one of the original 1701 screens for like $10. That's pretty valuable.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. But yes, I haven't got many high end items. It's just not I just haven't got the means for that. So, but yeah, I love all my stuff. It's all great.
Thanks for that.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah. I missed the first 20 minutes, so I don't know if you've covered this, but I've got 2 questions. One of them you mentioned eBay and Gumtree. Is that kind of the main source that has because I run to eBay and Gumtree, but I mean, there's been forums and there's been sites that have kind of come up and they've just kind of disappeared because nobody's sort of taken them on. So I just wondered about you guys, sort of.
Yeah,
What's
definitely.
the main place you go?
eBay, definitely, right? And I
Yep.
know, well, I think I said it
Yeah.
during the actual talk that I'm on it constantly. So,
Yep.
if you're only going to search once a week, you definitely won't find that particular item. So, I was saying I actually search when I'm on my coffee break, when I'm in a bathroom, in the morning just before I get up out of bed, or at night, constantly. And I've got actual alerts on as well, so I do not miss a thing.
Yep.
You've got to be hyper vigilant to actually.
What was the second one?
Yeah, sorry. The second one was we mentioned virtual consoles just before. I mean, I'm a collector and I'm collecting for my kids. I've just had a couple of kids, and obviously it's going to go past onto them. They're going to play awesome games. I realised it's come through my virtual world as well. So my Steam collection's like ridiculous, but passing that on to them is going to be difficult. And I wondered if this actually goes into your virtual world as well for you guys, your Steam collection and your virtual console games, and you actually classify them as collections, or they are just a throwaway.
Oh, they're collections for using, they're not collections for anything else, I guess. Like, I mean, they're definitely a collection of stuff. They're things that you can use, things that you can play. But, I mean, the physical collections are the things that you can pass on.
And you're at the mercy of the service as well. If the service goes, then you're gone. So, that's why I prefer.
Yeah, well, that's come up quite a bit in our tech coverage of a lot of these services where something disappears and it's like you only ever owned a license, you never owned an actual thing.
Right.
It's a good product.
That's the problem.
Sucked in, basically. And stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool, thanks.
So my question is sort of in regards to, you mentioned you guys have a lot of storage in regards to, keeping all this content. How do you actually store them, like, consoles and cartridges and that? So I've got a lot of NES and SNES, those types of games and cartridges. How do you actually store them in your storage?
Plastic tubs, mostly. It's
Reject shop, plastic tubs, they actually, and they are, they're very, very hardy. Like Stacey said at the top of the actual talk that these things were built to last. You just blow them and they'll work. So,
I'm dead against blowing. No, I don't know.
You know what? I know.
No.
But it does work. So, plastic tubs.
MythBusters be damned, it works.
It definitely works. So, I mean, don't keep them under the house. If you've got a garage, whatever. But plastic tubs, perfect for that.
Keep away moisture and that sort of thing is the main issues.
Moisture, insects, animals, small children. Anything that causes damage to them. Like, I've got a lot of my stuff sitting up on display shelves around the house, which I'm quite fortunate about. But the second we have kids, those shelves are going to get quite nice and high. So. But and just keep them wet. Anything sort of watertight. Not so much watertight, but
With those tubs, are you looking for the ones that like have a really good seal on them, like versus ones that just flop around a bit, or what?
It's not that important. I mean, unless you're expecting flooding, then probably you're okay. But I mean, you're looking to keep out general moisture and animals. And if you're putting them in a place where you can get pests and then definitely important.
I've had manuals destroyed, unfortunately, by various insects and things, which is just painful. Read a bit of stack and I was like, they are. I was like, oh no.
My old colour computer 2 just sits around in its original box, and I have to say though that it's not in styrofoam or anything, and it has gotten a lot yellower over the years.
Yes, it happens.
It has character.
Yeah, that's right. It has character.
All right, I was just wondering how you guys balance getting a good deal and morals, because if somebody is, putting something up for a ridiculously cheap price because they have no idea how much it's worth, is it okay to take advantage of that? Or?
I think that's the answer.
The room's very comfortable with that.
Human nature is that you would, but I think someone actually asked the question earlier. We tend to sort of barter with other collectors, so that way we're not going to, we do know that something's worth X amount, but and if someone does not know that, it's actually better to be honest about it. But look, if you see something on eBay and it's actually that cheap, I mean,
just go for it.
Go for it. I mean,
there's enough of it, unless you're going around to, octogenarians' houses and trying to still take their collections for $10, then people otherwise have plenty of means to research this stuff. So if they really wanted to do it, they could do that. Often they'll just be, you don't want to take super advantage of people, but
are you keeping or reselling?
That's important.
And don't feel bad if you do find something genuinely that's for $5 and then it ends up being 100. And if someone's willing to pay for it, by all means.
Yeah.
Right? I know people have got an issue with that, but if people are willing to pay for it, they're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
So,
But the opposite happens too.
Absolutely.
People will put stuff up for 100 when it's worth
It
$5.
balances itself out.
I take more of a issue if people put it up for like $100 when it's worth $5.
Yeah.
Like if people get it for $5 and it's resell up 100, fair enough. That's what they've chosen to do. But my thing is, I won't take advantage of anyone's being naive or anything like that.
Yeah.
So if you get,
I think if it's online, then the
It's on
naivety.
eBay,
if it's online, it's fair game. You just go for it. If it's like some poor old granny who's got a massive Atari collection sitting there for $5, you go, look, no, I'll give you 50 for it. It's worth this.
But it does happen when you go, like if you go to an op shop and they've got something $5 and they can see the excitement in your face, I guarantee they'll jack up the price. Make sure you have a poker face.
Definitely, actually.
I was going to say as well, on eBay, in the space of time of you sending a polite message to a lister, someone else will have bought it.
Absolutely. Yep.
Here.
I've got a question on collecting magnetic media that's, I have a fear of it, as we all know, it degrades over time, and a fear of collecting that. And, for example, I bought a pack of Commodore 64 tapes that smell a bit dubious, musty-wise. So what's your advice sort of around that?
Oh, that's a great question.
My feeling on this is that it's good to have the originals, but I don't like to play the originals.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of ways to play the games by SD card and things like that, new technology. I'd much prefer to have the original and use that technology, because that's the part of those systems that's much hardest to keep in good condition. Like the hardware runs properly, but the drives and things can be a bit tricky, and they can chew up old media. So
tapes are tricky. But I know with the floppy disks, I don't know why I did this when I was a kid, but when I used to buy singles CDs from JB, I would actually get the plastic insert and put my floppy disk in there, so they all work perfectly fine. So I must have had foresight.
I was going to say, you're a very smart man.
I don't think they degrade as badly as
tapes. Yeah, definitely.
The unfortunate thing is with those, though, they can actually they can fail. I recently was playing one of my favourite games on the Commodore 64 was Hillsfar, Adventure and Dragons.
Yeah.
Loved that game. Played it probably a couple months ago. Anyway, went to play it again just a couple of weeks ago, and nothing. Yeah. Disc is dead. It's completely gone.
Sometimes be the drive as well.
No, I tried. I've got 3 different drives. I tried. Trust me, I went for 2 different Commodores, 3 different drives.
Not as effective with discs blowing up.
But yeah, it can definitely be a challenge. You've got to make sure you store them in a place where it's going to keep them at a reasonable temperature. The other thing too, I found with tapes, is a little bit of the stuff that they keep them away from moisture. I found a bunch of tapes I've kept in storage for years, and they did get the box a bit moist, and it's just mould on the cassettes, and they're literally they're useless now. Apart from showpieces, that's it. So I just say try and store them as best you possibly can to keep them especially if the discs. Do you store them flat or up? That's a question.
Up.
You store them up, right?
But if you're actually buying tapes, there's nothing more unfortunate when you bust open that box and you can smell smoke. Or mold, and it's like, oh dear. And unfortunately, people don't list that, so you're taking a risk.
Cool, thank you. I think we will manage to sneak in these last 2 questions. So good stuff.
So sort of branching off the virtual re-releases thing a bit. It's like so I'm big on. I do actually love the Virtual Boy, and I know that there's rumours around that some of the unicorn unreleased games someone does have a copy of them but refuses to dump them and release them to the community because they want to retain that value. And I guess what your guys' thoughts are on keeping stuff for yourself versus sharing it.
Absolutely sharing. Absolutely sharing. It drives me nuts when people do that, because you want to preserve your stuff for people to play in decades to come, right? So someone actually asked a question earlier where they're passing their stuff on to their kids. That's exactly why everyone's doing it. You want to preserve things so they can actually be played on the original hardware that it was on. I mean, digital preservation is great, but nothing beats actually, blowing on a card or whatever it may be, chucking it in and up she comes and you play.
And if something happens to that in the meantime, then we're going to lose it forever. So like,
Exactly.
It's part of history. I mean, it's part of the culture we all love. I mean, we all love video games, we all love retro gaming. So if that's then lost from history because one person was greedy about it,
and you wouldn't imagine
then
you'd lose
everyone's
too
lost.
much value on the original anyway. Like if it's
No,
there,
exactly,
it's-
Yeah, I don't understand why
Yeah,
people will do that, but there are people that
Yeah.
do that, unfortunately. So, yeah.
Cool.
Oh,
Money,
Oh,
yeah.
well.
So one last question we'll sneak in.
I'll try and keep it quick. You mentioned like repairing stuff and you do most of it yourself. What if you're not as confident? Do you guys have any like places you go to or recommendations?
I go to this guy because if I sold her something, I guarantee he's going straight in the bin. No, I'm absolutely hopeless. Yeah.
But there are definitely places around still that do that. I mean, you know, General Electronics hasn't changed too much in the last 20, 30 years. So anyone that's doing that sort of work still, you'll be able to get that done. Any sort of, TV repair places and things like that.
Is there a way to learn? Like, as in,
The only way to learn it,
course at TAFE or something? Like,
well, yeah, you can do that. I mean, I haven't got any formal learning in it, but I sort of did a lot of scientific research and stuff, so I was sort of tinkering around with things. And yeah, my way is just to tinker around with things. Look online, because often problems that are relatively common have solutions. So you've got a bit of just practicing with a soldering iron is important. So on stuff that's not valuable. So, yeah, once you got some confidence, then yeah, you can do that. But there are definitely places around because it's an important.
And there are guys on forums that actually do
gonna
say
say
that
that,
they can actually fix things. So.
And also, if you check on YouTube, there's a lot of video tutorials these days as well, a lot of research for forums groups that people had the similar issues. I can tell you almost step-by-step guides on how to fix it. But yeah, I'm self-taught as well, like with all this sort of stuff, and it's just one of those things. Like I may have destroyed more stuff than I fixed to begin with, but yeah, now it's sort of handy to have. But I learned through a lot of guys going and asking them, so how do I do this, how do I do that, going on the old school forums, and like before we had like YouTube was even around, asking like old ex-repairmen how they fix stuff and digging out old manuals that from people who had from old Ataris and things like that to work out stuff. And yeah, just as I was saying, like just research and practice.
Cool. Look, hopefully you've gotten a few useful tips in your own sort of efforts ahead of you in collecting. Can we please give a very big thank you to the panel, Stacey, Alex and Noel. Thanks, guys.
2-2. Two, 2-2. 2-2. Hey, hey. Yo.
I think I must have a cross eye. I just want to make sure that I'm sending everything down the... yeah. I'm pretty sure I am.
Oh, are you doing it in all opens or a matrix?
That's good. It's so funny, man, watching these people, like, one guy will get up to this microphone and be like, hey, just got a question, bro. It'll be there on stage, and I'll just talk over it. It's so funny. Oh, yeah, right. He actually came here a few months ago. I'm just going to mute your quick.
varies the quality of the information that goes into a large tabletop simulation. I love that one. And then we've got another one which is we just choose what the success of any intervention or treatment would be based on reasonable experience. It just changes the dynamic, it changes the way people think about the simulation.
I don't know how to make this. This is really getting on my nerves. I'm really sorry.
Do you want to make it into a slideshow?
No. Yeah, like I want to just play it. Like for some, it was working, and then now it's not, and I don't ever use Macs. So this is Google Slides. I might just start again. I'm just gonna like browse to the page again.
This one works.
Just give me a sec, mate. I've got no fucking clue what's going on. Don't worry about it. I'll start again. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to use a Mac to do something that is inherently not anything to do with Apple. That's me. That's your.
It should be up now.
Okay, do you want me to test the audio now? Hey? The audio's coming out of the laptop.
You might have to just change the audio on there.
I'll bring people in earlier, is to make sure all this technical crap is sorted out.
This is my talk that I did, just in case I get rid of
Yep.
Gen Network. But then what I've done is I've done it so that you can go to any part
Yep.
Okay,
of the slide, of the show.
Yep.
And then go back again.
Yep. Nice.
And go to anything else.
That's cool.
Yeah. I've not realised you could do this on PowerPoint before.
I think
But
it's.
it
I don't know that
changes
you
the
could
way-
have done it in PowerPoint. There was an app that you could get off the web that did it.
Yeah, now
Great.
you can just jump to slides.
Done.
So now we
Sorted.
do make
Everyone's
buttons.
happy.
Yep.
So
all those are
What's
now
happening?
hot lock
red,
buttons.
the red circles actually clear
What do you mean?
buttons.
Yep.
So it's completely transparent.
Yes,
Yep.
I've been
Colour.
all over the
With a
shop.
white
This is
colour.
the only panel that's mine though. The rest of them I just turn up and talk.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
To me, you're Mike 4.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I'm happy with that. I was in the drop bed bit for 2 talks yesterday, and they were back to back, so I just sat in the same space for 2.5 hours. I was just like, cool, this is great.
And how you introduce, how much image you have to put in.
I'll let you guys do most of the talking.
See, one of the questions is whether they're psychedelic mushrooms or not.
Steph isn't here, but I don't think that's a problem.
Now that you got an extra.
There you go. That's the difference between the Gallerina, the deathly Gallerinas, and the psilocybins, which are the magic mushrooms. That's amyloid floaters, which is the amyloid floaters, which is the most
50%'s going to kill you, yeah.
and that's an edible mushroom.
Feel free to start letting people in if you need to.
Basically, he's not chewing,
full.
and they're raw.
Yeah,
So they can't break down.
you can. I'm sure you can hear me. Is it on?
I thought you could break down.
Feel free to start letting people in if you need to. It's all good. Cheers, mate.
I eat uncooked mushrooms in my salads all the time.
Do you check your poo afterwards?
Not particularly.
You don't know whether they're digested or not, do you?
To be fair, there is a couple of Google things on people crapping out more mushrooms.
I'm sure they don't.
Adam, what's your surname?
Straub, S-T-R-A-U-B is in Bravo.
Never been on a panel before. Do something new at a PAX every year. So I'm one of the guys that runs the paint and take.
so it begins.
I got a couple of mates here.
Yeah, I realised I left my phone with my friends and I don't know where they are and missed the opportunity for the selfie.
I'll just sit here. You ready? You got your game face on? It's my normal face.
Really? You at least have a presentation.
Well, I did have a presentation.
Oh, yeah, we'll
I did it
talk
mostly
about
because I
that
enjoyed playing with
in a
the
second.
presentation for the
With
future.
you.
I was like, I've really got to finish this because I think it's going to be cool.
Yeah. Keep in mind, I got told about it this morning. I got told about it an hour ago. That's unprepared.
Let's do this. Hi everyone, welcome to PAX Day 3. How you going? Awesome. Everyone exhausted yet? Or still got... Yeah. Me too. So, welcome to the Medical MythBusters Take on Games. Look at you lucky people. We're turning people away at the door now. Get the opportunity to just, like, completely destroy your own opinion of the healthcare professionals. So we're gonna deconstruct some games, eh?
Who said professional?
Who said
Professional, yeah, professional. And I'll be leading the panel. I'm Dr. Jennifer Hazel. You might have seen me at a few other panels. If you have, just deconstruct everything you thought about me, because this is going to be a really good, fun, entertaining, pinch of salt kind of panel. And thank you to my fellow doctors for being here with me today. I really appreciate them coming, particularly Adam, who found out he was going to be on this panel about 45 minutes ago. So do you guys want to introduce yourselves and tell me what specialty, or tell the room, because I know, but tell the room what your specialty is.
Okay, so hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Zia. I've been working as a doctor down in Sydney for the last 4 to 5 years, and I'm specialising in mental health.
My name's Steve Costa. I'm an emergency physician. I work at Ballarat in Victoria, and I've got an interest in gamification of medical simulation.
My name's Adam Straub, former emergency registrar up in Ballarat, now medical registrar. And I love games.
And hi everyone, my name's Steph. I'm sort of like the fraud on the panel because I'm technically not a doctor yet. I'm a final year med student. I had my last day of class on Friday, so fingers crossed I'll be graduating soon. But I also love video games and I have a pretty strong interest in mental health.
Awesome. Can we get the... Thank you. I was going to put our faces on there, but because I'm a doctor, I'm like the most disorganized person in the world, so I actually made this presentation in bed this morning. So yeah, you're just going to have to do with Adam and Jamie. So let's just get into it. These are going to be loaded off of YouTube. Oh, please don't control my laptop. It's my laptop. Who's doing that? Let's go. Can I have some tech support up here, please? What's going on? Here we go. Whoa!
The magic words.
So, hopefully this is going to be completely spoiler-free. This is actually the first scene in Uncharted 2. And I'm going to skip straight to the part where you realise that Nathan Drake's been stabbed and shot and is at the bottom of a train that's falling off a cliff. So, can you see? You're watching it on here? Just two-handed, climbing up, bearing in mind, currently bleeding out.
With a concussion.
Moves good for a man who's been stabbed in the guts.
He always looks great for a man that's been stabbed in the gut. I like that his back is covered in blood. He's just like casually just ascending up a pipe. Oh dear.
He has got to be the most unlucky man in the world.
So I'll just skip to the bit where he gets to the top. The train's gone at this point. I actually think they did a good job of making him look quite grey. Like, he does look a bit on the verge of death. Thoughts?
Bizarrely, I had a patient in last night who exactly the same thing had happened.
So how much can how much blood can you lose and still perform like that, if ever?
So the thing that comes to mind is a thing called the Apache score, which is an injury score, injury severity score scale. And you start looking at the type of injuries and insults that your physiology's taken. And you're sort of going, okay, he's been stabbed in the guts. Well, that scores him a 9 in his guts, and he's been shot as well. Shot.
Probably. Someone
Probably
remind me. Shot and
Has he been
stabbed or just
that's
shot?
well. So if it's not in the guts, obviously, you can't go above a 9 on your score, so that's probably another area, so that's going to give you a 9 somewhere else. And once you start
Has
to
he
score,
just doubled his score above, like,
well, you just got,
medical?
and you start working on it, you just can't survive that, your survival rate is incredibly low. But, had a patient, and I've got to be cautious, obviously, with talking about patients that I've seen, but, you know, I have seen a guy who was ex-Special Forces who was in a biplane crash, so literally fell out of the sky in a plane. So this guy's about as fit as you can, and survived to the hospital, and actually then survived the cardiac arrest as well, which, you know, surviving cardiac arrest is, you know, 12-14% anyway. Surviving a traumatic cardiac arrest is virtually unheard of, and didn't survive, you know. So you start putting that into realms of what you've seen and things, you realise that, you know, everyone knows that it's not quite right, but it's getting over the adversity, I think, as well,
absolutely.
is what happens in the games.
I think even before that, just that upper body strength.
It's
just physically impossible.
No. See, I used to rock climb. Don't carry the physique of my rock climbing years, of course, but you know, there were guys that can do one-handed pull-ups, and the big climbs now have what's called a dynamic move in them, where you're not actually capable of holding on to the rock face in the middle of a move. So you can hold on here, and you can hold on here, but in between that, you have to have something that gives you some lift, and there'll be a tiny ledge that you can't physically, the coefficient of friction won't allow you to hold on, but you use that to then move to another hold that you can move on to. So the high sort of 9A, 9BC grades that are being accomplished now, they've got dynamic moves. So you know, you can do that. And I've seen guys that can do one-handed pull-ups, and they literally can pull their whole body weight up on one hand. So for that, not impossible. But then when you add in, you know, ice and the fact that you've just shot, I'd never tried it. I'm guessing it's pretty.
We can try that one later if you want.
You know,
Meet us at the pub afterwards. Let's see.
I'll buy a round for anyone who can do one. Say it.
Just to compare that, let's bear in mind what this is the next game, or the game after.
I'll follow your lead.
And bearing in mind, you know, what Nathan did that we've just seen. But this particularly is what I wanted to show you, because this is like, this just, it makes me so happy, it's not even funny. Look how strong he is, it's ridiculous.
He still climbs up the rope.
Because that's what stops him.
Absolutely, that's what it's like. I've been shot and stabbed, and I'm gonna like climb up this entire train, but me versus a boat railing. No.
I've met some very strong boat railings.
Have you guys seen anything like that? People in hospital that have been able to tolerate things that are like really, really, really huge, and then get super sick over something like quite minor?
Yeah, I think the thing you see is we always talk in percentages in medicine, which is kind of where the role-playing game, the dice, has come in with my research. Is that, you know, you can't ever say nothing will ever happen. So, you know, you see, if you get ejected from a car in an accident, your mortality at the scene is 80%. So you're actually, if you get thrown out of a car during a rollover or during a car crash, the chance of you being dead at the scene are 4 out of 5. That leaves 1 out of 5 of being have survived, but that doesn't mean they're going to survive a year or a week or a month or to the hospital. They're just alive at scene, you know. But you know, you see people coming out of crashes, and you look at the car and you go, "Wow, how did you get out of that? You know, that's incredible." And the reality is, just literally by chance, they didn't collide with the steering wheel, and they didn't put their head through the windscreen or the A pillar on the car, because the angle was just right, and things happen, you know. And
when I was still in the UK, when I was working at Derriford, there's this big trauma centre in the southwest. I had a 19-year-old kid that came in from motorcycle versus Jeep, head on, both going 60 miles an hour, which is, well, I don't know, 100k? Yeah.
100k both
So
ways, 200K.
combined 200k. You can imagine who fared best in that situation. This kid was like, so the biggest killers in motorcycle accidents, as far as I know, bearing in mind it's been a few years since I did emergency, is head injury and pelvic injuries. And he managed to avoid both somehow. But every other bone in his body was broken.
To compensate somehow.
Swings and roundabouts. And he was just sitting there, both arms broken, with his femur sticking out of his skin.
You guys want to hear all the gruesome. I guess that's why you're here, isn't it? That's what you want to hear.
Trigger warning, sauce.
We could give you just a whole bunch of math and statistics if you prefer.
You can test me on my A-level physics. It's not brilliant. But...
And I knew him. He was there for the whole 4-month rotation. He came in, I think, my first week and was discharged in my last week. And that entire time, I only ever knew him horizontal. So he had all these surgeries and you can't do them all at once, so they were being staggered, 1 week after the other. And then in my last week, I saw him walking down the corridor with the physio, and I was just like, "You're tall!" I had no idea the whole time that he was like 6'4", because I only ever saw him in a bed. That's the reality, I think, of those situations, is you're talking like some fit young kid is going to then spend the next 4 months in bed. I don't know if have you experienced much trauma and stuff yet, Steph?
Not huge amount, personally. Most of stuff that I've seen is like, pub brawl stabbings kind of thing.
Yeah.
Dirty North, Epping area, which is understandable.
The best pub stabbing that I saw was a guy that had come in, he'd been in a brawl, and he'd gone through the front window of the pub. And he came in drunk as a skunk and tearing up my emergency department. And he had this cut that went all the way across one eyebrow, down the side of his nose, and almost to his ear on the other side. And he was, being held down by the cops. And it was a typical Saturday night. And in amongst all the other things that we had going on, this guy's yelling and carrying on in one of the bays. And he was just so angry that he wouldn't let the junior doctor go near him with the needle for the anesthetic for his face.
I get that a lot.
Yeah.
So he elected to have her staple his face shut.
Without any local?
With no anesthetic at all. He didn't really feel it. I don't know that he was feeling very much at the time. And I swear to you, it took 70 staples in this man's face to keep it closed. And as he was getting hauled down to the police station afterwards, he's going, "I'm just going to rip him out by hand when I get there." Have
Pro
fun
tip.
with that.
Let them give you anesthetic. It's
Yes.
good. It's very good.
So I want to show you guys a clip from a much older game, but a trope that has persisted through the years. This is 11 seconds, so blink and you'll miss it, but this was Mortal Kombat back in the day.
Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory fatality.
So just to clarify, he just ripped that man's skull and spinal cord out of his body.
Yeah, you can do that. That's called a craniospinal transplant. Yeah. It's just that easy.
Oh, is he going to put another one in?
Yeah.
He's just very skilled, one-handed. He's a pro.
It doesn't damage the nerves at all.
I've got to say, though, that there is some accuracy in there, and that would be fatal.
I think from my memory, the tendons and ligaments that hold the spinal vertebrae together are pretty damn strong, and they'd probably remain together if you put that much force. I wonder how much force it would take to actually rip someone's spinal cord out in one go.
A little bit.
I'm wondering whether it would pulverize the bones as well, so it would just come out as powder.
You are because the force would be needed would be so much that they would just come out all squished together. Yeah.
I'm just trying to decide how he managed to do it without pulling out the ribs and the pelvis. That kind of attack.
If you tried to pull the head off, if you actually managed to get through the soft tissues of the neck, which are pretty strong generally speaking, and if you there's some horrific videos of
People who tried?
No. Well, to some extent, yeah. There was some American scientists tried to work out the forces that would have to be conducted to cause cervical spine fractures, to your neck fractures. So they got a load of monkeys and put them in a cage and belted them in, and then slammed weights into the cage, and then slow motion videoed the monkeys, which was a horrific video. So the story then goes, and this is probably where we're touching on myth, I reckon, at this point, but they go down the pub afterwards and they're proud that they've done all these calculations about how to knock someone out and the force needed to knock someone out. And one of the guys, and there's a boxer, and says, well, yeah. And they're like, what? Yeah, of course, everyone knows that. What do you mean? So, if you ever watch boxing, the way you knock someone out is you hit them in the side of the head. You don't hit people in the front of the head. So that's how you cause brain injuries, and it's just to hit someone in the side of the head.
Is that because the middlemen in jail? Or?
No, I think, so my theory on this, and obviously I carry lots of personal theories around with me and espouse them at any opportunity, but
I work with him, I know.
If you're evolving and you're running through the woods chasing your dinner, you're likely to be running forwards, rarely running sideways. And therefore, if you're going to hit something with your head, you're going to hit the front of your head on a branch. So you don't really want to be killing yourself by running into a branch at full pelt. But you probably haven't evolved much to be punched in or hit in the side of the head. So when you get hit in the side of the head, you get really quite severe concussion and brain injury.
So maybe Sub-Zero's doing it wrong.
Yeah, well, see, now he rips out from the top, from what I can see.
Yeah, do you want to watch it again?
There's one around.
Yeah, from the top. It looks like he grabs him here and then...
I'm questioning his technique, is what I'm saying. I mean, he's successful, but what I'm thinking is if you get through... So we come back to the thing. If you get through the neck, okay, you've got to get through the soft tissues of the neck, which are pretty strong. So you see the monkeys that hit by the cage swings to the side, head basically stays still, the head goes in a very weird way, and the neck extends massively. But I reckon if you grab by the head, then you're probably going to come off at the atlanto-occipital joint first and take the head off in itself. I don't reckon you'd be able to get the spine out. But I mean, maybe if you went in at the bottom first and went up, then I reckon you might be able to do that.
How would you get in?
Well, I mean,
So how does he get the bones out of the skin in the first place?
Grab the spinal cord from below, and then, make sure you get the anterior ligament, because that's your strongest ligament that goes right the way up your spinal cord, and then pull from the bottom up.
Like deboning a fish.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
You're a scary dude.
What else do you do in your spare time? You work this stuff out, don't you?
So when we were planning, well, in the program we talk about what would happen in Assassin's Creed, and there's a variety of different options of scenes in all of the games that you could go to demonstrate this. I chose this one because it's close to home. Let's have a look. It's only a minute and a half. We'll watch the whole thing.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
That's upper body strength.
No one wants to compare health funds. Go away.
I'll take his though.
I'll tell you what, if he's fully privately insured.
I'll ask him.
Mind you, if it's in the line of duty, we'll probably get it on work.
I was going to say, it might be work cover, this one.
I don't know whether assassins have work cover.
But in Australia, if you get an injury at work, you're covered by work cover, aren't you? I think you've got to pay into it, but
who's his
if you're
employer?
getting pay in, then I'm sure it's... I'm not sure it gets overseas cover, but they've been covered by the NHS, so you're all right.
Isn't that pretty? It makes me homesick. From all the times that I used to do this.
This is like just a normal Sunday in the UK. We all do this.
I like his perfect balance on the top of the cross.
Here we go. And into some hay.
Ah, that's the bit
There's the hat.
See, what they don't show you is the very large cushions underneath all of that straw.
Yeah. I mean, England being still in the Middle Ages, obviously, we often have bales of hay lying around the cities still to feed the animals.
Oh, yeah, but this was olden times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's special hay. Yeah. I used to live in Devon.
Yeah, you should see the fields
of it.
Can someone Google how tall Big Ben is? And then 400 people got out their phones. And then just shout it out, and then we can work out like what would actually happen. All right, number one, whatever. 96 metres. Cheers, mate.
It's just what we tell the tourists to make them feel they know more than we do.
Where's your calculation again?
So what was it? How much?
96
96
metres.
metres.
Well, I calculated it for 200 feet, and
What's that in metres?
200 is like 65.
Oh, all right, so like double it.
So the big issue is the force is mass times your acceleration squared, and the mass times velocity squared. So it's your velocity that's the important thing. Now I don't know if you can get to that video I've got of a parkour, an 8-meter parkour drop, to see what happens to this guy. But I put together a really nice PowerPoint, not realising that Jen had one already. It should be just right down the bottom. Keep up, second one up.
This dude?
Yeah. So this
I don't think it's going to play that. I can just look it up on YouTube.
Yeah, you might. It's 8-meter parkour drop. I don't know. I can't remember what I searched. It was part of another thing. But so basically the where's my calculations on that one? I can't remember what those are. Basically, your energy and speed at about 5 to 8 meters. You know, you're talking about 30 to 50 kilometers an hour when you hit the ground. When you calculate it for the speed from 200 meters, you're going at about 200 feet. You're going about 125, 150, which is almost getting up to terminal velocity.
125 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, so you know it's at 200. So he's almost at terminal velocity, unless he actually, which he does, he kind of directs himself down. So he might be able to get up to about 200 if he was a bit higher. But at that speed, you know, your energy that you're going into, you're just going to crumple like a tin can. You know, you're not even able to control your descent, and it's the distance over which you decelerate. And the force you apply and the timing. I mean, you've all seen the sort of little Russian gymnasts that vault off of a vault and try and land accurately, and they fail regularly. So you'd have to have immense timing to get it just at the right moment. If you tried to land on the ground without the haystack, you know, virtually impossible. I would have thought.
The haystack's going head first
With
as
head
well.
first as well, you know. So I think
You probably need about a kilometre of rolling distance.
You know, and that whole thing of you just convert it to a roll. You know, you're like no, like you know. Several of the sort of big jumps that I've seen, you know, you end up fracturing both your heel bones, your calcaneum, you know, which is devastating in itself. And I think one guy did 4 stories. And the funniest thing about his story, and forgive me for saying about patience, but this is particularly comedic history that the guy gave, in that he'd climbed up a building that was 5 stories and looked off, and it was concrete underneath, and he thought that's going to hurt too much. So he went to the next, climbed all the way down again, went to the next building. It was only 4 stories and had grass underneath it, and jumped off that one instead. And a colleague told me of a guy who'd done a similar jump and ended up, as he landed, you can't control, the weight's too much, so he basically curled up in a ball, and his knees came straight up under his jaw and just literally split his face. You know? So how
I mean, what would happen to his body though?
Well, I had to think about this.
Like, do you reckon it would be even recognisable as a body anymore?
Yeah, your body stays together pretty well. I mean, you see bodies that come out of planes and stuff, you know, and they zoom across, you know, they're not all completely pulverised.
Yeah.
So your soft tissue is actually really elastic, and so you can smash them to pieces, and they literally would probably go virtually flat and just back up again. You know.
Like jelly.
The bones don't work anymore, but
everything's kind of smashed and mushed. But generally speaking, skin's pretty elastic, so I think it will keep everything contained to some extent. You've probably got. It's amazing how little externally you need to look wrong. for everything inside to be mushed to pieces. So
Just-
I had to think about this though. So what would you have to do? How would you have to evolve in order to be able to jump off of a Big Ben or 200 feet in order to be able to survive? Well, you've got to have amazing timing. So you'd have to really change your ability to time your landing way in excess of anything that's seen in sort of, you know, Olympic or World Championship gymnastics. And these guys
Like a
are doing
cat.
tumbles and rolls. I think even if you throw a cat off Big Ben, it'd be pretty stuffed.
It would land on its feet.
Not true. It would land on its feet.
And then the feet would break.
Yeah, and then the feet would land through its head. You know, what was the last thing that went through the cat's head? You know, that's the joke.
Just remember, it's not the fall that kills you.
Yes,
it's that sudden stop at the end.
So then you've got to cope with the stresses that your body would endure. And there are people that say, oh, this guy fell out of a plane without a parachute, you know, and it's like, yeah, but you wouldn't take it as a first option, would you? And you'd have to, so then you'd have to have some sort of collagen. So collagen's the basic sort of goo that holds you together. It's the proteins. You'd have to have some sort of extraordinary collagen, because you've got not only the muscle, so your actual muscle fibres would have to apply the forces to your bones. You'd have to then have bones that could take those forces as well. And then it's not only your bones and your muscles, but your guts. So it's your acceleration, deceleration injuries in like motor vehicle accidents. They're quite often like your liver, especially. So I mean, everyone's sort of seen, or well, most people have on vegetarian now, but they still remember what liver's like. You know, it's pretty mushy, and it's, you know, it's sort of drier than other stuff. It doesn't have a lot of bounce to it, and liver tears and splenic tears. You know, those are the things that really cause massive bleeding really quickly. So you've then got to have your collagen's got to be really tough to stop your liver rupturing and your spleen rupturing, and then your guts are on this big sort of pedicle called a mesentery that holds them to the back wall of your body as well. So as you decelerate, all your guts kind of bounce down and bounce back up again, and your blood vessels would have to be sort of stretchy or really tough as well. So I think we've got a bit of evolution to go. That's what I'm saying.
So basically,
But
we
if
need
we
to
were-
evolve into rubber.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. You've either got to be rubbery, you've either got to be able to be like, you know, the Blob, and just sort of go, bonk, and then just, aha, here I go. And, you know, no bone. Or you've got to be absolutely solid, you know, you've got to be really
Mr. Fantastic from
tough.
Fantastic
But
Four.
then see,
you know.
Red Bull, you know, Red Bull, you don't know what's in his cape and stuff, you know. Red Bull have got these guys that are now jumping off of buildings and out of planes with those flight suits, and they're becoming pretty successful, and I didn't get a chance to look at that, but I think these guys are even landing without the assistance of a final parachute, you know, so these guys are actually getting
Well,
to
the ones
the
that
ground.
jump from space and stuff.
Yeah, you know, the flight suits.
The
you know,
base
they're,
jumpers.
and they're going into sort of boxes and, you know, cardboard boxes, because it decelerates you really slowly, and that's the idea, is the distance over which you decelerate is what's really important. But, you know, these guys are starting to get to a point where they're evolving these suits that they're actually going to be able to land without a parachute or without going into something else eventually. So, you know, if he's got that on board, then obviously it just all changes, doesn't it? It's just kind of cheap.
They had that back in, yeah.
Medieval times.
Medieval times.
Well,
So
you know, I didn't think she was having a crack, wasn't he?
So this one's, there's no video, but it's more applicable to the two mental health people that are on the panel. I was told yesterday that in Don't Starve, you have like a sanity meter, which is a thing that I hate, and I go on and on and on about how terrible it is. And it's just perpetuating stigma against mental illness. But the way that you become not insane is you collect flowers.
Well, I mean, if that worked, I wouldn't have a job.
Yeah, that's true.
Most of the world would be deforested by
Absolutely. So that's just an interesting little addition there. I don't know whether there's any truth in the fact that maybe some of the treatments that we make for, you know, mental health issues or any other medical conditions actually come from flowers and herbs and...
I suppose also that when he's picking the flowers, it is a distraction from his crippling loneliness and depression. But to be honest, if picking flowers and putting them on your head was a legitimate treatment, then I would be really, really happy, and I'd be telling a lot of people to do it.
I love my job, but that would make my job so much
easier.
easier and fun. Can we just dance with flowers around on our heads all the time?
Can I try that in my emergency department with somebody psychotic? Is that going to help? rather than shackling them?
I'd love to see you try.
I tell you.
Here, have a flower.
I think I've been working a bit on a course in error, in medical error, and part of what we've been looking at is mental health and the psychology of simulation and how we stress doctors or not. But also we're looking at a section on bullying as well, and that's brought up some really interesting dynamics. And my feeling is you've got this susceptibility to bullying and the environment itself. And if I'm having a really good day and someone looks me up and down and says, your shoes don't really go with your outfit, I'm not going to feel too bad. But if I've had a really bad day and I've just had some bad patients and I'm feeling pretty lousy, and someone walks up to me and just goes, why did you do that? If that's my boss, I'm going to feel pretty bad. So I think you've got this susceptibility to mental illness and the susceptibility to things like bullying and negative pressures from outside. And then you've got the environment itself and that formal structure of especially medicine, we've still got this history of being very hierarchical. And therefore, and you're always intimidated by your boss, it's kind of part and parcel, generally speaking. You're always going to be... And I thought I was all right. I thought I was doing great. So in our course, I closed my eyes and put my fingers in my ear, and the guys asked, how many people feel like they can challenge Steve? And I thought, this is going to be universal, I'm going to be great. And 2 out of 11 people put their hand up. It's like, I'm running the course. You should like me. I've got feelings, and I'm aware of yours. What's wrong with you people? And they didn't feel that they could approach me. I don't know what was wrong. But
You should have just given them flowers.
Well, yeah.
Let's have a look at Far Cry. Getting back to the dramatic injuries.
Very realistic Far Cry.
So this is just standard, that's a stick, that's not too bad. He just takes it out and cracks on.
I want to know whether he's had a tetanus shot.
Don't worry, just fix it. And back with the shooting. And then, honestly, this goes on for like a while.
I think he needs to be more careful.
Oh!
Wasn't he just holding that?
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry.
It happened again. Just pat it out. You'll be fine.
But this goes on for like, Jesus.
Where do you even find that in the wilderness?
Yeah, no, I know, right? And then you just crack on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just rub some dirt in it, it's fine.
Just rub some dirt in it.
See, the funny thing is, there's elements of that are just like, that is exactly what you do.
Rub dirt in it. Yeah. Well, I'm not coming to your emergency line.
See, I've had a guy turn up in West London and his arm was orange. He had this big cut in his arm. His arm was orange. What have you done?
Betadine?
And no, turmeric.
No way.
Seriously, India turmeric. It's a lot of the spices in Indian food are because they have medicinal properties. You're dealing with most populations in the world ever have dealt with famine. And you're dealing with whatever food you can find. So how do you make that food palatable? Well, you put stuff in it that's either going to kill the bugs, so that you don't get DMV and gastroenteritis,
DMV
or covers the
diarrhea,
taste. Covers the taste. So a lot of the stuff that's in food, it has actually properties that probably have some element of truth in them and help to some extent, either to disguise the disgusting flavour of whatever protein or starch you're trying to consume, or actually have some sort of effect on it. So this guy came in with turmeric. But, things like relocating dislocations, if you get on with it quick, you don't have the muscle spasm, and therefore you can reduce them really quickly and with the minimum of effort.
Whereas if you
You
leave,
also have the
like
adrenaline spike helping you deal with it.
yeah, but over time, especially shoulders are the big one. You see someone come in with a shoulder, get on with it really quickly with minimum analgesia and do it really nice and slowly and lovely and gently, and they go back in quite nice. I think the thing is that functionality afterwards. You know, once you've dislocated something, you've ripped all the. It's not the bones. It's not the bones that are the problem. Although it's obviously an issue.
They're a bit of a problem.
It's an issue.
But the problem now, not after.
is the ligaments that hold them all together normally.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of joints don't have, they're not encapsulated joint. The only joint I know of that's encapsulated is a bull or a cow's leg joint that actually one bone encapsulates the other and you can't separate them. But for humans, most of the joints sit together and it's the ligaments around them that actually hold them in place. So once you've got that joint out, it means you've ripped all the ligaments, which means functionally it's not going to work anymore.
Don't you want to, like, when I watch that, all I want to do is just, like, take him to theatre and just put, like, 5 litres of saline in those wounds and just be like, no, this isn't clean, can you please stop? I'll just rip this thing out and then, like, carry on in the desert. Like,
There's no bugs there. It's okay.
there's no
He will
bacteria.
never, no bacteria there.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
sterile area.
My art teacher...
Eh?
He did get malaria.
My old art teacher...
So
That's
does
like
he slowly
the least
die
of his
from
worries,
that?
to be honest.
Does he wake up with the night sweats?
Oh, goodness. My old art teacher... My old art teacher, Bertie Barnes, used to tell me that he used to put spider webs in cuts to stop them bleeding, which I thought was brilliant.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, spider webs.
I
I think
don't-
it's got a
I
large
didn't think
surface
you were-
area. I think that's why it would work. If you've got a spider web big enough, put it in, it's got large surface area and an abnormal
What if it's got
protein
spiders
too.
in it?
Well, I think it was just the webs. I don't think it was the spiders.
Yeah, but what if there's a little one lurking?
You discourage it. You tell it to go away.
No,
To
I'm
be
not
fair,
okay
once you
with
put
this.
spider webs in your cuts, I don't
Yeah,
think you're
no,
worried about a
maybe.
little spider, to be honest.
But like, have any of you guys seen Surgeon Simulator?
No, a bit.
I've heard about it.
So, there's no.
I think there's a version that you can do on Donald Trump.
Yeah, there is.
I think that's the best version, yeah.
Except
So
taking out his
I want
brain.
to take questions, but I also
No,
want
that
to
was
show you
removed
guys
years
this
ago.
just because it's so funny. And I'd like to do it on mute because the only thing I could find was a YouTuber. But I'm sorry, we can't, so we're going to have to listen to his voice. But have a look and see how much this reminds you guys of your own experiences doing surgery. Oh, that's a good idea.
And you could do this on a TAFE course, couldn't you?
Blah 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 blah. So so my number one criticism is the fact that he's not wearing gloves. Like,
If he loses that watch in the chest cavity,
no,
that's a
I
lawsuit
know.
waiting to happen.
That's going to be a lawsuit, right?
Oh, yeah.
So now both of the lungs are gone.
He's probably got him on bypass.
He's on ECMO, yeah.
Oh, he's on
Yeah,
bypass.
he'll definitely be on ECMO.
ECMO.
Yeah. And he's not intubated. He's not intubated.
Yeah,
No,
you
he's
don't
not
need to send the
intubated, he's just
gallbladder
got a
off for
mask on.
pathology.
He's just got an
No,
oxygen
that's
mask.
fine.
There's no anaesthetist.
No.
I think the greatest
And he's not intubated
inaccuracy
either.
is that there is no scrub nurse that can tell you which instrument to use next.
I don't think he needs the instruments at this point.
Hands on.
Realistically, I think he needs a lawyer.
Right.
You don't have to put all the other bits back. They're extras.
It's fine. All you
Yeah.
need is a heart and then he's done.
Thank you, nurse. You can carry on from here. And the doctor right done. Just replace the lungs. Thank you.
And I also like the absence of anything else in there.
Yeah.
It's just one heart, and well, most of us only have
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Couple
If you're
of
a surgeon,
lungs.
probably not even that.
And I also like how he removes the rib cage. Oh, I
Yeah.
get that. you made an anti-surgeon joke. I'm on board with this. You just take off the whole rib cage.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine. Yeah.
That's normal.
I don't even
It just
think we
glues
need
back
to.
on.
Yeah, we don't even need to go into that.
No.
It's just so silly.
That
let's
is a
just-
very realistic game. That was surgery last week.
Oh well. There is another one.
Oh.
Should we do do this
That's
one
why we
just
pay
really
the
quick.
ophthalmologist so much money.
Let's just skip to the surgery. So this is this is eye surgery. I think his eyes.
Well, he's upgraded from using his bare hands, so
Are you
that's
sure he just
something.
haven't confused the CIA training program?
What's this thing?
Can I ask where the patient's arms are?
Why is he strapped in?
Probably because this guy's doing the operating.
Just chuck them. Just chuck them at him.
Oh, I thought that was for the surgeon.
Maybe it is. Maybe that's what
I'm
he's
just
about
impressed
to
he's
do.
doing it all with one hand. That's fine. You can only imagine he's on his mobile phone on the other hand, isn't he? He's trying to text the missus, think I might be home now.
Perform an eye transplant. Here's your hammer. Go. Is that enough of that?
Yeah, it's not supposed to go that far in.
That's
Wow. See, that was the mental institutions back in the 70s, and that's how you do a lobotomy.
Well, actually, you go through their nose for that.
Oh, terribly sorry. That's what I was doing wrong.
Going through the nose is how they take out the Egyptians.
When you remove pituitary, you go through the nose because the bone at the top's really small. But lobotomy, I
You go
pick
through the eye.
over the eye. Yeah, it's pretty horrific. I wouldn't want one. Questions? We've got a roaming mic. This young gentleman's got one. So has anyone got anything to ask my team of doctors? This chap, can you shout or?
Does this count towards CPD?
I must admit, I did think if I can get this one, my CME and.
Yeah.
But no,
How many
issue.
medical professionals have we got in here? Show of hands. Awesome.
So if it's peer
Any
evaluated,
surgeons?
that means I could probably sign it off. That's all right.
Yeah, probably get 5 or 6 points for this one.
Yep.
Hi there. I'm interested in the effects of adrenaline on people when they have an injury of some sort. I read an article about sword fighting that suggested that the most dangerous time was actually just after you'd inflicted the killing blow, because somebody was likely to keep going for a good half hour.
Half
On
hour?
the adrenaline rush. Yeah, that was what the article was talking about. Yeah.
I think it
Depending
depends what
on
you
the
mean by.
fatal- depending on the fatal, I think it was like in the chest region, but not actually directly into the heart, so the level of injury.
I think it would depend what the killing blow is. I think that, it's a really nefarious kind of statement, so that there's zones of death, that you have. And there's the instant death, like the ripping off of the head, decapitation and stuff. Generally
If he goes
speaking,
for
if you
half
keep
an
going
hour.
for half an hour, well, I'm going to give in. You can win that one. That's fine. So you've got your instantaneous, not compatible with life injuries. Then you've got your sort of, your platinum 10 minutes or golden 10 minutes, or platinum 10 minutes, your golden hour, and then you've got your survival to hospital. So the things that will kill you within the first 10 minutes but don't kill you instantaneously, like an aortic rupture that starts bleeding into your chest.
The aorta being a very, very big
the
blood
big
vessel.
that comes off your heart to feed the whole of your body. Your it's called the atomic injuries. Not because of bombs, because it's just a mnemonic which doctors use to remember lists. And then you've got your things that will kill you in the hour, and then you've got things that kill you sort of later on, like the infection and things as well. Because when you have massive trauma, your body gives off all these inflammatory chemicals, and they start impeding your cell's ability to use oxygen and actually metabolize. And so you become susceptible to systemic illness. Your body's just overwhelmed by the inflammation. So I think it would just depend on what kind of killer blow you've inflicted. Is it the 5-finger heart exploding technique that you've done, or is it the fact that you've given someone an infection with something that's really nasty?
Yeah, this chap just.
Cheers. I've actually got a mental health question.
Sure.
Dr. Hazel, I think you mentioned in another panel that there's an achievement for Drake killing 1,000 people, and in Uncharted 2, he actually casually throws people off the Himalayas for a good chunk of the game.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I was just wondering, should his
As you
friends and family be worried? Is there some issue that he has, and assuming like that's diagnosable, and assuming that what should he be doing between all the horribly traumatic moments of his life, games that is, to try and keep himself on an even keel or to recover?
I think we also need to pose that question for Lara Croft as well in the new Tomb Raiders.
Yeah,
and her struggles with killing multiple people.
Well, they started to acknowledge it there, and then they kind of backed off very quickly and pretended it wasn't happening, which was a bit of a disappointment. So, like, in the Tomb Raider trailer, Lara actually showed signs of PTSD, but then they never touched on it in the game, which was a bit of a shame, because that would have been a really fascinating and important way of broaching that issue. In Uncharted, they actually mention it quite a few times. Like, the characters in their dialogue will very casually just like make a joke about, you know, why are we killing these people? Like, and I always feel really guilty as the player doing it. I think Drake maybe, I don't know if you can pathologise him.
Well, he's a sociopath, though, isn't he?
Well, no, because he's nice.
It's always the quiet ones.
Apparently Hitler was really nice to sit down and have a cup of tea with. You know, he was a charming host. You know,
allegedly.
But, you know, just I
don't
can't
know.
see that overall it balances out. You know, I don't reckon the next Uncharted, where they go and make Easter bonnets together, you know, is going to be the one that puts it all right again. You know?
No, they've got to use the flowers.
Killing.
That's what I'm saying. It's the bonnets.
Yeah, the bonnets
They're
with the flowers.
faster instead.
You know.
They stopped killing and play some Crash Bandicoot.
I don't reckon it's going to be a big seller, but
I can't answer that. Mostly out of personal bias, because if I insult Nathan, I therefore insult Alanah, who is my hero and idol. So, you know.
Probably should seek a mental health professional or their GP.
But I think you only got to look at the guys that do like special forces. You know, that's their job.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
And
That being said, they do go through massive psychological profiling and assessment, and they keep a very close eye to make sure that they don't have PTSD, and there are, you know, high rates of PTSD in people who come back from war, so there are, you know, effects. We just don't know whether Nathan Drake's feeling them, because maybe he's a sociopath.
Eat flowers, yeah. Man with microphone, you just do what you want, like, give it to anyone. I'm happy.
he has the power.
You have the power.
Hey, so in Portal and Portal 2, Chell has long-fall boots. What would the construct of those long-fall boots need to be for order to survive those falls and things like that without much skeletal and muscular damage?
Have you guys
What
played
sort of
Portal?
what sort of distances
What-
are we
Well,
talking?
she's dropping
so-
off
so-
some things like Big Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with Portal, you have two portal guns, and it makes two doors that connect to one another. So a few of the different puzzles are solved by putting one on the floor and one on the ceiling, then going through an infinite loop, reaching terminal velocity, and using that to launch you to other places.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to ignore the physics break on how those guns work.
That's not what I was thinking. But she's got these boots, right? That they look like at least they've put some thought into it. I like that. Like little spring boots. You know?
Hey, I always thought that they looked like the running legs for the Paralympians.
Yeah.
I think they need to be hydraulic. I reckon. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it would touch back on what Steve was saying, is that you'd have to be able to deal with the amount of force that's coming in and slow it down, you know, sort of slow enough that you don't turn to jelly when you use it. They'd probably have to be about 15 feet tall.
Yeah, and just massively collapsible. And the other thing is you don't want them elastic, because then you sort of get to the bottom and then just shoot off again. It's only about half an hour to slow down.
Just bounce around the room.
They have to have sort of a crumple zone. But like lifts in massive buildings. They have literally big massive tin cans full of a liquid, water, or some sort of substance. So that if the lift actually does fall, then when it hits the ground, it decelerates over a sensible distance. Yeah.
That makes me feel better.
Yeah. So you get a period of free fall, but then when you get to the bottom, it's not quite as
Yeah,
bad.
but I know. But do you hit your head on the top still? I think that would be the problem, wouldn't it?
No, because you'd fall with the lift. You'd fall at the same speed.
Well, no, I know,
So
but when
you'd kind of probably slowly, you'd lose traction on the floor.
Yeah.
So for a few seconds, you have a great laugh. But
That honestly
with that
sounds
thing
really,
in the
really
back
cool.
of your head,
Sounds like so
suddenly
much
go
fun.
bad.
We're out of time, guys. Thank you so much for coming. Can I have a big round of applause for my doctors? Have a great PAX, guys.
Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, open the door.
So it begins.
that grand scheme you've got underway, Delilah.
We'll take it all.
I'm coming to put you in your grave.
So it begins.
So many times.
Hey guys, how are we all? It's day 3, that's way too loud. Welcome to the character creation concept panel. I'm Luke Lancaster with CNET, but you really don't care about me, so let's run down the immensely talented guests we have today. We've got Leonie Yu. Georgia Van Kylenberg. Trent Custers. And Davey Reedon. That's good. That sounds like we're done. We can get out of here now. Yeah, we're happy with that. So today we're going to make a video game character. But first, do you guys want to tell us a bit about what you do?
I'm starting.
You're first.
Okay. I used to be a freelance illustrator, and then in February I started working with Money Games, and I help out with Crossy Road, Disney Crossy Road, and Shooty Skies. So hello.
Yay. Hi everyone, I'm Georgia, and I do mainly voices in the video game world. Do lots of other fun stuff like non-profits and philanthropies and swimming and stuff. But I also do voices. So I've been a few really special characters. I'm very honoured to be. Vanille in Final Fantasy. Thank you. Just got to do it. It's like part of the job. Star Wars, Ensign Reign and Temple, Diablo 3, Survivor, and Payday 2, Sydney. So yeah, get to do those things.
G'day everyone, I'm Trent Custers. I'm co-founder and director at a local independent game studio called League of Geeks. We made a game called Armello. Thank you. I'm also the chair of the Free Play Independent Games Festival, which is Australia's largest and longest running independent games festival. And I lecture at VCA on writing for games.
Good day, everyone. I'm not Australian. My name's Davey. I'm a designer, writer. I was the writer of the Stanley Parable and of the Beginner's Guide. And thank you. And I live in Texas, and I'm out here for the week visiting, and it's been super lovely. So thank you very much for having me.
Okay.
Hot scoop as well. Davey used to live in Melbourne too.
That's true, yes.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, let's get stuck in, guys. First thing we need from you, what genre? What genre game are we making? Just stick your hand up, don't be shy. There was a lot of horror just got pulled out. Okay.
Horror romance.
Horror and a hard RPG. Okay, a horror romance RPG is what we're doing.
All right.
Lots of.
Okay, so this Cthulhu dating sim that we've now saddled ourselves with.
The overlap in moany noises is gonna be very potent here.
To make those noises.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've just signed yourself up for this. You know that. Okay. Who's our character? Who was our main character? Someone. Are you okay with that?
I'd prefer she was not a dad.
We'll go with someone's mom. We'll go with someone's mom. Stacey's mom.
That was awesome. She's got it going on.
She does. Okay, can we get the screen up? We're not done yet. This is the test, as you can clearly see. Okay, so we have our concept. We have something slightly better than a blank slate. Designers, do your thing. Where do we go from here?
Make for us.
So we have someone's mum. It's a horror romance RPG. I guess are we playing the character? Like,
You are playing as the mother.
Alright, this is the playable character.
This is the playable character.
Who's gonna give us some kind of like thing that this character wants or is trying to achieve in the horror romance RPG game? Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Oh, okay, there it is.
All right.
Good. All right.
Stacy, the child.
Stacy's gone missing, everyone.
So I think when I first start to look at characters, I think about traits, and it's a little tool that I've used as like a trait diamond, so to speak. So 4 things that person, 4 traits or qualities. So are they persistent? Are they arrogant? Are they stubborn? Are they reliable? Things like that. So I reckon that's a good place to start, maybe with 4 traits.
Well, so it's actually kind of interesting when you say that, thinking about it, because horror and RPG are kind of 2 sort of styles of game that have tend to give their protagonists very opposite traits, right? Like horror games tend to make the protagonist very weak, right? So that you feel like you're constantly threatened by something. But RPGs tend to make their protagonists very powerful so that you can like literally kill God. So like now, so this is kind of curious, like how do you, like if it is going to be a horror game, it has to be like this protagonist has to have
vulnerable.
have to have like a lot of sort of some weaknesses that come out in the gameplay, We'll just,
go for it. Yeah, horror game with RPG mechanics.
Right, yeah. So then you
dating
just
sim as well. Don't forget dating sim.
Dating sim? Okay, I like it. Are you dating the things that are chasing you?
That are gonna kill you? That sounds like regular dating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A Tinder RPG.
Okay. Yeah, I think for a lot of horror games, we're going to require that our protagonists be totally in the dark.
Hey.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's true because that mother's love for a child would keep her weak pretty much the whole time because she's going to do anything.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, so like the mother.
That's her kryptonite.
She will throw herself in danger for the child. You know when in the horror movies when they go into the basement, you're like, what the fuck?
You're like, don't do
what
that.
What are you doing? Well, there's a really good
but
reason
if they're on the
to.
poster, they're going to make it to the end.
What was that?
I said if they're on the poster, they're going to make it to the end.
There
Unless
you go.
it's Game of Thrones.
Right.
Unless it's Game of Thrones. Okay.
I like the idea that it's not that like her child has been taken away from her or something. The child is just an idiot and just wanders off into like really bad scenarios.
Yeah.
Just like, God damn, Stacy, stop, come back.
What world are they in, by the way?
Oh, that's a good one.
It looks like we've got a picture of Stacy's mom as like a set character. Do you guys prefer set characters? Where do you like to factor in player customization?
That's a really good question, and I think in the creation of a game like that comes quite early on. Like you'll know whether your game is the type of game where you're going to be role-playing a character like an Ezio, or whether you're actually going to just have some sort of Skyrim-esque character customization thing. So, I think that we should go with the second. Well, it's character creation panel, right? So we should probably create a set character, and then the RPG elements can be the progressive, I guess, skill set that the character has.
And Davey, you were talking about the traits, like the traits you like to have early on when you go into design. How do you represent those in gameplay, in design, in the choices you make?
I mean, I like to cheat. I don't like giving people a lot of control over what they're gonna do. I like saying, okay, here's this very specific scenario, and I have this idea in mind for this story that I want to tell, and I'm only gonna give you options. I'm only gonna give the player options that fit with this this very narrow. It's like a thing a lot of games like to be like, you can do anything. You can make your character be like all sorts of wacky stuff. And I'm like, I don't know. I would rather tell like a much more specific story about
the story gets to be stronger that way.
Just a question on the end there. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Did you say Mafia Pact?
Lovecraft.
I was like,
yeah.
I love Crafty Pact.
I
A
love
Mafia
it.
Pact. Fantastic.
Yeah. Well, we do need to bring in the
Lovecraft.
romance somewhere, so.
Yeah.
How do you guys go about... I mean, of course she dates the
Once
monsters,
again,
right?
my
That's what
dating
it-
life.
Because she's looking for a new partner, because her old one made a mafia pact with Cthulhu. And
If we are looking at the monsters and the dad and the daughter now, how is it different to designing NPCs to play characters?
Well, I guess the first thing is, when you think about NPCs, is how are we going to interact with them? So there are different types of NPCs. You know, you have your enemy characters, which you might be interacting with them in via combat. Because really, what you have a lot of the time, or really all you have in games, are the verbs that the player can perform, right?
Mhm.
And so, are there NPCs that we can escort, that we can hang out with, and things like that? And so that's how I would start with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sure.
Sure. Yep. She's dating Eldritch Horrors. Why not? You know?
She's an equal opportunity employer.
Ooh, there you go. Getting deep. I did say Eldritch Horrors.
Just as a source of possible inspiration towards the whole RPG and horror element, like Until Dawn with the multiple dialogue, like
Yep.
that's a very RPG sort of thing. So perhaps instead of a RPG leveling, it's RPG dialogue.
And that's something as a voice actor that we were discussing just
Mhm.
yesterday. It's a huge consideration because, as I was sharing with these guys in Star Wars, because it's multi-directional, literally I can get my lines where it's either you're married to the character or you've just met them. And you have to deliver it exactly like both of those. So it's definitely something to consider, that if you're going to take it multi-directional, that it needs to be a character that isn't going to be polar either way, because it's just not going to work.
So are these just like the technical limits of branching narratives?
Yeah, you really do have to consider with the branching narratives that the character has to grow, but you have to watch that growth so it actually is consistent, because otherwise it's going to look super weird.
I do think it is kind of interesting that we could go down the idea of like a RPG sort of system where what you're doing is, I don't know, having dialogues with, say, I guess...
Spectres, like sexy ghost spectres.
Right, well that's how you work the dating thing in there, right? It's like you're sort of trying to kill them, but you're also maybe looking for someone who's going to fill a part of you that, you've been...
I'd love a ghost to be like, I need you to fill my see-through self.
Oh, God, guys.
Looks like, what have I done? What have we got myself into?
Just you wait till we drop the lines in. You're in trouble.
So what was the line from the Star Wars game, Georgia?
Oh, gosh. Well, the first one, when... the one where I literally said to the director, because I walked in and he was like, "Hey, we're leveled up. We've got new levels. We don't have graphics yet. She's just arrived." And she says, I think it was something along the lines of, "It's been forever. Where have you been? I need your help." And I said, "Great. So have I just met?" And he goes, "Well, you could be married, but you could have just met." I went, "Cool. I'll give that read." But it was that thing, it was along the lines of meetings, like you come across this person, you have to deliver it like they're your husband or a stranger.
I mean, they could be both.
That's true. It's true in this world.
I was just curious, Leonie, what you're
Yeah, how
sort
are
of
we doing over
yeah,
here?
what you're imagining here.
I am imagining a very practical mother who has to survive in a horror world, and I don't know how to make her dateable. So I gave her lipstick, but I don't know where to go from there. But I'm just trying to figure it out, and this program keeps like stopping up on me. So excuse me if I keep closing the program and opening up again. That's what's happening.
You gave me an idea though. I feel like her lipstick should have some sort of power.
Oh, like when you kiss other people, it doesn't come off on them.
That is magical. If you could work out how to do that, Trent, I'll buy it.
Okay, so one thing, we keep referring to her as Stacey's mum. What is Stacey's mum's name?
It's just Stacey's mum.
I feel like it should be Stacey's mum.
But like STAZYZMUM, like all one word.
Stacey's mum.
Yeah.
I love it.
Over here?
Yeah. Wait.
Oh, interesting.
You know George is right there. We can't really have a silent protagonist. I spilled that everywhere. That's on me, guys.
Oh dear. How do we take that and put it in
It wasn't the laptop. It's fine.
So yeah, that's really interesting. This topic has come up a few times throughout the week at different panels and things like that. And I think that largely depends on the format of the game. Like I used the Ezio example before. If you're playing something like an Assassin's Creed that has a heavily authored character and they're in front of you, they're like it's a third-person perspective, then it's easier for you're seeing them constantly on screen. It can be harder to be like, oh, this character has no name. Who is it? But they're right there. It's more of a role-playing thing. But if it's a first-person thing, like say BioShock, that's where the character doesn't talk at all. You're completely a silent protagonist. I think the no-name thing can work really well there. So here's a question. This game, is it first person, third person? Isometric third person.
Isometric first person.
Boom. Boom, there it is.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Just got an insight into your life.
Yeah, that's it.
You know what's interesting is that very recently Undertale did a lot of this, but all in first person, as far as like all of the combat goes or the interactions go. So it is possible to do it first person and still like have a very like heavily identified sense of like who you are.
Yeah.
You know. But that was like, I don't know, that was definitely sort of that was very unusual. I thought it was very. Definitely wouldn't have been my first choice if I were doing that kind of thing. Because like seeing this person and again, it's an interesting question about whether or not they should talk, because we're talking about literally like a romance, like a dating sim kind of thing here, right? And so hearing this person talk might. It depends. You're taking a risk, right? Like you're taking the risk that the player won't identify with that voice, right?
That's
or
true.
won't identify. So I think there's kind of this trade-off where when you give that character like a much more specific voice and you make them sound like they are a particular thing, someone who clicks with that is going to go really, really deep with that character, right? Like going to really, really dive into that, person. Like, I don't know. Take. BioShock was brought up, right? Like, is there more cosplay of Jack or of Andrew Ryan, right? There's obviously more Andrew Ryan because like we can see him and hear him and really like actually identify with him a little bit more.
I definitely. Sorry.
I was going to say, I don't know, man. Like Mass Effect is basically a dating sim, and that's fully voice acted.
That's true. There's so many people that are like had done naughty things to my friend Ali Hillis.
You're just going to drop that? And...
well, she's one of the leads in that.
It's third person though as well, Mass Effect. So I think leaning into this, we have this really strong idea of this character, Stacy's mum. It's a horror film as well, horror game. I think, and also like a dating sim. If I'm thinking about a lot of dating sims, you're seeing the characters on screen. You want to see the reactions, everything. I think we should be leaning into it, making it something like a third-person game, you know, where it's like you're seeing the character a lot. You're reminded that you are role-playing Stacy's mum.
I think for the sake of creating a character, it's better to see them.
Yeah. Well, this is what I mentioned before. Like when you narrow down the amount of stuff that your character is going to possibly be doing based on player input, it just makes it so much easier to design. You know, you're not thinking about like you have to spend less time thinking about every individual edge case of like what if the player decides that like, oh, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. We have to have 50 different possible outcomes, and all of those have to be well designed because we want the player to feel good about all of them, and they all have to be produced and voice acted. So like, yeah, certainly when you start thinking about the production of this kind of thing, which, this is all fantasy right now, so we don't have to think about production. Like, we could just sit up here and be like, there's 5 million endings, but like that is certainly, as a designer, you really have to think about that, and you have to go, oh, okay, I've decided that I want, Stacy's mom to have 50 different ways that she could end this based on each of the 50 different monsters in this game that she could be dating, right? And then you're like, well, that's the next 3 years of my life that's going to be spent, making like making and implementing all of those things, right?
So at what point do those design concerns start to become part of the character creation process? How much does one inform the other?
Oh, like right away.
Depends, yeah, it depends, but I would recommend immediately.
Yeah, for sure. The decisions that you make early on with characters can 100% come back to bite you later on. I remember I was working at a studio, we were doing a game, and it was when I sort of first started, and I was writing up the scripts and everything, and I wrote the script for a cutscene, and I said, and then everyone applauded, and the lead animator, we were sitting there doing a script reading, and he's like, everyone, wait, who's everyone? And I was like, the crowd, like, that's gathered, and he's like, you just added like 40 NPCs to our budget. And I'm like, okay, yeah, all right, no one applauds. No applause, yeah.
Just play the sound, it's fine. You don't need a card. Just...
It's a track, it's an audience track.
So what do you guys like to do to make these characters compelling? Because that's the goal, right? Making characters that players can connect with.
I think everyone has wants and desires, so a big question that I always ask myself, I think that gets you started off really well is like, what does this character want? And that, it's a very multi-layered question, and you can ask it time and time again. And after you answer it, you can ask it again and then find out what else they want. So, because you can say with, if you use Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark as an example, it's like, what does Indy want? It's like, he wants the Ark, right? He wants the Ark. But then if you ask, no, what does Indy want? Then it's a very different question.
Mario, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And you can keep going, and you can start. I remember when I was studying writing and editing, one of my mentors and teachers said, like, writing is a lot like just opening a series of doors and then just taking a look at what's on the other side. And I think that's what you're doing a lot when you're creating characters. Like, you keep asking those deep questions, like a psychologist would ask to you. It's like, tell me about your mother, and you're like, tell them, like, and how does that make you feel? And how does that actually make you feel? Like, that's what you're doing about these characters on paper. You're like, no, but what do they want? What are their flaws? You just keep on deep diving.
So how are game characters different to like a character in a book?
I mean, fundamentally they're not, right?
Yeah.
Or hopefully they're not.
Yeah.
I think that my least favorite game characters are games that treat their characters like they're games. Because I feel like a game kind of thing is meant to be, the way that a lot of times we traditionally think about games is like, oh, you have to be able to, I don't know, I've mentioned this before, but like, you have to be able to decide everything about how this character is going to turn out, and everything about their personality, and that should all be decided by the player. And I don't know, I think that can lead to some good things, but I think that when I, as a designer, have had the time to really sit down and think about, like, taking time ahead of time and going, what does this character want and need and think and feel, and I try and put that into the game and put that into the story, it's not really any different than when you're writing a short story or, making a film or whatever. You're still sitting down and going, all right, who really is this character if we flesh them out?
And that's something that I think Final Fantasy does extremely well, is that before each game starts being created or recorded, and there's a Bible for every single one of those games, and we are all required to know it and read it and go through it before we even go in to record. So it really was like I was stepping into a book, and I think what makes games different to books is simply that we get to interact with the book. That's it. It's still should be the same level of development of a character, with a story, with a need, with a want, with an arc. The difference is that in a video game, you get to discover that with the character, whereas with a book, you're a less active, participant. But Final Fantasy, I mean, they literally, like, this thing about who I was, am, will be, where it's going, what the world is. They've done the book before they come to the game.
Do you find that kind of limiting creatively?
That's a really good question, because it's just a different choice. Like, for Final Fantasy, I knew already, like, they'd already done the Japanese version, so there was very little that I was actually required to be certain things. Like, it was very clear, you need to be, just for those people out there that want to know this, I was required to be annoying from the start, not just that I am annoying. It was a direction, because I'm uncovering it. So they asked that, but like when we created Payday, that was a conversation with the global brand director that went, hey, do you want to create a character for Payday with me? So at that point, that's when I get to play. But you just know what you're coming into. You either know it's been created for you or you get to have some creative control.
And even if a character is incredibly authored when you get there, I mean, it's still coming through you too, right? So there's just
100%.
inherent interpretation there.
Yeah, you have to find where you resonate with it.
I think something interesting with characters in games and potentially where it differs is perhaps not in the creation process, but in how you frame a character in regards to like how you frame them in your game, how they're presented, much like in theatre, you know, where people stand in particular places and things like that. You have all your spots marked out. Going back to the Bioshock example, there's a reason why in Bioshock I forget her name, but the doctor that throws you something from a balcony, like, or someone's talking to you through a peephole, like, there's a reason why Irrational don't let you get within a range of a character where you can interact with them in ways that would create a dissonance between the narrative and what you're actually doing. Like, you know, you're trying to fire your gun at someone and it's like, what happens then? Do we actually show the feedback of the hits, or do we just let it pass through them? And like, what does that mean? You know, everyone's been in that room at the start of Half-Life 2 where Alex and Eli are talking and you're just jumping in the corner, you know. That sort of stuff is something that I think comes into account a lot. And Ken Levine spoke about this in a GDC talk once, where he knew that they could do photorealistic rooms, but they couldn't do NPCs to the degree which they were able to do them for Infinite, right? So they had to be very particular about how they actually framed these NPCs and how many they had. And they actually went through the game at a later stage in the process and cut like more than half of the NPCs from the game and then solidified them into different characters. I think that's an interesting thing as well. Like, I remember I was working on a Scooby-Doo game, and
like you do?
Yeah, as you do. Yeah. And it's like a action adventure game, like if you imagine Lego Star Wars, but with Mystery Inc. And so we're at Alpha, which is like sort of halfway or just past halfway on the game's project, and I was told that by the art lead that we had one NPC too many. He was like, look, it doesn't look like we're going to get to make this 8th NPC or whatever. We're only going to have a budget for 7. And I was like, well, what do you mean? Like, that's totally, like, that's part of this whole level, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, look, I'm sorry. We got to find a way to work around. I'm like, all right, I'll think of something. And then I came back to him like 10 minutes later and I was like, can you give me an animating door? And he was like, what? And I said, what if we never saw the character, but the character was scared of the Wendigo monster and ran away and locked itself in the basement? And so we just need, like, you know those American-style basement doors? We just need them doing that. And he was like, yeah, we can probably do that. And I was like, all right, cool. So we went from having this fully concepted character that was going to be animated and walking around the level and you interact with them and move around with them, to just putting them in this like basement of the outhouse of this hotel, and we just made these doors flap and then got all the lines recorded, and that was how we got our 8th NPC into the game. So I think in games you've got to be incredibly resourceful. I mean, creating a character, animating them and everything is a huge overhead, and so it all has to do with how you frame them. I think that has a lot of considerations in games that perhaps other mediums don't have.
That actually makes me think of Stacy and like maybe this game where, you know, where Stacy's mom is running around and these doors are closing, all opening and closing all over the place, and you hear Stacy's voice, But also you're dating monsters. Look, I don't know.
Yeah, we need to
you
work
guys
out how
you
this
made
dating's
these
coming into
suggestions.
this.
We can work the door in. Just the talking door can be one of the options.
Talking door,
Yeah.
there you go.
What if Stacey is a talking door?
Whoa.
Okay, so you said overhead, which means this question's fair game. How important is it to make your characters marketable?
That's really interesting. Okay, so for those of you who are familiar with our game, Armello, that is basically everything to do with the game. Like, it's a hero-based game. The heroes are the box art. They are our hero shots. Creating those heroes that speak to particular player fantasies or archetypes, but at the same time seem like they have complex backgrounds and are interesting characters in and of themselves and are fun to role play, whether it be Barnaby, like the kid mad Tinker Rabbit, which is a bit of comic relief, or the stoic, you know,
Archer River, who I call Arrow Dog. That's like, it's really important to us, and I think for that particular genre, we take a look at things and approach them similar to like how Overwatch would. You know, you can see, you look at every Overwatch character, and I mean, I don't know if any of you have seen the insane 9-foot Reinhardt cosplay that's walking around the show floor, but like that's case in point of the power of creating like, you know, marketable characters is a.
There is Sombra cosplay already.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
I think that the one of the holy grails of character design is really good comedy. Like, it's so hard, but if you can make your character really funny, like, that shit sells.
Yeah,
like, it really does. And I don't know, it's tough though, because when you're going for comedy with a character or with your game in general, and it falls flat, it falls really, really flat. Like, it hurts so much worse. So I don't know, I find comedy to be kind of this like big risk that you can take that really makes it sing if you pull it off.
So is Stacey's mom hilarious?
Of course.
Of course.
That's on you guys. You're creating.
Oh,
I just get to say yes.
Well, maybe that's, you know, it's a great, when you have a horror game, a horror film, if we look at the horror genre, humor and comedy is a coping mechanism for a lot of characters. I mean, there's always that goofball character in the slasher films, you know, who is probably cops it halfway through, you know. But I think there's probably there's room there for Stacey to maybe be dealing with the horror elements of the game and the predicament that she's in with a bit of humor. And I mean, if you can't laugh about the fact that you're dating monsters,
yeah, we kind of have to make it. Yeah, it's sort of you're. If we don't make it at least a little bit comedic, we're never gonna sell the horror / dating sim aspect.
You can just see it, that scene where she's like, "You're just such a monster." Oh, hang on, you are.
Yeah, I imagine that like there's all these monsters everywhere, and Stacey's mom keeps trying to date them, and they're like, "Dude, seriously, we're monsters. What are you doing?"
So, how much do you guys like working with those archetypes? Do you prefer to, I guess, pay homage to that kind of thing? If you're making a horror game, do you want those stock horror characters in there?
I like to subvert. I think that's the real thing. I think cliche is bad, but understanding the power of archetypes and knowing, like, having a great back catalogue in your mind of tropes is there are so many good tools there, and there are ways to. I mean, everything's a remix, right? Like, every piece of media is other pieces of media mashed up and spat back out. So
yeah. See, this is good. This is what we.
Yeah, very good.
Hang on, I'm dating zombies now too. Monsters and
zombies. Are these
zombies.
zombie monsters?
Well, we did say she likes all sorts.
Yeah. She does have a spectrum of interests.
I like it.
Zombies is cool. We could go for a bit of a warm blood angle with the romance.
So, how do you feed players cues like that? Like, we kind of know who Stacey's mum is just because she wants to go find some loving zombies.
You know, it's interesting what's happening here, this dynamic. I think this really highlights the collaborative nature of game design too. Like, we just look at the screen and Leonie's written loving zombies, and we're like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe they are zombies. You know, like, different disciplines and working with different people across the team can inform like the direction that you go along.
I really like one thing that I really like is trying to, like, obviously if you have this could be true for comedy, but it could be true for any character attribute in your game, is that like, oh, we want to tell the player that the character likes a certain thing, and one way that you can do that is have a cutscene where Stacey's good job.
Very good.
You know, so like one way to do that is like have a cutscene where Stacey's mom sees a zombie and she's like, "Hey, I'm into zombies." And another way to do that is a battle starts and a menu just opens up and says, "Just go find some loving zombies." And then you know, and you didn't have to have the cutscene. It just kind of like, it just makes it like an organic part of the actual game that you're playing. I always really like those kinds of things where it feels like you're sort of discovering who this character is by actually playing as them. Because like it'll give you options that are like the kinds of things that character would do, and then you're like, oh, that's what this character would do because those are the options that I've been given. And like in this case, I think this is a great example of that.
Yeah, it's true. Like the menu options can really speak to that. I just had this crazy thought. I remember I was in Seattle earlier this year, or maybe last year, hanging out with some friends in game dev, and I was walking home with one of them, and this homeless guy came up to us, and he was chatting to one of my friends about his Dota jacket. He's like, "That's a really good jacket, man." And we were chatting to him for a little bit, and then he asked for some money, and we gave him some money. And then he walked off, and as we walked off, one of my friends, she goes, "God, that homeless guy was so hot." And I was like, wow, yeah, actually he was. So maybe that's how
All
it
right,
happened.
tie it back together,
Yeah,
Trent.
yeah. So maybe Stacey's mom, all this stuff is going on, right? Oh, come on. Yeah. Stacey's mom, all this stuff is going on. Her daughter's gone missing during a zombie apocalypse, right? So that's the worst thing. They're like, all right, we're going to get out of here, get out of town. The zombie apocalypse is happening. Then her daughter goes missing. And then during all of the madness trying to find him, she just passes like this really attractive zombie. Mm-hmm. And she's like,
Like that
whoa.
star-crossed lover thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah.
Stacey's mum. She could be Stacey Senior.
By putting up emotional walls.
Yeah.
Can that actually be like a power you get?
Yeah.
Emotional wall, and it just comes up, and the zombies are like,
Yeah, she doesn't fight the zombies. She just puts up walls to like redirect them.
That's
Yeah.
so smart. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, so maybe the dating part
Yeah.
isn't actual dating. Maybe it's all like
I'm
dating
not ready to
metaphors.
address that yet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been so soon since I was really hurt by that. So like, can we please maybe come back to that later?
Yeah, exactly. We can discuss that in chapter 8.
Okay, so how important are visual cues in letting a player know what a character can do?
Oh, incredibly important. Like, I definitely think that
You have a hot zombie.
Yeah, very good. As far as video game characters are concerned, especially like NPCs, enemies, stuff like that, form 100% follows function. So, I mean, like, how shitty would Zelda be if like the bosses didn't have like a big flashing red thing that you had to attack and you knew, and also it gives like little cues, right? Tell you a lot about characters. You think of even just something like Uncharted. You look at what Drake is wearing and you're like, yeah, okay, I totally understand what this dude is about, for sure.
Okay, so who here's played Firewatch? Cool. You don't see the characters in that game.
Is this, well, you see chunky
You see
arms.
feet, and you see chunky arms, and you see a wedding ring. Oh, yeah, okay. But how do you play with that space when you're just learning about a character through their conversation with another character?
Yeah, it's like it's interesting. Like you see a lot of fan art. I have seen fan art of Firewatch that, depict the characters in all of these different ways. Like they're the two main characters of the game, but like all of the fan art for it is totally different.
Yeah.
I think that's really interesting. Well, it's because it's all done through just like really well done, really well written character choices. And character choices, I mean, like the writing for that game is like, they knew who those characters were ahead of time. You're not playing as blank slates, right? You're not playing as like when Firewatch gives you character choices, dialogue choices. Each of those dialogue choices is not like this character could be someone completely different. It's more, I think of it more like these are different things that are on this character's mind. Like this character, the same character could say any of these things, and you're just getting to choose which of the things that's on this character's mind are they actually saying. I think that's a really effective way to think about characters in terms of giving players choices. Like, I still get to choose what I'm saying, but like the core of that character is still there from the very beginning. And honestly, at that point, it just comes down to writing well, which is hard because that just takes practice.
I was going to say that it's like video games or the craft of video games, you just start with a toolbox. And depending on the decisions that you make, some tools are just put aside. And like when you go to touch them, like, bah, No, you're a first-person game. The player doesn't get to see what you look like. And there are times when you can maybe put that in your game, like the character looks in a mirror or something like that, or maybe your cutscenes are external to the first-person view, or maybe it's a franchise where the character already knows what they look like. It's a first-person Bond game, for example, and you know what 64-bit Pearce Brosnan looks like. But it's really what it means is that you just have less tools. For this particular journey, this particular video game that you're crafting, you're leaning into other tools, and I think that's what David
Having
really
fewer
saying.
tools is actually like such a good thing, because you can't do that much. So you have to do you have to make something really good out of exactly what you have, and it forces you to be really creative as a writer or a designer or whatever. You're like, okay, I know that we can't look at my character, so how do I get people to really care about them? And you have to really dig and really come up with interesting creative material that you wouldn't have if you had like 100 artists who were like, we're going to craft every individual detail, and they're like, okay, well, we'll just let the artists do their thing, right? And you stop thinking about how to actually make this character really compelling.
Just on the note of like hundreds of artists working on concept stuff, how much do modelers hate concept artists?
Oh. Well, if they're not working together well.
I mean, if a concept artist is a jerk, sure. No, I think you'd be surprised how closely they work together, like, for sure. And a really good concept artist as well, like a good friend of mine, his name is Richard Lyons, he's a senior concept artist at Naughty Dog, worked on Armello as well with us. He's just absolutely phenomenal. Like, if you see, like, just his sheets and sheets and sheets of, like, the standard trooper from Uncharted, or the heavy trooper, or the paramilitary guys in the 8th level, or and you just look at, and then all of the variations as well, because they're the same rig, they're the same actual 3D model, but then they have these different attachments to basically be able to create like 30 or 40 variations of an enemy out of just a couple of base models. It's incredibly amazing process. But that type of person, that type of concept artist who's just really thinking about, who's had the experience to know what goes into the modeling side of things, working with the modeling team, to really understand what they need to do and what they need to show. And I mean, it's those. I don't think two roles work more closely together, perhaps, than those two. Okay, so we're looking at Stacey's mum again. You've pumped out so many drawings. That's really impressive.
What I like about this version of Stacey's mom, because I've been looking at her, she doesn't look so, like in the other one, she looks super needy. Like she needed that zombie really badly.
She's more blissful.
Yeah, I feel like she got the zombie in this one.
Before the zombie.
Like this is
show
post-zombie.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Is she,
so does she come to learn over time that she was actually
the zombie?
That she didn't need the zombies to feel complete?
Yeah, because I guess that's what we haven't discovered yet. Oh, no. well, that's probably why she's peaceful. That makes sense. It's a sad lesson for dating. One cannot be at peace until this. But I do think it's something that we haven't really discussed, is why is she dating so much on the quest to find her daughter?
Like I was thinking, like we haven't really talked about like what Stacey is like, or excuse me, what Stacey's mom is like. We haven't talked about like a flaw of hers or something that she's like struggling with. Yeah. Yeah. In conjunction with the mafia. Yeah. Yeah, I actually think there's an interesting like tension here between like Stacey's mom is looking for Stacey, but also keeping an eye out for like someone to come along and. Right, she's like, this is my opportunity. Yeah.
Looking for
Suddenly
Stacey
the
in all the
odds
wrong
just
places.
get swung way into her favor. Yeah.
Maybe as well, it's just got a bit to do with her dating past. I mean,
Does she keep the heads? Is that like a scalping thing?
yeah. I mean, like, if you date enough guys who are dead inside, I'm sure actual dead guys would start becoming pretty attractive.
What are you talking about, Trent? I have no idea.
So what do you guys like about Stacey's mum? Why is she interesting as a game protagonist, apart from the zombie head fetish?
I mean, it's like there's this distinctly comedic thing where like she's treating the zombie apocalypse as a dating opportunity. Which is obviously is sort of like goofy and sort of surreal, but it also has this like, I don't know, this element of like someone trying to see the best in a really shitty situation, and there's something that's kind of endearing about that. You know, like I like the idea that everything is going in the complete opposite direction of what Stacy's mom is you know, for like her former partner summoned Cthulhu and the zombie apocalypse, and her daughter's gone missing, and she's like, I'll bet you there's an upside to this, right? She's
ever the optimist.
Yeah, and I kind of like that, and things are sort of like a little weird and up in the air for her, but she's like, and so I mean, yes, like there's this very goofy thing, but I like the kind of endearing optimism underneath that. Yeah.
She's getting more and more like, I didn't want to make her American, but she's sounding more and more the way that like I live in LA, and there's just this breed of woman there that no matter what you say, they think it's great. Oh, that's super great. And I feel like Stacey's mum's becoming more the like, oh my God, you're like so super cute, even though you're like dead and stuff. I feel like I wanted her to be Australian just so I could say Stace, but now.
But maybe that's what she named her daughter. She's American, but she named her daughter Stace.
Yeah, it's true. She's like, oh my God, you're like super cute. I'm looking for Stace. Okay, that's what's happening.
Okay. I think we're at that point now. We're ready to give her a voice, right?
Yeah.
So we need some awful monster pickup lines.
Oh, monster pickup lines.
Yeah.
Monster pickup lines.
Oh. All right.
So many bones. Which one to pick?
Yeah, brains are a theme here.
You're drop dead gorgeous.
Brains and bones.
Yeah. Let's just do pickup lines for zombies.
Yeah, it's
the
good.
next panel, 2:30.
Oh,
all right.
I kind of wanted to have like great pickup lines, like responses, but then I also just feel like it could be funny if she just giggles the whole time. To everything.
It's so good, like a sea of like zombie dudes who don't moan, they just drop really bad pickup lines.
Want to bone.
Oh, there it is.
All right.
Oh, wow, guys.
This is too fun.
You just resurrected me.
Very good.
Very good.
Okay, I think we should open up to questions because we are rapidly running out of time. There's some mics on either side if you guys have questions for our panelists, or if you just want to keep shouting out pickup lines. This is pretty awesome.
Hi. I'd like to talk about the character arcs that could be explored in this game, because I don't think we have touched on how the character's going to grow throughout the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we're definitely like, it sounds like the direction we're going is that we have like this sort of like, Stacy's mom is like, could end up like finding Stacy, but also could end up finding love in the zombie apocalypse. So like, I mean, potentially if you want to go multiple endings, there could be like, Stacy's mom decides that, you know, her family was the most important thing versus the pursuit of her own. Like, if you, I don't know, if you give this character like some kind of like, she has to choose and she has to give up one of those things, right? And you know, that's not bad. Everyone has to go through that. But it's like if there's some kind of arc where it becomes clear to her that she can only have one of them, right?
Maybe when her husband summoned Cthulhu and broke her heart, maybe she was so heartbroken and upset about that she went out dating and all this sort of things and just, I guess, neglected her relationship with her daughter Stacy. And the arc is that she realizes that she doesn't need a man to be complete or whatever, and that her relationship with her daughter is
strong
the richest.
woman who don't need no zombie.
Exactly. yeah, and that her relationship with her daughter is all that she needs.
What if we take it to another level and that's the story we think we're getting,
Ooh.
but it's a psychological thriller, horror genre, and she's actually healing her inner child? Stacy doesn't exist.
She's looking for it. There it is.
I think we should ask Leonie some questions because you're on the
Yes.
end there.
Hi.
How did you just in like 5 sketches flesh out Stacey's mom so well?
I was panicking actually because the program kept going, no, it's not responding, and then I just thought, if I had a mother, what would she look like? And hang on.
This is a deeper story
Wait a
we need
minute.
to get into.
And I don't know, it just turned out really quirky because that's what I personally lean towards.
I noticed you gave her like almost evil eyes.
Yes, I did.
I want to understand where your head went because I love it. Don't get me wrong, but the way she was looking at that zombie had a lot of deeper thought behind it. What was your thought on it?
She has personal issues, so. So you're talking about this one, was it? No, not that one.
She looks peaceful there. This
That
one. Yeah,
one.
look at that.
That one. Well, she needs some loving, so she has to go somewhere. That's
Why? It's just that simple.
Yeah.
Yes.
It makes her look like the creepiest thing in the game.
It should be.
Yeah.
She's totally like hanging on that zombie.
I know.
I'm gonna get you.
You gotta be aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you often build personality when you do that? Is that what you like to do when you're creating character sketches? Or is it more, this is what the character looks like, just go to work?
I like drawing characters out, like see how they are, like when they are themselves. So that's why I drew this one, because that's obviously her like trying to hit on a zombie. So, yeah, I just like to keep sketching because it's more iteration. Because you keep drawing the same character, you quickly develop the character into something more fleshed out.
Yep.
There
it is.
Okay, so at what point do you guys know if the character's going to work or not?
Oh.
When you ship your game.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, totally. I think it's a large misconception that games are just great and fantastic the whole time along development. I mean, you talk to the Last of Us crew and like that game apparently was like not fun 6 weeks before they shipped, and then it was like a few last things came together and it's like well, cool, this is like one of the best games released in the last 10 years. And I think it's much the same for the characters that you create and everything as well. Like and there's always that, if you are one of those creative types that's, super self-critical of your work and everything, you're just perpetually doubting everything until the end and all you see is the holes. But when you get it out there and you see how it works, like obviously we get data on like how many like the rate of what characters are played in Armello. We have 20 heroes or something like that, and we can see like who's played the most and how many times by particular players and things like that. And so when you have that data and then you're seeing, okay, well, who's creating fan art of which character the most? I mean, like, you see those reactions in the community. I mean, not every Overwatch character is being cosplayed here, but I mean, Bastion would be pretty intense to cosplay. But I think that's a really, like, those sort of things are a really good metric for how much people identify with your character. I mean, you went to PAX after Transistor was released, and like 40% of the cosplay was red. So yeah,
I think you have to be excited from the beginning. Like, you don't know whether or not something is going to work, but you gotta really be stoked for it, you know, because like it's going to take a long time and you're going to go through a lot of iteration. And if you don't really love the idea of this thing, I mean, like already here we've got like a sort of a concept for Stacy's mom and like who she is and what she does, and it's funny, like it's interesting. There's actual, like, there's something here, right? And I think if we were sitting down to make something and we were like, it's okay. I mean, it's a character. It works. It could conceivably, then that would be really hard to sustain through all of the time that it's going to take to work this thing over and over and over and get it really good.
And that's something that you see like from the character design as far as the narrative goes, which I really love, is when I get to speak to the narrative team or when I get to talk to a producer about the character before we even create it. As a voiceover artist, you're kind of blown away how much they know about this character before they bring it to you. You're like, really? You know? Like, for Sydney, Payday, like, she was from, like, these are Swedish guys, and they sent me a document like she's from Frankston, and I was like, how do you know about Frankston? Like, I do.
Yeah.
But, mind you, they wanted to call the gang the Frangers, and I was like, let me explain, you can't do that. But it is an incredible thing to see, even in Final Fantasy. For those of you that have played 13, Hope is a very challenging character as far as the personality goes, and they love-hated him so much. Like, the producers were like, he's the most annoying thing ever, and we love it. So whether it's good or bad, there has to be that passion behind the character for what it is, whether it's good, whether it's annoying, whether it's complex.
And I think we spend more time with those characters than any of you likely ever will a lot of the time. I mean, like, if you want to talk about a dysfunctional relationship, it's that between a creator and their characters, right?
This is where comedy becomes really hard to produce, is where you're listening to the same jokes over and over and over and over and over and over, and you're trying to stay in love with this character. But man, I've heard this joke so many times. Oh my god, you know.
Yeah, totally.
Was there a question just here?
Hi. So I was just curious, how do you handle a situation where, say, one of the concept designers or a producer or anyone within the team have serious disagreements about the direction or the design of a character? Like, say, if a concept artist has a design and they're in love with it and they think it's really, like, it's got to stick, but maybe someone says, no, that doesn't work at all. How do you handle and diffuse that kind of situation?
Exactly like that. You literally just described the whole conversation. And I mean, honestly, like, hopefully you can justify it and back that up. But, like, it's important for, depending on the size of the team, you know, you get different levels of, you might have different levels of directors, art director, gameplay director, audio director, whatever. You know, it's really benefits, depending on the size of the team, it really benefits you to have someone whose job it is to look at what's going on and say, this works, this doesn't, this works, this doesn't. And the stuff that gets cut a lot of the times is really, really good on its own. If you isolated it and looked at it like this character design or these, you know, or this type of dialogue or this thing that this character could be doing or whatever, like, you're like, oh, that's, you know, this happens all the time where you get like a meeting and people are like, oh, what if we did this thing? And everyone's like, yeah, that's amazing. And then you go and you put it in the context and it just doesn't work. And a lot of times whoever implemented that or came up with the idea or, you know, whatever is like really attached to that thing. And if there isn't someone like kind of who has veto power over them to look at it and be a little bit detached from it and go, I know you like it, but it just doesn't work. You end up going down long rabbit holes chasing this thing that isn't real and shouldn't exist. Yeah.
So what's the hardest thing you guys have ever had to kill?
A small child, actually. It was.
Did you kill Stacy?
Oh, that's a really good question. Once I was working on a game and there were like 5 different worlds and we just had to kill like an entire world. So it's like, you know, a whole level in Banjo-Kazooie or something like that. It just had to go. And that's really heartbreaking. But I think you can't get attached to that stuff in games. I mean, like, especially if you're working on the types of projects where you have external milestones, like whether that be, you know, externally as in like within the same company but a different office or something like that, or whether it be a publisher or you're working on a licensed title, it's more important a lot of the time that you ship on time and stuff like that.
God, it's so hard to like write a joke and you're like, this is so funny, and you just think it's the best, and then you put it in front of people and it just dies on the vine. Like, oh, it's the worst. Yeah. I don't know. I've had hundreds of those. Hundreds.
Yeah.
And, sorry. I was going to say another thing. It's not so much killing, but something that is good for everybody who plays games around here to realize is that as performance level also is a real challenge, because usually your best performance isn't the one that goes in there, and so often people are like, oh, I didn't really like that read or whatever. There's so many considerations when you go in to voice a character, the biggest one being timing. That we don't get the opportunity to take our time and then they draw to fit our mouth. It's the other way around. So like you can do the best performance you've ever done and you'll like look up at the director and you'll be like, that was great, but it's 0.05 of a second too long.
Yeah.
So can you do it again? And you like literally the amount of times they've been like 0.3 more, 0.2 less. And by the time you do it, you're like, that was the worst, but it fits with the timing. So it's interesting to consider when, by the time you play the game, that in performances of voices, there's so many more things that we would have preferred you heard, but you get the version that fits, because that's something that I think every voice actor should know, and sometimes they don't act like it, is they're not the most important part of the game. And it's hard to fit in, just like the lighting needs to fit into a movie, the voice needs to fit into the graphic.
Just in the end there.
How do you feel about progressive representation of the character? Do you think it is still useful, like as it has been, or do you think it is sort of any kind of played out?
What do you mean by progressive visual representation?
So like having a character look different at the end of the game as compared to at the beginning of the game.
Oh, I 100% think that should happen more and more and more. Oh yeah, I remember when I first played Uncharted and like you get in the water and his clothes get wet and I was like, oh, yes, video games. Yeah, I've always wanted to, I don't know what the game is, but like something that I would love to do to just really marry like the time that you spend with a character and like seeing their arc through a game actually technically to the progression of the game is I would love to see tech where a model like starts as a small child and then procedurally is basically blending between different models until you're an adult character or something like that, you know.
What if Stacy's mom slowly becomes a child over the course? What? No, like actually, what?
Yeah, no, yeah, no. I think that's ace. I think any way you can do it, yeah, like because it's just some weird form of narrative dissonance that is created through technical limitations. I believe that's the reason why we don't have it. I mean, imagine a movie where like, you know, Bond is in his tuxedo at the start, and there's like he never ever gets a scratch on it at all.
But he kind of does, right? Like that sort of is how Bond films go. But those films, you know, they're always very like kind of plastic. They feel very round and soft and smooth, and there aren't really hard edges. Because yeah, you're like Bond is gonna look. He's gonna be fine. We're not worried.
I think actually,
is Indiana Jones gonna survive? Ooh, right.
I think something that I did love in Rockstar's Max Payne 3, which is one of my favorite games. It's something incredibly amazing that they did. It was like this real meta commentary on shooters themselves, and it comes down to things like where you'll be in a gunfight and you take a bunch of bullets and then it cuts to a cut scene and he's there and he's totally fine, but he's got like bullet holes all through him. Like I just love that. Like there's no way that Rockstar didn't know that was the case. There's no way that someone didn't come along and go, oh wait, like he's just totally fine but he's got bullet holes. Like that is kind of weird meta commentary on shooters and this whole idea of Max Payne and how ridiculous it is. I think
Metal Gear Solid sort of does that as well.
Yeah.
Like there'll be a cut scene and Snake will just be like covered in blood, right? Yeah. Those are good.
Or like in Skyrim, you talk to someone and then you got like an arrow like sticking.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's all organic, right? That's all like happening just organically through the gate, as you're actually playing the game.
Exactly.
Which I think is why that works so well, is because it feels like I did a thing and now it's shown on the screen. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Hey guys, so basically I was thinking more of the story writing side of the character. Like, do you need to establish that at the start when you're actually creating it, like 100%, or does something actually get fit in at the last minute or somewhere along the line of that creation of the character?
I mean, you have to remember, it depends a lot on technically what you're trying to achieve. So like lines of dialogue are, in the spectrum of things, very, very cheap to produce. Mm-hmm. So like if you have a character that's doing voiceover and all you're hearing is their voiceover, then you can slip that in like real close to launch, right? If you need to actually see that character on the screen and they're like moving around and they need to be like animating to go along with that, you got to think of that a lot earlier. And honestly, it means that it can benefit you to start thinking about how to cheat those things early in production, right? If you're thinking about like, we could make the character one of these two ways, but making it in this way is going to make it a lot like technically easier for us to change and iterate on the character over the course of production, it might be worth doing that, even if, for example, it might not look as good, because you know that you're going to be able to change things faster, which means you're going to be able to pick up on stuff that isn't working faster and make it better in the end. And usually when the actual writing is better, people forgive, you know, like a technical thing that isn't quite working as well as it should be, because they like the writing. And, you know, it depends on what kind of game you're making, but I usually try to err toward giving myself more flexibility in technically being able to make changes further down the line.
No more questions? Sorry, guys. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank
you very much. Thanks for coming.
A big round of applause to Leonie as well.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll take it all.
But I'm coming to put you in your grave.
So it begins.
I don't know what grand scheme you've got underway, Delilah.
We'll take it all.
But I'm coming to put you in your grave.
So it begins.
Wow. What a gruff voice.
Good start.
Hey, everyone. Hey.
Hi. Should we introduce ourselves real quick? My name's Jess. I work for GameSpot as a producer.
I'm Carlo. I am part of Big Head Mode. We do video game comedy.
I'm Ben, also from Big Head Mode.
I'm Emily. I'm from Burning Glass Creative. We do game design, production, and narrative services for the games industry.
What are we doing today, guys?
Well, I believe the idea is it's a thing that Carl and I like to do a lot on a stage show we do called Bonus Stage, where we just get audience suggestions and make characters in games.
Fabulous.
It's also the second time I've ever used a PlayStation 4, so looking forward to this.
Second time?
Yeah.
What are you using?
Just a
Xbox
stick.
One, or just got my own games made.
Yeah, okay.
Get my own consoles, bunch of rocks. We have a lot of laughs.
Excellent. We also have some stuff to give away. I think we've got some Bethesda goodie bags, so maybe at some stage we'll get you guys to pick, like in your heads, what you're going to make, and these guys can try and guess.
Yeah. I think we
Does that
could
sound good?
also get some audience suggestions too, I
Yeah.
reckon.
Yeah, so we should fill
Although I
people in
would've-
on what we're doing today. Is we're going to be building characters
Building
in
characters.
Skyrim.
Using the character creator.
I just want to
based
say early on, we've done Nicolas Cage about 40 times. He's always the first one suggested.
So let's see, it's going to be 41.
Actually, Skyrim Nicolas Cage would be really easy, I reckon.
Actually, I think my
I'd go
character-
Con Air Nicolas Cage.
I made-
Should we both start with a different Nicolas Cage?
I think probably yes. I think we can all agree yes.
I'm going to go with Wicker Man Nicolas Cage.
Covered in bees.
Yeah. I hope they put bees in one of the mods.
So, for those who are unfamiliar with this game, what character creators have you used before? Nick?
We've used a couple of character creators. We used, what was it, WWF?
WWE was a good one, yeah.
It was a particularly good...
Yeah?
Yeah.
That one is good. I see a lot of screenshots from that on Reddit.
Yeah, and
That's why you get the game, to be honest. Not the wrestling, just to make the person.
Yeah.
What else have we
Saints
used
Row
there?
4 was really good. We made a great Tony Abbott in Saints Row 4. And literally, like, I think it took about a minute and a half for anyone to guess it. And all we did was put him in underpants, lower his sex appeal, and I was in the middle of giving him big ears, and then someone's like, Tony Abbott! Nailed it.
Good.
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. I hope you guys all remember the start of Skyrim.
Yeah.
Because you do not get to make your character immediately.
Because it goes for some time.
Everything's fun.
This is the old town of Helgen. The old town of Helgen. I used to be sweet on a girl from here.
Yeah. Is that the one who put
Juniper
juniper
berries
berries in her
mead,
mead?
yeah.
Great. A lot.
God,
Yeah, it's
many times.
Ask me how many times I've seen it this weekend. Because Carl and I did a Skyrim pub crawl on Friday.
So should we have a chat about like character creation tools? Like, I assume you guys in the audience are all pretty into creating characters. Like, okay, who goes with the default option when you're creating characters?
It's alright
Shocking,
if you do.
given that you've all come to the character creation panel.
But maybe they want to learn.
Okay, all right. Who reckons they take less than 5 minutes to make a character?
Wow.
Okay.
More than 10? More than 20? More than 30? 40?
Depends on the game.
An hour?
Depends how many hairstyle options there are.
I do want to get to playing the game, so it's kind of a
I'm
toss-up.
so proud of you guys. I feel like I'm with my people.
What about when you spend 40 minutes making a character and then you get to the first cutscene and you're like, no, that chin looks awful.
Dragon Age. I re-rolled a character in Dragon Age Inquisition. No, it must have been before that. I think it was the first game. And I created an elf. And God, she was so beautiful, and it took so long, and it was fantastic. Started the game, her head was tiny.
Yeah.
No.
I had that problem with Inquisition because the lighting in the Avatar Creator isn't the same as in the cutscenes.
Right.
And then I created this perfect person and got to the first cutscene and it looks like her lips are made out of metal because the shininess is too high and I'm like...
the shininess in Dragon Age Inquisition's lip gloss.
My immersion!
That is supersonic.
You also had to be very careful in Dragon Age that you didn't give characters mouths that would open too much, because the teeth in that game were nightmarish.
Yeah.
I still have dreams haunted.
Yeah.
All right, we're in.
So we're starting with a cage off?
Yeah, we're doing
a cage
cage
fight?
off.
Yeah.
All
Face
right.
Off.
All right.
Better start with
Oh,
the G.
should we do Face Off? One of us is John Travolta, one of us is Nicolas Cage.
Sounds
Who do you want? Who do you want?
I'll be Travolta.
All right, I'll go Cage.
Can you see how planned this panel is? All right, you guys are going to decide which is better, so judge them harshly, please.
See, the thing, like, I mean, we have different, like, fantasy races to choose from,
Yeah.
which is very radical for Nicolas Cage. What about Nicolas Cage?
Don't applaud that. Goodness gracious me.
We're doing. I'm doing. This is from Face Off. I'm doing Travolta from Face Off.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like Cage has got is an elven quality to Nicolas Cage. No, maybe he's a Breton.
I feel like you could work with that.
Let me look at
He's less
the
dirt.
thing about Skyrim is all the men look ridiculous. There are some bizarre, and the women don't look great either.
The women don't. Oh gosh.
The Northern women look
in
alright at
Oblivion
least, but
are-
yeah, yeah. Everyone in Oblivion is like a balloon
What?
animal.
Everyone's like a waxy, odd face.
Yeah. Oh, that's maybe. I'm just thinking Con Air now. It's got the hair.
So what are your favoured character creators? Is there any that you've used?
I really
Somewhat
like
often?
GTA 5's character creator.
It's nice picking your parents.
Yeah, it's quite a nice touch. Or grandparents, as the case may be.
Yeah.
That is not Nicolas Cage.
Speaking of that, you know
That
what's
is an
lovely?
evil werewolf, man.
Starting Fallout 4 and then thinking that you have two protagonists and doing both of them. And spending, so then that's 2 hours for those of you who take an hour to make your character and then realizing you'll never see one again. Spoilers.
Oh, that's.
It's the first
Okay.
3 minutes. Yeah,
But you
well,
need to
I didn't
know that.
I didn't know that. I made them both so beautiful.
Now that is a game with some terrifying teeth. Yeah. You don't want your character. You just stop picking the happy options of dialogue after a little while. Yeah. Hey,
Now, here's a fun fact. This is what Nicolas Cage's hair actually looks like. When he's not wearing a horrible wig.
I need to just look this up.
Look at what John Travolta looks like.
No, just I remember him. Yeah, there we go. That's what I need. That's what I need.
Now, so you're going off the picture with half of their face, so you'll make a character that looks half like John Travolta.
Yeah, that's
Great,
fair.
great.
There are
That
a
is
lot of
a great movie.
options in Skyrim characters.
See, that's maybe a little bit.
Does everybody? I know I do this quite a bit, where you
Oh,
start with
yeah.
a preset and then you move this sort of thing. You go, okay, I'll change this a little bit, and then you just end up going back to what the preset was. And you
Yeah.
kind of look at it and you go, yeah, I did something here. Like I've done 30 minutes. Has to have done something.
Cage is the most ridiculous human being on the face of the earth. Every single photo on Google image search is demented.
I'm pretty sure I did that with my Fallout 4 chick. I spent so long making her, and I started playing the game at work, and I'm pretty sure I spent like 30, 40 minutes making it. Our producer Ed comes over, and he's like, that looks exactly the same as when she started. You've done absolutely nothing but waste time. Because I must have been doing that. Like, I would go through all of them and go, yeah, the default's great. But it felt like I was making educated decisions.
But it's actually tricky. Like, I'm always kind of scared to really screw them up.
Especially when you start
exactly.
messing with noses and jaws and stuff. And you know what's the worst? And this happened to me in Oblivion so many times. When they look great from the front, and you turn them to the side, and it's like, what has happened?
That was my problem with Inquisition as well, because I couldn't turn the head, and then so shiny lips,
and then it's like
messed up face.
No.
First playthrough was great.
I've created a monster.
The problem with making Nicolas Cage is there's no option to just like do a huge evil smile, like his little lips. Whereas Travolta's very lip heavy. He's got a lot of lip to give, Travolta.
Yeah, I got a whole day to spend just making these sweet lips.
I'm not seeing Nick. I feel like colours.
I don't know what you're doing. I'm glad you're doing it, but yeah.
The trick is, I find if you can just find one character trait and make that big, and hopefully that gets the rest of the face over the line.
So it's caricatures. That's what we're doing
I
here.
go with hair and eyebrows first.
Yeah.
See, they're pretty cagey. They're cagey eyebrows.
KG. KG's good.
So, actually, when you do create your own characters, what do you start with? Do you always start with hair and
I
eyebrows?
always start with the hair
Yeah.
because I feel like that's one of the simplest ones that I know I can probably decide on.
See, I take a step back and I think about what their whole life would have been up until that point.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, well, they grew up on the streets.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give them a little scar here. I just I start off with, what is the story that this face will tell?
Yeah.
Oh, did I?
So I actually tend to make the same characters. Like all of my characters, for some reason, especially my RPG protagonists, like Fallout, Skyrim, and Mass Effect, they all have like practical black buns and blue eyes all the time. I don't know why.
Yeah. See, I'm more the storyteller type of person. Like I'm not starting off with a story. I usually start with the face because I figure that that's the easiest bit to mess up, and I want to get it out of the way. But I do, when I start looking at the options, try to create a little bit of a personality and a story that I'm going to play through, essentially.
I think that's kind of what I enjoy about, like, I'm a Sims devotee. I'm sorry. And it's one of those things where you're creating so many characters that it kind of creates that want to build more personalities than just like, because I just make Jennifer Hale every time.
Oh, man.
I play an RPG. I'm like, she's sassy and cool. So she's gonna have cool hair and exciting eyes, and that's about it. But like, man, lately, every time I log into The Sims, because I've been playing it since I was a kid, I will spend ages creating the character, and it's even more painful because you're picking outfits as well. And then I won't play the game because I just did that for ages, and I'm like, well, I'm done.
I'm out of time now.
That was gaming. That counts. That's fine.
So, do you guys prefer games that have very extensive character creation options, or do you sometimes want to fast track through?
No, I'm all about character creation.
Yeah, me too.
I feel like most of the room
think
probably
it adds
is.
It adds a sense of, I mean, before you even began the game, oh no, lost my controller, I think. Yeah. What do I push here? This thing?
Oh yeah, I forgot you did it there.
Is that
Yeah,
right?
that should be fine.
Okay.
Technology's come a far way, Carl.
Man, this is so much better than a pile of rocks.
I feel like I've hit the limit on caging up this character.
I just need to get the nose right, and I think that's going to pull the whole face together.
Yeah?
That's life for you, though, isn't it?
It looks pretty default to me.
There we go. I think this is.
Yeah.
That's. Oh.
Is it all about
Oh, yeah. Are your lips big enough?
He looks a bit Hugh Jackman.
He does look a bit Hugh Jackman.
But, you know,
I think that's just
that's
the
quite
muscles.
common. Quite often you end up at Hugh Jackman. It's a destination point that we all end up at. Yeah. Like, I've sort of ended up at the actor Kieran Hines, which I bet not a name anyone knows.
Laugh politely.
he played the Wildling King in Game of Thrones. No? Okay.
Great.
Oh, man.
Just need a little bit more.
I make characters
that's
in
looking
games.
better now.
Oh, yeah.
I like those eyes.
Yeah.
I mean, they unnerve me to an extent, but
Something not quite right with his skin.
I just need an open mouth.
Skin tone.
I like his mouth go.
That's pretty good.
He does have a
Look at
big
his
chin.
eyebrows. You guys are quite good at this.
Is there
I'm
a
rather
How
impressed.
high would you say Nicolas Cage's eyes are? Or you're allowed to yell out suggestions, by the way. If you think that if you go, no, Cage would definitely have really low eyes, I'll do it.
Why is his chin so big?
Which one, Cage?
Yeah.
I'm just playing around.
No, it's long.
What's the Travolta?
Oh, it is very long.
More
Travolta
square
needs
chin.
More
square
forehead.
chin.
Oh, can I?
Quite broad at the start, but his cheeks are quite shallow. So
Oh no, I feel like that's better. Yeah.
You know what, though?
wide
But that's
jaw.
he looks like he has less forehead because I made his eyebrows really wide because I'm trying to bring out the craziness, you know.
The eyes are doing that quite well.
Except his mouth is very stern.
It's very
That's
stern.
very
He's
stern.
having a bad day.
Yeah, this is Nicolas Cage who, like, he's not happy with the catering.
Howdy. I love it.
Okay, I'm determined to find the perfect Cage mouth. Oh, that's all right. Actually,
I
that's...
thought there was a way
No,
you
that's-
could make your.
You could make yourself younger, or
There's
I
there's
think-
complexion.
yeah, where's that?
That's
gone?
in the that's head up the top.
Oh,
there you go.
Ah, yes.
I think you are the youngest.
Yeah, that's as
you
young
need
as
to
you
be
can look.
older, don't you?
It's just too shiny.
Yeah, I want to get rid of these mouth lines.
It's that shine under his eyes that's making him.
He's
actually,
just
no,
glowing.
that's what I can do.
Botox. He's had work done.
Yeah, it might be.
I can rouge him up a bit.
What colour does Nicolas
What do you want? Oh,
Man, that's
I'm going to give Nicolas Cage
quite solid.
evil, crazy eyes.
Okay, well there you go. That's John. That's
I think that's rather excellent.
I feel like Carla's
There's
won
blue
this.
eyes.
Oh,
See,
what
I
are you
can't see
doing?
his eyes. I
You say
can't.
when?
There we go. They're Cage eyes.
Tell me when he's got blue eyes.
He's got blue eyes.
Is that blue?
Yeah. Yeah, White Walker.
No, wait, that's too much. No, what now? You're making
blue.
him real scary. He's not a vampire. Probably.
Well, so we know.
Yeah.
Is that alright for John Travolta, guys? Is that?
Acceptance of probably not going to be better.
All right.
Yeah.
How's my cage?
Wow.
You know what, though? He was well known for his love of lemons. They called him Lemon Nimoy. All right, I reckon we should get some more suggestions.
All right.
All right.
If anyone wants to give us a
Drop
name.
the jaw with, just
Who do
so I
you
think
guys-
that makes
yeah.
sense. Makes it pretty-
Wow. That's so specific.
Sassy lunch lady Argonian.
Okay, a sassy lunch lady Argonian.
All right,
I like
maybe
that.
we should get another
Yeah, you get
suggestion.
a second one?
Garfield! Who do you want?
I'll do Garfield.
You
I
do
guess.
Garfield?
At the successful
Or
conclusion
do you want me?
of
I'll do the Argonian. I'll do the Argonian.
Yeah? What? Because you
think
know
we
that
should
I
do-
like a...
You've done it.
I'm
you've
partial
done,
to a
you're
Gajit.
Gajit
Yeah?
fan, so...
Have you ever been Argonian, though? I feel like no one chooses Argonians.
Really?
Oh,
Nice.
Guardian
You
fan.
guys want to get some deep sea exploration happening? Is that the... Yeah.
You Skooma fans in here?
Are you pro?
That's a racial profile.
That's true. I apologize.
This is actually... Garfield is very close to a character I would naturally want to make in Skyrim. I would roleplay that whenever... What's the day of the week on Skyrim
Monday.
that is Monday, though? You know how they have, like,
Oh, yeah,
Mundus?
it's like Mundus or
Yeah.
something.
Khajiit hates Mundus. I just, like...
Yeah.
I would roleplay
That's
that
so
character.
good.
Actually, this is another part of the game that Carl and I overcommit to. We both roleplay a lot in games like Skyrim. If I was doing a Garfield character, I would just wait a full 24 hours on Monday.
I made a character once that wouldn't cross bodies of water in armor, and also
remember that.
refused
Oh my
to
God.
leave the main roads unless there was some kind of real imperative that they leave the main roads, including like if there was a road, say, going this way, and the destination was here, I would follow this road all the way until it would get to another road that would take me
Wow.
closer to the location. I didn't travel at night.
What? Why? Were you just scared? Were you role playing like a?
Yeah, I was role-playing a scared person.
Yeah.
It's quite a fun way
I
to
don't
play
want to be
Skyrim.
the hero.
Do you do quests in caves? No.
I wouldn't do quests in caves either.
No
to
one
be
wants
fair.
that. No
There's
one
like
wants that.
spiders and shit.
No
I
one's
don't
got
even
time for
know.
that.
I roleplayed a pacifist once in Skyrim, just to see how far I go. Like, about 15 minutes out of Riverwood, it turned into a vampire. And I was like, I'm going to roll with this. It was exciting. It was very exciting.
Complicated.
It's interesting. I usually play to get more immersed in the story and kind of let the game carry me more than add additional rules onto it.
Yeah, see, I always like to play the game with a story that I've with certain character elements that I've already created, so that if a decision has to be made, I know kind of how my character would make it.
So that makes it more interesting for you, and I think it's great that avatar creation and flexibility in mechanics enable us to do that.
Yeah.
It's actually one of the main reasons I liked Skyrim a lot more than Fallout 4. Because Skyrim is there's no voice acting, there's a lot of character tools, and the role-playing aspect, you can really do anything. There's a lot of different disciplines. Because I added voice acting, like, I built a whole character in my head in Fallout 4, and then the moment my character opened his voice, I was like, oh, this isn't the character I thought I was playing. I was going with a really gruff, Mad Max style, like, goes off the grid because his wife dies, spoilers, and the male voice actor in that game is like, waka waka, he's like all sarcastic and like,
All American
oh
boy.
man, it's the worst.
It's always a little weird, for me at least, to be building a character without knowing what they'll sound like.
Red. I think I'm going to be making the decisions.
I changed my whole race and everything with my character for Dragon Age Inquisition because I wanted to make this elf that was really connected to nature and didn't want to have much to do with humans, and neither voice suited that. So I ended up going back and making a real pro-chantry human. And she had some things to say about magic, let me tell you.
I bet she did. That's terrible. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, actually, it's. I find it's really fun in those kind of games to give yourself rules. Like, I rolled a Geralt of Rivia in Skyrim, and anyone who's into their Witcher lore would know Geralt has one rule, and he doesn't kill dragons. And you can't get far in Skyrim without killing dragons. But it ended up being the best playthrough I've had because it just forced me to not do any main story, and it was just like focus on alchemy, a little bit of magic, but not too much because witches don't do much magic. And it was great. You find your own game and play it that way.
What the hell is going on with this Argonian?
Blue.
I think they want blue.
See, right now,
The people want blue.
I'm finding the limitations of Khajiit colouring. There is no good ginger. Like, where is... as a ginger, I'm offended.
Tan. There's a soft tan.
No, that's brown. That's brown. What are you doing, Bethesda? Where's my ginger cat?
By Garfield colouring.
Where's my Garfield mod?
Yeah. I'm sure, yeah.
That's too
That's
much.
one
Alanah.
sexy Argonian.
I'm just trying to make him look
She's
like an
so
actual
sassy.
cat.
My, she's so sassy. Can you see the sass?
Oh my god, look at those ears.
Now we need more furrowed brow.
There's a like lynx ears.
Yes.
I think he's a house cat.
Can I give Garfield a fedora?
Narrow them down.
Not a lot of fedoras around in Skyrim, unfortunately.
I bet you there's a mod for it.
A little fedora light.
Oh, look at that. You can see there's a bit of Khajiit teeth.
Can you call it hair if they're horns? I mean...
So what do you guys have any go-to things that frustrate you when it comes to character creation limitations? Like if they don't have a particular option, or is there something that...
I think the more the merrier. Like, I want all the options. Like, I will spend forever getting the jaw wrong and the nose wrong, but I want to have the option to get it wrong.
Color choices?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, lots of color choices. I agree.
Yeah.
I like it as an RGB selector. And I mean, you know, Skyrim's pretty old now. So, yeah, there is only a few select colors. But I think a lot of more recent games are giving you RGB selectors instead of just like 9 or 10 shading options.
Yeah, and that makes a big difference for me as someone who prefers this particular shade of blue hair. If I want to make myself in a game, most of the time it's like, it's not right. Fine, I'll go with black.
Do you guys tend to make yourselves ever? All of you guys?
I used to, like when I was younger, maybe like teenage, that's what I used to do, and then I just got bored of it very quickly.
Yeah.
Because you realise after a while, it stops feeling unique when you're seeing a different version of the same character across multiple games. Whereas I really ever since I got into D&D, that was a big turning point for the way I approach characters, and I sort of try to look at it like from a fresh slate perspective. Who's this character? How do they exist in this world? How little or how much do they look like Nicolas Cage?
All very important. Yeah.
All the questions you got to ask.
Yeah.
So I think I haven't since Mass Effect 1, other than The Witcher 3, I haven't played a game as a man. So for about, I guess what's that, 10 years.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Actually, that's a good point.
A bit
Gender
harder to make yourself.
Yeah.
I
you're role-playing
never
a woman.
play as a dude, ever. The only time I would control a guy is in a Sims game. Because if I'm going to play a 50, 60-hour game, I don't know, I always like to play as a woman. Because there's a lot of games where you have a pre-selected character, and let's face it, usually those times it's a guy. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it means that when I'm given the option, I tend to like to play as women.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I have so many options to play as a guy and go through that type of story. I want to...
They're green. They're on board.
Yes, yes.
She's on board. She likes to play as women.
For the
as well.
rest of the panel, I'm going to direct my character to whoever's talking.
That's amazing.
Listening intently with those big ears.
Listening intently.
Hang on.
I don't think I can make this going any sassier.
Now he's listening.
She's pretty sassy.
Aw.
I think that was more genuine than the last applause.
That's
That means you're getting better.
This is a little sassy
Yeah.
look here.
She's
Look at that.
quite sassy.
And my Garfield, like, I'm going to mod in a lot of lasagna into this guy,
Uh-huh.
I think.
I think that'd be great.
And I'm going to turn Lydia into Odie. So, all right. Hang on. Who suggested we should say? Who suggested Garfield and the Argonian before? By the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we get them Bethesda prize
That would be
packs?
fantastic.
Thank
Yeah.
you, guys. Thank you.
Good suggestion.
Yeah, that was great.
All right, what shall we see next?
Yeah. Here we go. Your jiggling hand guy. Argonian Darth Maul. Oh, that's good. That's good. Ed, what about you? High elf Hillary Clinton.
If only we had a reference point.
If only I had a picture of Hillary Clinton in front of me. Okay. All right. Sorry, Carl.
Who would you like to do doing Hillary
I'll go
Some
Hillary
people
Clinton.
foresaw what would happen.
Darth Maul, is that right?
Yeah.
Argonian Darth Maul.
I feel like you've got Argonians. Hang on, go back.
That was pretty cool.
That was Jennifer Lawrence done.
Hey, everyone.
This might be controversial. Never play elf characters in things. Don't know why.
That's because of your hatred of the white gold concorder, though.
That is true. Yeah, I know what side of the alliance I stand
Yeah,
on.
no one likes the Thalmor.
Okay, well, there's.
Even the Thalmor don't like the Thalmor. Exactly.
Self-hate in that race.
There should be.
Actually, no.
Amazing.
Oh well, let's get it real, Darth Maul.
Find some good Hillary here. Yeah, he's already got Trump. Look at him.
We're doing
What,
stuff.
lizard,
Did you not
a
hear?
lizard Darth Maul?
We're going to build a wall and Morrowind's going to pay for it.
Fantastic. Goodness.
I think
me.
that's Hillary-ish hair. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
She needs just a look on her face that just says, like, I don't give a fuck. You know? Like, she don't
Feel
take
like
no...
past lips, yeah.
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 She won't take no guff from some Argonian dictator.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good, because that's a sort of like, it's a half amused smile that's sort of like, I can't seriously believe this other guy is my political opponent.
What is happening?
That's going to look good.
Very good. Very good.
I never thought I'd find myself wondering how high Hillary Clinton's mouth was on her face.
Well, I mean, this is why I was asking if you guys made yourself, because I occasionally, not so much anymore now, I weirdly do have a preset that I carry across different games, which is, I don't know
really?
why, I'm just a very boring person. But when I used to make myself in games, you know, I do the thing where you look in the mirror and you try and get your face right, you just end up real depressed, I'm going to be honest with you. You make a really pretty version, and then your friend comes by, he's like, that doesn't look like you. Your nose is way bigger, your chin's way larger, and you're just like, all right.
I'll never have feathers like that.
No.
I usually don't make myself exactly, but like I like to have one key element or one something that I'm like, yeah, that bit is mine.
Yeah. I mean, it was easy for me because you just go blonde hair, ginger beard, whatever. That's it. Done.
It's normally a preset too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a preset. Well done. Well, who in the audience, who likes to make themselves in character creators? Okay, interesting. Not so much. Who places their own gender? All right, sometimes.
Mix.
Who tends to play as the opposite sex? Why? I'm curious. More options.
Yeah, very true.
Do
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, if it comes,
Cosmetics. Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Or
That's
a beard on a woman.
bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I find it quite jarring when I'm playing as a male character and people talk to me like a dude. I'm like, okay, because it is really different. Because some of these games will, like, you know, regard you differently, particularly Dragon Age. They'll talk to you differently depending on your race and depending on your gender. That's really odd. It's kind of terrifying.
Is it? Am I whitewashing by trying to make this elf look less elfy?
Well, yeah, I don't know why
Nord
you
washing.
picked an elf.
No, I was given elf. I was given high elf Hillary Clinton.
Oh, of course you were. Well, then, yes, exactly whitewashing. Leave it alone.
I'm so sorry. You know what?
Oh, jeez.
You know what though?
That Imperial wash.
I want to give Hillary some sweet war paint, just because.
She's gonna need it.
She's getting ready for battle, you know. Oh, how about that? Don't fuck with Hillary.
see, I always try and make pretty much the same
That's pretty good.
face in every game, which is Admiral Helena Kane from Battlestar Galactica.
Oh my god, it's a serious problem with him, guys. Every single character is called Helena whatever.
Yeah, it's always. And then if I make a second character, it'll be something new and exciting. But it's always, first play is always Helena.
Do you guys change up your names, or do you use similar names, like when you're making an RPG protagonist?
Similar to D&D, I'll do a custom name. But depending on, like, for instance, I have a go-to Khajiit name if I'm doing a Khajiit character that is Riskar Fireclaw.
Obviously.
Yeah, you know, rolls off the tongue.
Yep.
I like the name Ronan, but like not like the Japanese warrior, but like Ronan Keating.
Obviously.
Yeah.
That's what I go to.
But nah, not really, other than those names.
Yeah.
Is this pretty Darth Morley?
Yep.
Sweet.
That's pretty good.
Ooh, okay.
His eyes are yellow. Aren't they yellow? They're yellow on mine.
That is terrifying. Look at her. That's Black Swan Hillary Clinton.
Oh my god. It's hard to figure out which
That's
is
pretty
more
good.
terrifying.
Are they not yellow?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're green. They're green.
Is that green?
Yeah.
Is that yellow?
Tell me when they're yellow.
I'll guess. Don't worry, guys. Maybe if I pick the green eyes.
All right, I think I'm done. I think I've got my Hillary.
Okay. I think these are pretty fierce.
Oh no, wait. Her? Can I?
She's got a much wider.
Yeah, but she's an elf, Carlo. Don't change her.
Don't try and change her. We tried that. We got in trouble.
Also, this photo I have for reference, she's sort of, you guys probably can't see it, but it's like a heroic shot. So just for reference.
Excellent.
All right, I'm done.
I think these are beautiful. Hands up.
But yeah,
who made these suggestions?
Who were those people? Just so
we
can get them bags as well?
We can get you a couple of goodie bags. And then, do you want people to? Is it help if people yell out suggestions, or does it turn into a shit fight?
Just name let's do the
Because
hands
I'd
up.
be interested
Let's do
to
hands
hear.
up. But let's just try a name, and we'll pick the races.
I want to.
Yes, yeah,
I
yell
want to
them,
hear
'cause
a
I wanna hear
collection,
them all.
because then you can pick your
Yeah.
favorite.
Yeah, yeah. Make each other. Yes. All right.
All right.
Done.
Red preset.
Just find the
should
find
this
the
be like
biggest
a
the
speed
biggest and
round?
most 1920s German scientist moustache I can.
Yeah, good. Do you guys want to see who can do it faster?
Yeah, should we race?
Since this is just
we
one,
racing?
yeah, I think you should race.
Shit.
Yeah.
It's
And
about
then
to
you
get
guys can
real.
decide whose is better.
Actually, no. I think Carla, you're going to be a Nord. Or did you make me a Nord as well?
Yeah, you're gonna be annoyed.
All right, let's see. Preset. It's good to just pick a good preset to start as an example point, I reckon. Like you can just find a little feature that looks common and then there's less to change.
Yeah.
You guys looking at each other for reference? I feel like you just know.
I know Carlo's face too
I see
well.
it every night before I fall asleep.
So how long have you guys been playing this game? Since, I mean, you're making each other, so you
Never
may as
stopped.
well talk about your life.
Hey, Carlo, 2 questions. How dirty do you think you are? And what is the colour of your dirt? Nah, come on.
Just jokes. Just.
Jokes. JKS. All right. Here.
I hope
There we
this
go.
doesn't turn insulting.
You're always wearing that warrior braid, right?
There we go. There we go.
You know each other.
Done.
Oh my god.
I need them.
Quite the moustache.
See, I mean, what we're facing now, though, is a limitation in Skyrim hair choices.
Yeah.
Oh, that's... I mean, a very white herb. But then I guess so is colour. It's not bad.
I think I've been playing Skyrim a bit. I got a bit frustrated with Skyrim in a way because it's not it's not the kind of role-playing game I'm really into in a lot of ways. And then Skyrim is like the Elder Scrolls games since Morrowind have been great in kind of creating like really beautiful worlds and really exciting things to do, but they've kind of missed the point of affecting that world and changing things that you kind of want to get out of a role-playing experience. I mean, if you finish the main story, you want that to have some impact on the world.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about, I mean, I love Skyrim. I put like 130 hours into it, but yeah, it's a fantastic game. But when I think about it, I think about the places I've been. I don't think about like really the people I've spoken to, or definitely not the person I made. Like, I don't feel like a person in the world of Skyrim with this protagonist. But I think that's kind of the curse of a lot of, you know, custom character creation games and a lot of these huge open world games, because you're experiencing everything through what is usually a first person lens, and you don't have that pre-established character who already has all these narratives to be a part of.
Yeah, and that's a little bit why I was asking earlier, like, sometimes I just want to get into the game and I want a little bit more preset and maybe a little fewer options, but then I know who I'm playing.
Yeah.
And that character has an identity that I can sink into. And other times I want to just open it up and go crazy and do whatevs. But I do feel like I need both.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I think this definitely has its place. I think it's even not so much that you know who you're playing, but the game knows. Like, the other characters in the world know who you are. Which is where I think Mass Effect really succeeds, because it makes you able to make so many decisions about who you want to be, both just like physically, custom character creation wise, and also how you interact with the people and things in the world. But at the same time, I very much felt like that character because of the relationships it builds.
See, in Skyrim, too many people know who you are. Like, you walk into a room and they're like, oh, you're that new guy from the Companions Guild. It's like, what?
How does that travel?
How do you
see my face?
And when you save the world and they're still like, I know you're in the Thieves Guild.
Yeah, because I'm wearing
Excuse
Thieves
me.
Guild armor.
Yeah, it creates a big disconnect between what you've experienced as that character and what the game is telling you've experienced.
That's one of my favorite things about Elder Scrolls games, though. I love becoming the hero of everything. That's why I don't like MMOs, because I love games like this where it's like, yes, I am not even a magic user, and I'm king of the Mages Guild, because I'm the best one.
Except I hate it when you become like, you're like the head of magic, you're the head of everything, and the guard's like, oh, you're going to steal my sweet roll? And it's like, no.
Do you know who I am?
I could create sweet rolls out of matter. Carla, I'm trying to make you look less strung out, but you've had a real rough weekend. Mind you, so have I.
I can only give you a black stubbly beard.
Exactly. And you know what? You've stumbled on one of my big pet peeves in character creators, when you can't have different shades of hair and beard. It's always like hair color, and it's like, who has the exact same color? It's always like slightly lighter or slightly...
Every guy I know has a ginger beard, so I don't know why you'd ever make a beard color that's not ginger.
It's the hidden Celt in all of us.
They got about.
I'm going to base mine on your side profile because that's what I can see right now. So the ratio of nose to moustache. Yeah, okay, that nose.
Down to his cheekbones.
I told you, he looks like his...
Glorious knifey cheekbones.
He is a prisoner.
Yeah, he hasn't eaten in a
He's
while.
doing his Christian Bale from The Machinist.
Gosh.
No, stop looking now.
Don't look at me.
Don't look at me.
There's something. It's the cheeks. That's what it is. That's what it is.
You look too stern. I can't give him a goofy smile. You know, Goofy. Making Goofy would be a great character. Like Disney Goofy. We can dream, though. Oh, how great would that be? And they're at war with the Khajiit. They're like right next to the Khajiit homeland.
Oh, no.
What's going... Why can't I give you... That's going to be a way.
Please feel free to tell these guys how they're screwing up.
Yeah.
How they could improve each other's faces.
Okay, what
Just
kind of...
stare at them till you get inspiration.
Hello, do you have any scars? Or eyeshadow?
No glasses in the Skyrim world.
I can make you... Look, here you go.
You know,
Glasses
when you
of a
put on your
sort.
war paint?
No, yeah, that's... Oh, I hate that. Oh, it's the worst. It's...
Yeah. Oh, that's so annoying.
I just don't like... I mean, Mass Effect is one of those games I love with a passion. Can't watch anyone else play it. Because it's like...
That's not yours.
It
It's not your
perverts
shepherd.
my experience.
I
Yeah.
have the same thing.
It's like, no, you're not allowed to have an enjoyable experience in this game. This is my game.
No.
I save the galaxy.
Which
Get
is
your
still
own.
the problem with MMOs. It's like, I don't want to be surrounded by heroes. Yeah.
Yeah, like walking in on someone else with Garrus. What the hell, Garrus? I'm sorry. That was my Garrus impression.
That was amazing. Spot on.
Hello, I'm Garrus.
Wow.
Well, it's not a world of difference between Garrus and Skeletor. Have you seen them in the same room together?
Fair point.
Yeah. Always have way better hair options. Really good hair options. Yeah. But I feel like Japanese or Eastern games just get customization right, or they just really get
They
that.
care
That's
a lot about it.
Yeah,
which
totally.
I think makes a huge difference.
a lot of AAA, a lot of Western games just have baffling, like Destiny. I still can't understand as a AAA game.
How little...
It didn't have any facial hair options, for one. Or The Division, another huge AAA game, and there were legit 8 faces per gender.
And that is an MMO. Where it would have paid off so much
also,
to have
like-
way different characters.
And also, it was 8 faces, but 2 per race. So, of course, 90% of people in a room were always just same generic white dude. And it was so, like... It was just, yeah. They may as well have had Nolan North.
That's part of the challenging bit from development standpoint, is balancing all of that out. Because the more options you have, the more robust the engine behind it need to be for the animation to look good, and all of that. So sometimes it's just about prioritizing what you feel is more important about the game, and how much space that needs to take as well. It's really a balancing act. I was working on The Sims Free Play on mobile, so I can tell you about figuring out limitations in character creation because there's no choice.
Yeah.
Did you find that, like, sort of... I mean, I always feel like no matter what options you put in there, there's going to be someone who's like, this option I want isn't in there.
Yeah, that always happens. And it's tricky to be able to cover everything. And sometimes it's just the engine can't support it. Like looking at a mobile game versus The Sims on PC, we have players asking for different body shapes and everything. And I would love for us to have that. But the animation system, just the engine can't support it. We would have to redo all of the gazillion of animations of a 5-year-old game to make that happen. So it's like, you want to give the right things, and then picking the right things is the challenge.
What about, like, from a development point of view, how do you feel about things like cosmetic mods and stuff? You know, other people adding options to a game.
Well,
that's something that you sort of like.
Personally, I think, like, for me as a storyteller and all of that, the games belong to the people playing it as well. So if I can't make it, but someone else has the time because they're really into this game and they want to do that, have at it.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes when we make those decisions, it's not for fun. Hey, let's not offer these options. Yeah.
I just hate beards.
Yeah. Why would you want different color hair and beard?
Yeah.
That's got to be relevant, very relevant to this game as well. I mean, Skyrim's bloody massive. Of course, the team at Bethesda's huge as well. But the number of things you're being offered in this monumental game, I mean, it's wonderful that we have all the options you guys are going through. And of course, there's always room for improvement. But yeah, I mean, it is one of those things. You've got to pick and choose. You've got limited resources, limited time to create different things.
Do you want
and you can't always
more quests and stuff to do, or different eye shape? Like, it's not that trade-off, obviously. But it's
something to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, there's just no way in a game that offers player freedom for you to preempt every choice that someone's going to want to make. Like, a game like Skyrim, everyone's going to come to it with a totally different idea of what their sort of fantasy Nordic, you know, vision of that game would be. You know, like, they'll have a character in their head, perhaps, that has moustache braids, and the moment they can't find it, it's like, well, that's the character I had in my head and I can't do it. Whereas that's such a niche thing for a developer to be like, don't forget moustache braids. I reckon that's as close as I'm going to get to you, Carlo.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty good.
You look a little bit stern. You look a bit like Al Swearingen from Deadwood.
Quite good.
Yeah, that's a hard one, actually, because you do see, like, when games try to work it into the animation, it can totally backfire as well. Like, I just noticed, actually, in the Skyrim HD edition, I made a really good, with use of mods, I made a really good Doctor Strange, and the face looked perfect, and I was so proud of it. And I was checking him out in third person, and all of a sudden his face was like. And I was like, what's going on? And I realized it was a wolf, and he was in combat. And so, like, it's this great Doctor Strange that looks really, like, sort of mysterious. And then when he gets into combat, he freaks out. So it's just, it's weird. Like, I guess it's cool to try and preempt how your character's going to look with sort of basic facial animations. But, you can't predict what it's going to...
And that's part of canning some of the options. It prevents a lot of that stuff. But, it's tricky to find that limit.
I think that's one of the great things that they do in the recent Sims games, and also Fallout 4 did it, where the animations can be seen in the character creation screen. So you can see what it looks like when they open their mouth, and you see their horrifying teeth.
Oh, man.
Because, I mean, I'm sure there's a market for people who just want characters who look ridiculous when they're talking. I'm up for that.
The
but
one that always looks
you want
weird.
it to be intentional, right?
It's the eyebrows that always look weird for me. Like, you spend a lot of time going, this is the perfect stern eyebrows, and Fallout did it when the dip in the middle, it's just like, oh, I'm being lighthearted now. And it's just like, no. Some kind of weird alien brow creature.
So good.
Look, I'm going to be honest, I'm not very happy with this, but it's got red hair.
I'm mostly blonde, right?
Yeah,
I'm blonde for red.
Definitely blonde.
Yeah, but there was no... Look at this.
How is there no blonde hair? You started blonde. That's already better. All right, look, let's hands down. Who has the better face?
Okay, let's hear it for Carlo's offering of Ben. Clap if you think Carlo's is good.
No.
Wow! You didn't get one person.
I don't even have a beard. I don't have eyes. I'm from the eyebrows down, just skin.
I wouldn't clap that.
Wow! Everyone agrees with you, John.
It looks more like John Travolta than
So you can make one person.
Yeah. Whereas who thinks I absolutely nailed Daniel Day-Lewis?
All right, can we get a gift bag to whoever? You already want. Do you want to?
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to be Santa Claus and decide who to give it to? I'm putting all the pressure on you. Oh.
Throw it over your shoulder.
Well, see, that's not fair, because
like a wedding style.
Because I don't think there's blue hair in this, because there's only like 4 hair colours.
Yeah, that's the eternal struggle.
Should we? So how many characters do you reckon we can do in the next 10 minutes, Carlo?
1?
Oh, yeah.
Not one.
Should we do it? We should do a lightning round. Let's try and do.
Oh, why didn't I do a Breton?
Oh, that's good.
All right.
Oh, but that's also going to be revealing of our opinions on Skyrim races.
Oh God. What was
I
that suggestion? With the...
think orcs are beautiful, actually. I'm not going to go orc.
So we're making the ugliest character we can make?
Yeah.
I think there's no blue hair, which is the problem.
Oh, no, I like the idea of making... Oh, look, I remembered your face colour. I like the idea of making a really... Although, I mean, ugly... What do we define as ugly? They could look beautiful but be awful people. Okay, grotesque. Okay, you know what?
Thank you, but Webster's Dictionary defines ugly as...
Just saying, Carlo has a picture of Donald Trump right there.
I think they're gonna go with ugly
Yeah.
as possible.
This is where I cut loose.
Well, why don't we try and give away some more things?
Yeah.
So can we go through a bunch? Or is this going to take a long time? How long does this process take, gentlemen?
Yeah, I think it'll take... I mean, we can think of another way to give people...
Oh, yeah? Go on, present us.
What's a good way to give prizes? Who wants a prize? Look under your chairs. You get a prize. You get a prize.
On your chair,
Actually,
there was already
yeah.
a prize. So. That's pretty good.
Character speedrun.
A character?
We have characters on it because then people don't get prizes.
What-
All right,
what
let's
if you
get
were making-
everyone put your hands up who has a character, and let's Carlo and I will take 5 characters each, and in the next 8 minutes we've got to make all those characters. All right, what character? Adam Sandler.
Okay.
Done.
Santa.
This is a great idea.
George Clooney. New Aquaman.
You Aquaman. Yep, okay, to the left. Yep.
Oh, I get Shotgun Bieber Orc.
Oh, wait, I'm writing it down. You take your own
No,
names.
you get Aquaman. That was given to you.
Back right.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, no. I'm gonna interpret that how I see.
Wait, in front of you? Doctor.
I've got 4. I need 1 more.
I need one more. Yeah, you get... Steve Buscemi.
All right. Okay.
I think I've got a pretty ugly character though. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's quite unpleasant.
So who are we beginning with,
All right.
guys?
I'm starting with Adam Sandler.
I'm gonna set. Who is this? Who did I write here? Santa.
That's sentient. All right. Well, that's Adam Sandler hair, I reckon. Let's go.
And next one.
Yeah. Facial hair. I don't think he has facial hair because he's just like a man-child.
I think that's right.
Here we go.
Why did we start so ugly?
Also, that's my next one is George Clooney, and I'm going to use the same hair. No, almost. That's pretty Adam Sandler, though.
Maybe they have to say when it's okay.
Yeah.
And you can move on.
Yeah, okay. I'm at the mercy of you guys. Here we go. Big eyebrow. Oh, no, I'm disadvantaged. Where's my screen? There we go.
Coming back.
What does Santa's hair look like?
Who thought you'd hear that phrase today?
Okay. Can I? There's no Nespresso option for Clooney either, so.
What is happening?
Hang on. Okay, there we go.
It's still the ugliest pre-build I can find.
Why are you making ugly Santa? You have a much easier character to make than me.
Yeah, I know,
He's an old man with white hair. You've done it.
From the ugly, it's still from the ugly thing.
There's no rule that said your Santa had to be sexy. Otherwise, you would have been given sexy Santa. All right, that's how I see Adam Sandler. Where are the black soulless eyes? There we go.
Wow.
There we go. Adam Sandler, tick.
All right.
Santa. Look, give me.
You're very fine. All right, next one. Who we got now, guys?
Danny DeVito.
All right, I've got to make Clooney. Clooney would have the good look. Oh, that's Clooney already. I'm picking the good presets. All right.
Always Sunny Danny DeVito.
This is like out of sight. Oh, you know what? He'd have a bit of stubble. He'd have a bit of like sort of sexy Clooney stubble. Does he have a beard now, Clooney?
Yeah, I think so. He's got that sexy
Yeah.
disheveled thing going
Let's
on.
see. His nose is not quite that sort of that angle. He's got more of a. I don't know how to describe his nose. Buttony.
Buttony.
Oh, that's more Clooney. Slash Oberyn from Game of Thrones. Pretty good.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah, you're Danny DeVito.
Started with a nod.
That's Danny DeVito in that episode of Always Sunny when he shaves all his body hair off.
Puts on lipstick.
Actually, those eyebrows were pretty Clooney. I think I started with a better Clooney than I'm at now. Too much. Maybe that.
You guys
Clooney?
have
I got
3
Clooney?
minutes, by the way.
Oh, God. Oh, that's a Clooney. That's a tick. All right. Tick. Bieber Orc, here we come.
Looks more like Pete. Oh, God.
God, that is so far from dude. We got the other way.
Okay, let's find a good Bieber preset. Done.
The prettiest orc in town.
It's all gonna come down to the hairdo.
This looks a little bit like it.
They're never going to understand except
I don't think there's gonna be an orc with a bowl cut. Maybe that.
Man bun works.
No facial hair, because I don't think he can grow any yet. What colour is his hair?
I think we need to move on.
Yeah. Carlo, you've lost Danny DeVito. Another very easy,
He's gone.
distinct man.
I need just to wipe the Breton face from that shitty thing that I created before. It's ruining everything.
You can, if you flick presets, it resets your character.
Oh, shit.
Oh, look at that youthful orc.
Steve Buscemi.
Brow types. Oh, look at that. What a beautiful baby Bieber orc. Oh, man, you could have made a great Darth Maul orc. Look at that. Hairless.
Steve Buscemi's kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's just like fishy eyes that face outwards. I think that's as sexy as my Bieber orc's going to get.
He's pretty sexy.
Yeah?
Well
Tick.
done. Good job.
All right, the Doctor.
Down to the wire.
This,
It's anyone's game.
oh God. Oh no,
30
my screen's
seconds.
gone. Okay. Oh my God, there are so many doctors. Why did I ask for something specific? All right, I'm gonna go. Who has long hair? What's the Tom Baker? Oh my God, it's Carlo. He's come back to haunt me. Oh no. No, I'm gonna go. Oh no, I've lost my screen again. I can't say it. Yeah, that's the obscure. Oh, you know what? I'll make John Hurt Doctor. Can I get my screen back? I think I've got the timer.
I think it's detaching accidentally.
Okay, there we go.
That's it. That's it. We've run out of time.
Oh no!
We've run out of time.
But I never made Mr. Bean.
And that's my Steve Buscemi.
Carla. Look, it's John Hurt's doctor.
If your character was made today, please come get a gift back.
Yeah, thanks very much for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you
that,
so
guys.
much.
Keep making characters. Keep having a lot of fun. And keep on PAX.
Yeah, thank you guys. If you made a suggestion, head over there.
We'll take it all.
But I'm coming to put you in your grave.
So it begins.
Stormtrooper versus Han Solo. Ready? Fight!
I don't know what grand scheme you've got. grand scheme you've got underway, Delilah.
We'll take it all.
I'm coming to put you in your grave.
Apparently that wasn't the question.
So it begins.
Hey guys, how are we all?
Good.
I'm tired. It's day 3 of PAX.
Are you guys tired?
Yeah.
Let's all have a nap.
Oh.
Okay. We're actually still waiting on someone, so this is kind of awkward. What we will do is jump right in and go to the first clip on our thing, and hopefully by that point Alanah will be here. No, let's roll it. Let's roll it.
It'll be great. It's live. It's tops.
Stormtrooper versus Han Solo.
Nice. Excellent. We don't know how to pronounce it either. We have no idea.
You win.
All clear here.
Yep. So that is the worst fighting game of all time. Okay, she's not here. I had a plan that was going to be really impressive. I'll do introductions now. I'm Luke Lancaster with CNET.
Oh, hi. I'm Nic Healy, ex-CNET. I'm David Hollingworth, not at all affiliated with CNET.
And I'm Dan Crowd. I'm from GameSpot.
And we all play a lot of Star Wars games.
And watch a lot of Star Wars and talk about a lot of Star Wars.
Even read Star Wars.
And live Star Wars in my day-to-day life, really. Not how. I don't want to tell you how. It's too embarrassing.
Yeah, all right.
How to live Star Wars?
How to
You've
live
got one of
Star
those Jedi bathrobes, don't you?
Yeah. No, I actually do. I actually do. Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Okay. Also, the empty seat is Alanah Pearce from IGN, who is going to be really, really embarrassed when she gets it.
So everybody applaud when she comes up.
Please do. Make it a big deal. Why are Star Wars games so bad?
You know, that's the age-old question, really. Is there a simple answer? See, I deferred it away.
Yeah.
It was good, though.
Is there a simple answer, Nic Healy?
Yes, there is. Star Wars isn't very good to begin with, so the games were never going to be great anyway.
Take him down.
Why did I ask you to be on this panel?
That is too early. Too early.
Wow, man. Thank you for noticing. I think often because, I grew up with Star Wars. You know, I saw it when I was 6 years old in the cinema. So it is this very, very personal thing. And you go, Star Wars game, that can't suck.
That they have to suck.
Yeah,
Right,
so that's one of the reasons.
Look, I think we also, certainly people of David and my age, generation, we got used to games being bad. Like, games just were, especially if they were going to be a tie-in to a film or a franchise. I mean, I actually played the Poltergeist game on Atari, and it did not have a lot to do with the film, I can assure you of that, and it was not very good. I think we just expected that a game that was going to be a licensed thing like that was going to be bad.
That's really true. I don't think there are any licensed games anymore, are there, that aren't mobile games? Does anyone has there been a console licensed game?
Like Lego's entire model.
That's true, but does that count? That's kind of two properties. Does that really count as like a
if
tie-in
it's licensed
game?
over two things, it's fine.
Yeah, that's... And
They
also,
cancel each other
Lego
out.
games are actually pretty good.
Yeah. So, I think it's just stuff like Terraskasi. You get games that... You don't need a Star Wars fighting game. It doesn't make sense that stormtroopers who just are there to get shot are martial artists, right?
Or that you have a move where what is Han Solo known for? Drawing his gun. But there is a move in that video where he puts it away.
Yeah, that's so you can keep taking it out, right? No, it was bad. And, like, you want these games to be good, right? We all love Star Wars. Probably too. Okay, apart from Nic. Nic doesn't. Here we go.
These tombs aren't going to raid themselves. Hi, everyone. I'm Alanah. I guess this is the part where we have already introduced ourselves.
A little bit.
Okay, I'm an editor at IGN, and I'm really hoping that Battlefront 2 is good.
Oh, should we talk about Battlefront 1 now?
No,
Sure,
no,
if we-
not yet, not yet.
Okay.
Not ready yet?
All
It's
Not
too
yet,
soon?
not
It's
yet.
too soon.
The wounds are still too fresh, man.
Okay, but like I think this goes back to the original sort of like Super Star Wars games because I replayed those in preparation for this panel. That's right, I do research, and they're not good, guys. They
Would you
don't
say that's a
hold up.
controversial opinion? I'm going to throw it to the audience. Super Star Wars, good or bad?
Have you played them recently?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm wrong. Sorry.
What if he's wrong?
Yeah. What makes it bad in your eyes?
Just they are way too hard, and I'll go on the record and say that they are way too hard. But that's all old games.
Well, we all
I'm
know
making
games journalists
sweeping
suck at video
declarations
games.
here. Yeah.
That's true.
No, it's the children who are wrong.
I replayed Super Star Wars again recently, and I think it's got this rose-coloured glasses of my youth playing it in my lounge room, you know, on my CRT while my parents are asleep upstairs, and I'm turning it down. And like as an adult, I don't have that connection to it anymore, and I'm just like, oh, I don't have the time to play this anymore. I just can't be bothered. When I was a kid, I could sit there and play it and just like struggle through the harsh difficulty, like you said. But now, man, I value my time too much. I would much rather be asleep. Like, oh, love having a nap.
How good is sleep?
Oh, dude. That's true. That is all we had back then. Like, these bad games were all we could play. And I remember tricking myself. I got Masters of Terrace Cussi. Does anyone know how to pronounce it? Is it Terrace Cussi? Terrace Cussi? Terrace Cussi? Let's go with Terrace Cussi. It was the first game I convinced my mum to buy me, not for my birthday or Christmas. We were at Maya, and I played it on a console like demo station, and I played that level, the one on Endor, and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. This is the best game ever made. Mum, buy this for me. And she was like, all right, cool. This is out of the ordinary. You can have it. And I remember getting it home, playing it a little bit, and just realizing how shit it was, and just convincing myself that it wasn't a shit game. And I used to get friends around to trick them, to be like, hey man, this is a really good game, but we all knew it was just so bad.
Rose-tinted glasses in video games is kind of a fascinating thing, and I think that there's actually this period of time where you can pinpoint your nostalgia, and I think it's from an age where you can remember everything, but you haven't fully developed critical thinking. So I think it's like, it's not even a joke, I think it's like up to the point where you hit about 13, you are nostalgic from everything from like maybe 9 to 13. Yeah. And for a lot of people that also encompasses Star Wars because I feel like it's family friendly, it's a family fantasy series, and it's something that people see at a really young age, and then we just like to pretend that all of the games are good. Same thing happened when the prequels came out and everyone was like, that was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, they did.
That was good.
No one ever thought
They said it was good.
Come on, show of hands. Who didn't hate the first prequel until they'd seen it at least twice?
Me, for sure.
Is it because you wanted to believe?
That's exactly what it was.
I wanted to believe. Yeah.
That would have helped. But we were talking about Pod Racer. Pod Racer was the episode 1 tie-in game. Pardon?
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
They
This is
really
pretty
used
cool.
him well.
And I absolutely hated Pod Racer, but I was playing it on PC. Dan was saying before that on
N64, that was one of the best N64 games ever made, and that was that cheat code where you could get 2 N64 controllers and control the engines independently.
Really?
And it was. Did you not know about this?
I didn't know that.
Oh my god! When I found that
It used
out,
to be as well,
it's
yeah.
also. Did you know on Time Crisis on PS1, if you put a controller on the floor and had the gun con, you could step on the controller and use it as a pedal?
Oh,
Anyone else know that?
Well, that's a great way
Yeah,
to break
back
a
in the day
controller.
when they just do dumb shit like that.
I think that's brilliant. I
But
know
yeah,
what you're
like
talking
Pod
about.
Racer on the N64 was just, again, I think it was my childhood, getting friends around. We'd play 4-player split screen and just.
No, I have
so
really,
good.
I have really good memories of that
still
game.
friends with?
0.
Yeah.
They also didn't exist.
Okay, that was awkward. I thought someone was
That's
going to
right.
say
Yeah,
something.
yeah, cool.
Speaking of games from our youth that we have a real nostalgic tie to, have you played Jedi Knight 2 recently, David?
No.
I have such a deep affection for that game because that game is the thing that taught me how to use console codes. Right? Because you don't want a gun at the start. You want to be a Jedi. You want your lightsaber. Don't play through it again. If you have any fond memories of that game, do not play it again. And it might just be us getting older. But like, I still love Star Wars. I still love the original movies.
Yeah, I still love Dark Forces. I think it's one of the greatest games ever. I can't go back and play it ever again. Yeah.
So my theory is that Star Wars games can be good if they're not tied in to a film. So I still say that KOTOR is just one of the best things ever. 2 was great. You get away from what the franchise has done cinematically, and you can have a great game.
I'm going to slide down a bit further from... Oh, sorry. Go on.
I was going to say, except for the sound design. Like, the one thing that I love about Battlefront is the sound design. If you rip that straight from the films, stoked. But, like, it's almost perfect because they actually... You know, it sounds like Star Wars because it is Star Wars.
It is one of the greatest things about that game, how it sounds.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there's the rest.
Yes.
Hey, look,
It looks all right.
It looks pretty
amazing
good.
20 minutes of gameplay.
That's true.
That first 20 minutes you'll always have.
It's one of those games that if you play it at a convention and you play it with a lot of people, it's super fun, and then you play it in your living room by yourself and you're like, where's that DLC?
Yeah.
I really paid for that season pass a while ago.
We're just talking about KOTOR and games that aren't directly tied into the main Star Wars canon. KOTOR is a very good BioWare game.
Ooh.
By which you
But is
mean
it a good Star Wars game,
it's not a
Luke?
Star Wars game.
I didn't say it's not a Star Wars game.
Right,
I just said
okay.
it was a good BioWare game.
But what do you think of BioWare games in general?
I'm a fan of BioWare games in general. Like, I think BioWare make really good games, but the thing I look for in Star Wars is that the feeling of the world, the very black and white moral certitude, the lightsaber noises, you know. I'll own up to that. And I don't think BioWare is suited to making that kind of game.
I'm going to have to level with everyone in this room. I've never played KOTOR.
What?
I know I've waited too long, because now when I try to play it, it hasn't aged the best. So as someone who's never played it, has no connection to it, I just can't get into it, hey. I've tried multiple times on, like, multiple consoles, and, like, on my phone, on my iPad, on my computer, and I just
It's on
can't do
mobile?
it. Yeah, it's on everything. Literally everything.
How does it
now.
run on a phone?
Pretty well.
That's
Looks great.
amazing.
Yeah.
That was like one of the big App Store releases when it came out. Everyone was like, "Oh shit,
That's incredible. I had
And
no
I
idea.
got caught up in the hype, and then I was on the train, and I was like, oh,
Just crying a little bit?
I don't like this. I don't think it's very
Weeping on the
good.
train?
I want my $16.99.
yeah. Where's my $16.99?
Grab clip 2. We got to talk about the prequels because it is the bad thing in Star Wars, like the number one bad thing. And I will go so far as to say, apart from Pod Racer, every game about the prequels is bad.
That's incorrect.
This one is really bad.
Okay, so I'm a video producer for GameSpot, and that was one of the worst edited things I've ever seen. Oh my god. Why was it so long?
My favourite thing about it is that is like all the combat in the game. Like, there is not more than that.
Why was he doing front flips? I don't...
That's the prequels. That's dead on. Everyone front flips.
They do. A lot.
God.
I don't remember the Xbox looking that garbage. Like, that's really
Yeah. So I just looked it up on Metascore. Its Metascore on Metacritic is a 58. But I particularly like that the number one review is 88. It's like, while this program might not be as intense as Halo,
This program.
what does any of that mean?
I mean,
Yahoo says, just plain fun. Thanks, Yahoo. 7 out of 10.
I mean, watching that, I got memories of Shadows of the Empire on N64, and everyone has fond memories of, like, the Hoth level in Shadows of the Empire, but the rest of it is hot garbage. That game sucks.
Doesn't that, it has like really weird platforming parts?
Yeah.
That because you have to be so precise because the game sucks is nearly impossible.
Yeah.
It wasn't fun.
Yeah. Shadows is weird because it's part of this larger attempt by Lucasfilm and LucasArts to create this whole new property, new characters, new setting, new designs, and it was like, wow, this is just the tie-in for a tie-in for a tie-in. There was no actual original property. It was just all commercial.
All these games kind of came out in a time when they were just throwing so many Star Wars things at the wall to see what would stick. And I think that's probably what led to this like bad Star Wars games. They just tried everything.
I think part of it has to also be working with Lucas. I don't know if this has been the same way the whole time, but I went to Disney Infinity to Avalanche before they shut down, and there were so many things that they asked us to cut in the video we were making about how they produced Disney Infinity toys because they were like, working with Disney sucks. And they kind of referred to things as being handed to you on the Mickey gloves. So they're like really smiley about it, but they're trying to design Kylo Ren and they only get to see like one shot. They used fan art that other people had made to try to make Kylo Ren as a figure. Like it seems like working with Lucas kind of makes things hard.
Who knew?
Yeah, who would have guessed?
I mean, speaking of working with Lucas, and by Lucas now I mean George Lucas, this is something I love about the EU. It's hundreds of people trying to explain the bullshit that he just makes up that looks cool.
Yeah.
Right?
So do you know the origin of Jar Jar Binks' voice? So on set, the motion capture artist just did a dopey voice, and George Lucas was like, brilliant, love it, we're going to use it. And he was like, whoa, what? And then no one said, hey, George, that's a bad
George,
idea.
that's great.
Like, that's how he made decisions.
One of my favorite stories about the prequels is that when he was deciding what would be CG and what would be physical or practical effects, they basically had this board of scenes and characters, and he just took a highlighter and was like, the ones that are yellow will be CG, and the ones that are orange will be practical effects, and just was lining just anything he could find, just completely no preparation, and everyone in the room's just screaming. And there's one that he accidentally lined in the wrong color and like went over it with yellow and was like, oh, it's close enough to yellow. And everyone's just panicking while he's making these decisions that basically ultimately ended up in everything looking terrible.
A friend of mine actually worked on one of the prequels. She's Slime Moore is the character's name. It's like the Emperor's personal assistant. She appears in about 2 seconds, despite having been on set for like 3 months or something ridiculous like that. Even had her own action figure like scanned out to be made up for her.
How long is her Wikipedia entry?
I bet it's huge. I haven't actually checked it out yet.
I mean, it's not even that different to all of the figures that we got of what's her name, the Chrome lady.
Phasma.
Phasma. We got so many figures of Phasma, and then she has such a small role in The Force Awakens, and it's like, I don't know if they planned to have her in those films more and then took it out, and we had no Rey figures for whatever reason. Like, they were really strange with toys, and it's toys that effectively funded the prequels. Star Wars toys, they also completely changed the market for action figures, and it's absolutely amazing. But then
film licensing changed with Star Wars.
Yeah. Like, articulation is different. Like, Hasbro basically became a company because of the way that Star Wars figures came to life, and they did really strange decision-making with the ones they choose to release.
Yes.
Don't understand.
Didn't Boba Fett only appear for one scene in the
Yeah.
movie? And
Tons of
You
figures.
could argue that that's the major problem with Force Awakens, is they're attempting to recapture all the stuff that worked from the original trilogy, and that's why I think Phasma is only in it for a little bit. They were like, she's going to be the Boba Fett. We got Starkiller Base, that's the Death Star.
Yeah.
We got X-Wings, but they're a little bit different. We got blasters, and they're a little bit different. Like, it was
I mean,
just...
they played it safe, and I'm hoping with the next movies they
Too
don't
safe.
play it as safe.
Too
Rogue
safe.
One looks very different, so
Yeah.
we'll see how that goes.
Okay, who has played the Gungan Frontier? You're a brave man.
We're
because
sorry.
I couldn't
We're
resist
Shout out to
to
that
it.
one guy.
Is this the building one?
It is a sim strategy game where you need to colonize a moon so the Gungans can live there. And I have a problem with this conceptually.
No, that sounds great.
So they were kicked off Naboo. They were like, get out. We don't want you anymore. Go to a moon.
Yeah, just leave. Just go.
You like defended the planet at the end of like episode 1, but you're real annoying. Get out.
Yeah. Something like that. Anyway, I don't want to play a game where my role is to keep Gungans alive. Right?
Oh, Boss Nass is pretty
shit.
annoying.
And also all of the other Gungans. I'm sorry. Could we just do a quick straw poll? Who has all Gungans?
Oh. You
Who thinks Jar Jar is a Sith?
I told you it was a real theory. I told you.
I believed you. It's just silly.
Heaven forbid Star Wars be silly.
So you played this game?
No.
Okay. This was just a Google entry.
You didn't because you're racist.
Oh.
Space racist. Space racist.
What is that,
Space
xenophobe?
racist. It's a different thing. It's a different thing.
Spacist. That's it.
Yeah, I'm spacist. But there's this whole slew of the proper, what you think of when you say a licensed game, where it's like, it's a math game with Jabba, real thing. It's Yoda Stories, which stays awful.
See, we had Yoda Stories installed on our primary school computers, and so as growing up as a heavy child, that was where I spent most of my lunch breaks. Was on the our classroom computer, leading him around old. Is it Dagobah? It is Dagobah, right?
Pretty sure it's Dagobah.
Yeah. Ooh.
Why is Jabba on Dagobah? Oh,
No, Yoda.
This is
Right.
Yoda. This is Yoda. This isn't the math adventure. This is Yoda's procedural chore hell.
Basically.
Oddly, I want to play that.
Masochist.
Yeah. And you won't replay Dark Forces.
Okay. Let's talk about it now. Could we get clip 3?
Oh no.
It is unavoidable. We will witness the destruction of the Alliance and the end of this insignificant rebellion.
Soldiers of the Rebel Alliance, this is our most desperate hour. You are our only hope.
Focus your attack on the walker.
For the rebellion.
Don't get in my way.
Shield up.
That won't happen again.
Prevent the walkers from reaching the space.
Your victory will be short-lived.
Now it's my turn. All wings, blast them into submission. May the force be with us.
Your pathetic rebellion ends here.
Dear God, that's a good trailer.
So, that trailer is so good, it makes me want to play Battlefront again.
Oh my God.
I was getting chills at the beginning.
It's so good. And like when that rebel pilot looks at the Millennium Falcon, you're like, that's me. That's me. Oh,
like it's so good. I don't even care about the slightly wrong voices. Right?
They were pretty jarring. You've got to admit. Yeah.
Or the fact that Palpatine was never on the forest moon of Endor. I'm just pointing that out.
I don't know. I
Am I
reckon
going to be
he
that
hopped
guy?
down to
Okay.
fuck
I'm
up
sure
the
he
Ewoks
went down there at
on the
some
reg.
point, right? Just to be like, well, let's paint that wall grayer or something, you know.
That one is a 73 on Metascore, and a user score of 5.
Whoa!
That's low.
Out of 100?
Yes.
Whoa.
5 out of 100.
Damn.
Well, no, 5.0.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's slightly better. What went wrong with Battlefront?
I think
It's boring.
designed for children. That's interesting. Yeah, I will agree with that. I think Heroes. I play Star Wars games not to play as a Jedi. I don't like playing as a Jedi. They're boring. Jedis are too powerful. It's like playing as Superman. Don't want to do it. I want to play as a smuggler, or I want to play as a rebel, or I want to play as like a lowly nothing person who's in this massive universe and have my own adventure. And when I run around the battlefield, I guess, because dice make that too. I want to feel like I'm part of something bigger. I don't want to be the winning. To be able to turn the tide, I want to like be able to be part of something bigger, like part of like the Galactic War. That's what I want. And yeah, I don't.
So are you saying you want single player?
Well, who's played Battlefield 1? So if they took the campaign from Battlefield 1 and literally just put Star Wars shit in it and had you going around the galaxy, my God, it would be amazing.
I totally agree. I would bet money that Battlefield 2 will have a single player campaign.
Definitely.
It wouldn't be hard for them to do the same thing that Battlefield 1 did and do it effectively, just on
Exactly.
different planets.
Yeah.
That would be really cool.
And then you can do like any time period. You can do all kinds of cool shit. And also, like, I know everyone hates the prequels, but the prequels had some great design in them, like the Naboo starfighters, stuff like that. I wanted that. I don't want to just like bomb around in an X-wing and a freaking A-wing. I'm so bored. Like.
Stop talking.
What? What's wrong? You don't like the Naboo starfighters?
I'm saying stop talking shit about X-wings, but also yes.
No. Look, man, I love an
X-wing.
X-wing. I love a good X-wing. They're great. But come on, I want some change. I don't want walkers on every planet. I want something that's unique to each planet. Stuff like that.
So the reason I like Star Wars, and I guess most people do, is because I like weird as fuck aliens. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just like very, very strange things existing, and I think Star Wars does a very good job of not giving you too much exposition. It's like, this is a thing that exists, this is what it does, I'm not going to tell you anything else, figure it out. And I love that, and I love how well Star Wars does that. In a multiplayer-only game, you don't get any of that. They could have even put lore into the multiplayer, maybe, but they didn't. But I feel like this isn't productive. How would they make... What could they have done gameplay-wise to make you guys like Battlefront more?
This sounds
Outside of single player.
This sounds like a really lame thing, but aim down sights. Down sights.
Make the maps just a little bit smaller.
I think it's
agree, yeah.
it's who it came from. It's DICE, and you think DICE doing Star Wars Battlefront, it's going to be like Battlefield with a DL-44, and it wasn't. It was just light.
Yeah, it almost felt like they'd done the first pass, and they were like, and we're going to put in all this other stuff, and then they're like, should we run out of time?
Every time a Star Wars game gets announced that isn't a narrative-driven RPG, I am incredibly disappointed and think they're wasting their time.
Okay, so you're a big Force Unleashed fan?
There are exceptions to every rule.
That is true.
Absolutely, yeah.
Kind of feels like genocide, really.
Do you think that was something that happened because it was Star Wars, maybe? Because so many people love Star Wars, so more people probably bought Battlefront that probably wouldn't play team shooters?
It's funny though, because all of the beautiful stuff in it, what is that word they kept using in their marketing? Photogrammetry. Ridiculous. But all of the assets are just taken from existing assets. So it's like, what did you do, really? Like, I don't think it's a bad game. Yeah. And then we had like 6 months before DLC, and everyone bought the season pass and was just waiting sadly for things to actually come out. And
so is there a way to fix Battlefront 1? So like, if there was an update that could come out now, that you would...
I am so ready for the X-Wing VR experience.
Have you tried that?
No.
Incredible. There are 2 Star Wars VR experiences that I know of right now. One of them has you repair the Millennium Falcon, and there's a little bit of lightsaber combat, which in VR is cool as hell, because you're using like a Vive or an Oculus controller and just sort of tilting it while the lightsaber makes noises every single time you move. It feels amazing. Cool. The other one is you're sitting inside this X-Wing, and you can like look around in the cockpit, and it's really, really small, but it's just... Star Wars is almost perfect for VR, and I would love to see way more of that.
That is a hard group to design for, between 4 and 40. I mean, you can't make a good game that's going to appeal to everyone there.
That
unless
is
it's Lego.
an EA kind of thing, though. You know, with Dead Space 3, they were like, well, make it less scary so more people will play it. And that just made everyone who loved Dead Space really angry.
Yeah.
Same with Star Wars.
No. I'd like a game I can play, not a game I wait for. I say this as a pledge, so yeah.
Sorry, just housekeeping. If you guys want to ask questions, there are mics on the side. It's going to be easier for us. So queue up if you want. We're going to keep going and talking. I like the idea of 4X Star Wars, but I don't think it's ever been done well because that's not the stuff that gets explored in the fiction and the narrative.
Yeah, Star Wars is about exploration. It's not at all. Like, the universe is known, the bounds of it are pretty much set. But I know what you mean.
Yeah. Just the tabletop game, which was based off an old PC game, Rebellion, is amazing. So good. Go buy it now. After the panel. After the panel, go buy it. It's awesome.
Please don't leave.
Sorry, just over here.
Sorry, I was just going to say, on 4X, but you then just said Rebellion. Rebellion was a really good... Basically 4X if you took away the space combat. But then you just
You're
said...
right. Yeah.
We agree.
Great drop in.
I just wanted to say something about Force Unleashed, which was... I like the PS2 version a lot better. I don't know if anyone played it on the PS2,
I
but
didn't even know there was a PS2 version.
there was more content in that game.
Really?
You had more levels, more costumes, way more story and cutscenes. It was basically just a really shitty-looking Platinum game that didn't have quite as much intriguing combat as a Platinum game.
I don't think anyone really hated the first one.
The first
Well-
Force
The
Unleashed.
first Force
No, I remember that coming out and people
I
tore
mean,
it to shreds.
I played it on the PC, which might be my first problem, like the first one, like after the PS2. And it was alright, but I felt like I could feel the less content after playing the PS2 version first, which was really weird, because usually, like in that era, the one that was on the older console was the one that had less in it. But it was the reverse for Force Unleashed 1. And I just always found that really interesting.
I wonder if it was some kind of deal, some kind of exclusivity deal with PlayStation.
Yeah, probably.
It happens.
TFU 2 is the game that I got right towards the end and then realised that life was too short to bother finishing this game. But I really probably only had about 10 minutes to go and I was like, yeah, no, we're done. And it was that wildly disappointing from what could have been a very promising game.
How long was it?
From the end.
You were like a half hour in, you realised you were 10 minutes from the end?
Yes.
Yeah. Just
How
on
about
Force
that,
Unleashed.
what about that Connect game, though, guys?
Oh, yes.
no,
please.
not yet.
What are we doing?
No, it's fine. We're going to do this now. Could we get number 4, please? We're going to make you watch all of this.
I know what we're doing. No.
No. Every young hot shot in the outer rim comes going to be soon over there.
Oh, God. It's scarring.
So Star Wars Connect was a thing?
Oh boy, just a funny little thing. When I started at GameSpot, when we're making videos, we do lower thirds with people's names. Our template is that, and I hear that song every time I make a lower third for someone, and it is. I see it every day, and it haunts my dreams, that clip of Han Solo.
So that one's
and also the worst part is whoever's dancing isn't very good at it, so his legs keep lighting up, and I'm just like, oh, I could do this better. I could have done this better.
That one's a 55 on Metacritic. But my favorite part of this is the top review is an 80, and it says, to anyone expecting a poor dance game, yes, there is dancing.
Oh, that's
What?
useful.
I think my favourite part of that is paying Jason Derulo to use that song and changing the lyrics. Like,
imagine being the person who wrote that Like, that's on his resume somewhere, or her resume.
It's like the bad idea is just highlighted in yellow highlighter.
Who is it that wrote Fet's Vet? MC Chris?
Oh, MC Chris, yeah.
That's a really good song.
Yeah.
And his IG-88 song's really good too. Why don't you just use one of those?
I don't have an answer for you, I'm sorry.
It kind of has a place in my heart because it's so ridiculous. Like, it's such a dumb idea.
Oh, it's incredible. It's like, here we've got this amazing kind of world of Star Wars. How about we find out whether Han Solo can dance or not? Like, you know.
It's such a nuts idea that I feel like it probably wouldn't happen now. Now that Disney's got Star Wars, I don't think you're ever going to see a dancing game with, like, Rey in it.
Oh, never say never, man.
I reckon it's on its way.
It's just so strange.
Of course, I've just started wondering, Solo wouldn't dance like that, so now I'm wondering, what would he dance
How would he dance? I feel like he'd got to be like an edge of the dance floor kind of guy, right? Because he's too cool to dance.
He just doesn't go to clubs.
Yeah,
right?
he waits for everyone to come dance with him, and then he's like, all right, let's get this party going.
Yeah, he's like the kind of guy who sits
Oh,
with
you
his
reckon that's
arms
Lando?
crossed.
Totally Lando. Yeah.
I think Lando dances.
I think Lando
100%.
definitely.
I think Han Solo's Saturday Night Fever. I think he's really
Yeah?
I'm going the other way, man. He cannot dance. That's what I'm saying.
yeah?
It's a carbonite injury. He can't do it anymore. We have obviously missed some very bad games, so we would love to hear what your least favourite Star Wars games are, if you want to shout some out.
The Phantom Menace tie-in, the one that was on PC, I'll fight you on that because it's amazing. I love that game. I don't know what that is. Really? Because I played this in year 8 on my laptop at home in my room, and I thought it was the best.
You are a
game
harbinger.
of all
You
time.
harbour bad opinions. I can see this.
No, I definitely do. Yeah, it's foolish because they're all tied to a very.
Do they let you review games for GameSpot?
No, thank God. Because I would give everything a 10. Everything would be amazing.
Hi, this isn't one of my least favourite games. It's actually a game that was very close to me, and I would like to hear you all talk about Star Wars Galaxies.
Oh, good call. Yeah. Did anyone here play Star Wars Galaxies?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Pre or post the massive... Yeah. So before the big change, it was epic. Like, it had weird systems. You could dance to heal people. There were 3 different health tracks. Good point. It's over. It was probably one of the greatest, most involved MMOs, and I think because of that, it was its own, worst enemy. It was just too much to do. But then they went the opposite direction, and they created World of Warcraft with Wookiees. I'd love to see it done right, and I don't think necessarily Knights of the Old Republic is it. I want, modern Star Wars properly, but yeah.
I mean, that's actually a really good question. What would your all of your ideal Star Wars games be?
I know what mine is.
Yeah, wow.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Hands up for a remake of X-Wing. Yes.
Okay, we're done here. Thanks, guys.
I feel like Naughty Dog Star Wars could be pretty rad.
That's exactly my perfect game.
Yep.
You play as a smuggler, and you're not a Jedi. You're nothing important, and it's.
I mean, it's easy to say Mass Effect Star Wars. That's like cheating, but I feel like something darker, like if it were more The Last
And
of Us.
you really like aliens, don't you?
I really like aliens. Yeah. All those aliens I kissed in Mass Effect.
I'm not sure whether this is actually the worst Star Wars game, but the Clone Wars game, because I played it for like 3 weeks without a memory card, so I just have to keep playing the same 2 levels over and over again.
So it wasn't that bad.
Look, I don't want to say you did that to yourself.
I was 8.
Yeah, okay.
You did it to yourself.
Does anyone remember Super Bombard Racing for the
Oh,
PS2?
yeah.
The worst kart racer ever on the PS2.
I will say there is a worse Star Wars racing game, and was it Star Wars Demolition?
What's Star Wars Demolition?
It's Demolition Derby with Star Wars.
That makes sense.
Right? Yeah. It was just, I don't know why it existed.
Was it in space, or was it like on the ground?
Like racing. Yeah, exactly.
And I think so, yeah.
Knights of the Old Republic 2 was one of the few games that you could actually review the cutscenes after you'd unlocked them. And if you played through light side and you played through dark side, the ending was exactly the same. the planet blew up, no matter whether you choose light side or dark side, because they never finished the game. So
I've never played it.
that really annoyed me. That
Yeah, spoilers, by the way, guys. It is a BioWare game.
Yeah, I was
so-
going to say, Mass Effect 3, anyone?
There's still a lot to forgive about the KOTOR games. They are very good. They are. And that would be my ideal one, is number 3.
So I just want to say first, I will fight you on Star Wars Demolition because that game was awesome. You could unlock the Rancer and the Cloud Car, and it was sick.
I'm not going to fight.
You could eat people with the you literally ate people.
Wait, hang on. You could play as a Rancor.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually really cool. Yeah, that's pretty great.
Game of the year.
It was so.
Okay, so apparently my ideal game is now remaking Star Wars Demolition.
Yeah. Oh, it was awesome.
For VR.
For VR. Like
Rancor VR, that's what I want.
That sounds like motion sickness waiting to happen.
I've never played a better Demolition game than Star Wars Demolition.
Is it the only one you've played?
It was a big claim.
Anyway, you were saying.
My other thing was my ideal like Star Wars game. This might exist and I just don't know about it, but like a Star Wars Muso game like Dynasty Warriors, I think would be really interesting because I feel like that's basically what the Star Wars movies are in like big battles. It's like Luke cutting down like 50 bajillion stormtroopers.
But he never
or
does.
something.
That's the thing.
Yeah, not in the old, not the originals, not at all.
I guess it's more of like a new thing.
Yeah, and that's why I think the prequels fail, is because everyone's so powerful. And there's so many lasers and lightsabers.
And yeah, I'm going to say this right now. You use the Force for knowledge and defense and not attack. Right? Yoda said that.
Right,
Yoda
yes.
said that.
I just want to point out, sorry, Star Wars Demolition actually had a backstory. That the Empire officially bans Jabba's pod races, so Jabba decides to create a more life-threatening contest.
Also, when
Galactic legal code in Star Wars is really strange.
All the time.
Also, I just wanted to mention, when you're picking a car in that game, in Star Wars Demolition, the voice that when you pick a car is way too seductive. Like, it's creepily seductive.
Can we get an impression?
No.
Rancor.
Do you still have your Dreamcast so you can play this?
I played it on the PS1.
Oh, okay, alright, good.
But, I mean, the superior console. So.
We're not here to do that. we're just going over here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I remember it being a bit offbeat when it first came out for PS2, but what did everyone think of Bounty Hunter? Like the standalone game?
I thought that game was very funny.
I thought it was weird, but I enjoyed it when I played it.
I think you can get it on PS4, actually.
Can you?
I think it's available for
As
digital
part of the
download.
PSN?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it hasn't aged great.
No, it hasn't.
It doesn't look great, but I didn't hate that game.
I didn't hate it, so that was good.
Being able to lock onto two separate targets with two pistols is the coolest thing I've ever done in a
also
video
just like
game.
playing as a bounty hunter. Like, I think that's really rad. I'd like
I
to
think
do
that
that
kind
more
of needed its own game in a way. Which
Yes.
Is cool. Yeah. But also, what did you guys think? Did you hear about the cancelled, just touching on from earlier, the cancelled Darth Maul game? Do you think they would have really messed that up, or I guess it depends on who would have made it?
No idea.
Yeah, that's a shame. That
Yeah,
would have
like
been cool.
Darth Maul himself, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't Darth Maul like a scorpion now? He's
Only
got
for
like
like
five
a
legs.
while.
Yeah.
Is that canon?
I think it is canon.
He's in Rebels now.
Yeah, it's
He's in
Rebels.
Rebels.
Yeah, so it
Cool.
is technically canon.
Spoilers again, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Nice.
He is?
Yep.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Vader's Luke's dad.
This isn't so much a bad game, but what did you think about Galactic Battlefront, the Age of Empires clone?
Oh, it made me angry.
I never had Age of Empires 2. I went straight from Age of Empires 1 to this, so for me it was great, and I went back to Age of Empires 2, and I'm like, where's flying units? Age of Empires 2 is missing flying units.
Yeah. What do you think of it? Who was...
I hated it. It just didn't feel like... I didn't like Age of Empires to begin with, so look, that's my bad opinion.
What?
But it didn't. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but it just didn't feel like Star Wars. It just felt like unit stacking, and that's nothing that I associate with Star Wars. So just didn't feel right. Unit stacking, yes.
What about their other attempts at RTS like Empire at War? Yeah, and Force Commander.
The whole kind of build up your base and then send swarms of dudes in, it doesn't say Star Wars to me. Like,
Doesn't mean those games are bad, though.
I think they could do something like Dawn of War 2, where it's squad-based small units or something like that.
I just feel like that's such an easy way to make a Star Wars game, is to have StarCraft and reskin it. Like, obviously that would be great, but it isn't what a lot of people want from a Star Wars game. Sure, it'd sell and it could work, but it's easy, it's simple. Doesn't require the world building that a lot of people really love about Star Wars.
Yeah, it's not touching on what makes Star Wars unique or interesting. It's just putting a Star Wars skin on it, as you said.
Like, it's a thing that people come back to a lot, but the idea that the Star Wars universe is so different to the Trek universe because it feels lived in, it feels old, it feels aged and damaged and something that's been around. And the idea of putting new buildings on a map doesn't seem to jive with that for me. Okay, that could be cool.
Sins of Solar Empire, the mod for it, the Star Wars mod. Yeah, that's pretty good. But again, and mod makers will always make the yeah.
I mean, you could do that with most things. Like the guy who said Dynasty Warriors before, I feel like that would even work really well. I don't remember if it's actually Dynasty Warriors, but there's basically a game like that that's Gundam in space. And it's the coolest thing in the world, but it's still, you could do that to Star Wars, but you could also do The Last of Us to Star Wars.
I do like
right?
Yeah.
So, like, you want something character-driven, right?
Yeah, totally, 100%. Yes, they are doing that. But we don't really know much about it yet.
Just over here.
Did anyone play Jedi Power Battles? Because I played that on the original console, and then not owning one myself, tried it on a PC emulator, and it was just as janky.
Shocking.
Who knew?
Yeah.
One thing I remember when I was a kid was on the PC there was a game called DroidWorks. It was a game based on all the droids from the Star Wars universe, and it was really strange and really clunky. Does anyone remember it?
That was the one where you built droids out of different parts.
I think I had that at school. I think that was on PC in my primary school.
You see, I actually had the physical play set that it was kind of inspired by, this weird brown lump of extruded plastic with random droid parts that didn't go together very well, which pretty much also describes the game, I think. Yeah.
But seriously, there are so many goddamn Star Wars games, I didn't even realize. There's so many.
Yeah.
The Old Republic? Yes.
The MMO?
The MMO. Yeah. I think that, again, I just wanted that to be more of a single-player experience than an MMO,
totally.
but the first 10 levels or so were great, I thought.
Would you like to come down and talk to the
Because we
mic?
can't really hear you.
Yeah.
Nah. Sunday afternoon at PAX.
Again, it's my problem, and this is my problem with, I guess, the prequels tonally. I don't like swarms of Jedi. It seems wrong.
Yeah.
Totally.
There shouldn't be, like, armies of them running around waving their lightsabers, being like, yeah! That's not what Jedi do, you know?
No, and it's one of the big things with TFU is that, I was saying before, when Luke can, use the Force to grab his lightsaber, that's really exciting. When a Jedi is tearing a Star Destroyer out of the sky, that's just too
a little
much.
conflicting.
It's just boring.
It's like, how did you guys ever lose? Seriously.
Yeah.
I've never played this game, but have you guys played Republic Commandos?
Yes.
Republic Commando?
Yes.
I just want you to know that the guy behind
got
you
it.
just nodded at you.
I've got it on my Xbox original, but I still haven't played it, so...
It's great,
It's good.
but it hasn't aged terribly well. But I think that's a thing with old shooters in general on console, they haven't aged very well.
Does it look as good as Star Wars Obi-Wan did when we saw that before?
Yeah.
Speaking of those games where you're just like the front-flipping Jedi, because you're always a front-flipping Jedi.
I don't know why you guys are complaining about that. I think it's cool as fuck.
Because the Yoda fight scene is the worst thing to ever happen to Star Wars, is why.
Flips are rad.
Do you reckon? Do you reckon that's the worst thing to happen in Star Wars?
Yeah, the worst. The worst.
Oh, I don't know, man. This is pod racing's pretty bad.
Yeah. Poor Jack
Are you an
Lloyd.
angel? That's pretty bad.
How do you feel about sand?
Sorry?
I said, how do you feel about
you
sand?
don't like sand.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's all well and good to sit here and just hate on Star Wars games.
Sure.
What if
That's the whole panel.
Which is fun, don't get me
why
wrong,
we're
it is
here.
fun to break it
Good
down.
question, thanks.
But why not talk about like some of the positives, some of the games that make us feel really good, because we all love Star Wars while we're here.
Absolutely.
So why not break down what we love about some of these games and then create our perfect Star Wars game from it?
Well, I'm a massive tabletop gamer as well as a video gamer, and Fantasy Flight's current range of Star Wars games is incredible. Like X-Wing models dogfights better than any other board game I've ever played. Armada's great. The card game is just like the last bastion of the EU.
That's great.
Imperial
the role-playing
Assault.
games are marvelous.
Imperial Assault is perfect because it's like a campaign-based small squad of characters.
Is Imperial Assault the one with all the figures?
Yeah.
They're amazing as well. I wish they were scaled. They're not, but God, they look good.
So yeah, absolutely good Star Wars games out there, but they're all
It's also
played
just,
on boards.
I'm really excited about the Star Wars games that are yet to come out. I think there are 3 Star Wars games in development right now, or 2 maybe, that from what I know are going to be amazing. So we're headed in the right direction, I think. And I think, if we do get that Amy Hennig Star Wars game, sold, just 100%.
But something that I think we're all touching on is we want a single-player campaign.
Yes.
We want a story.
Yeah.
We don't want multiplayer. We
Yeah.
don't want.
I think the reason they haven't done that is because it's harder, And it's if you screw up the story in a Star Wars game, people will hate you more than they would hate a multiplayer game being bad.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yes.
So Skyrim got remastered recently, and I've been playing it for the nth time. What if they skin Star Wars into Skyrim? A whole open
There
world.
are mods. People have done that.
Yeah, but instead of modding Skyrim to Star Wars, but build from scratch a Star Wars Skyrim open world game with a whole character progression RPG.
I think that kind of thing would be almost exactly what we're after.
Fallout's a
not
pretty good
quite
parallel.
the tailored story that we'd like, but yeah, I'd play the hell out of that kind of Star Wars game, without doubt. One that lets you play anything, a smuggler or a Jedi.
Totally.
But that said, I think you could put pretty much all of my favorite properties and put them into Skyrim, and I would be happy. If you could put Pokemon in that. Yep.
Save that for another day.
Yeah.
I'm just we were talking about the positives, and one of the positives for me was TIE Fighter was one of the best PC games. Sequel to X-Wing, especially when it went to it followed the movies, but it also went to that expanded universe. Like Grand Admiral Thrawn came into it as well. That was the first time I saw Grand Admiral Thrawn, and then there's books that follow this on too. I still play this game on DOSBox, and it's fantastic. It still holds up. It's still a bit clunky, but it's still beautiful. Why wouldn't developers kind of go to that PC flight sim kind of look for?
I think that's going to happen in VR. I imagine that someone is probably working on that. I mean, even arcade games have done really good jobs of that. I don't remember what it's called, but the arcade.
The Trench Run one?
What is it? I don't remember the name of it, but it's just you're flying through the Death Star, and it works really.
Isn't that Star
well.
Wars Arcade? I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
Is that
Yeah.
It's just Star Wars Arcade.
Yeah,
it's really,
amazing.
really good. And it's I think that you just need racing sims, especially if we're going to have it as technically accurate as Star Wars, is kind of niche. It's Star Wars, so it's huge, but I feel like putting it in VR is the perfect way to continue that, and I feel like someone's going to be doing it for sure.
One of the great memories of TIE Fighter is remembering every keyboard button was an actual thing to do, like reverse shields and
it was so
it was
yeah, those
fantastic.
games were so detailed. Yeah.
Is anyone old enough to have their childhood ruined by Empire Strikes Back on Atari?
So that was Empire Strikes Back on Atari. Who here has played Empire Strikes Back on Atari? Yeah,
it's such a
just
small amount of
not
people.
good.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I was mostly wondering what your opinion was, because since it's no longer LucasArts doing the games, it's going to be EA and they're just farming it out. Your opinion on EA's general approach to DLC for everything, like Battlefront's a key point, that's how they make money for the most part.
Yeah, that's a thing.
So you're really positive about the
Who
games
wants to field
coming
this
out.
one?
Yeah. Well.
But it's EA.
It still depends on the studio. I mean, the biggest thing with EA that you have to remember is that they are, I think, still the highest grossing publisher, which means that they have stakeholders who demand things of them. So that's why, I mentioned Dead Space 3 not being scary before. That probably wasn't a developer decision. That would have been a stakeholder decision. We want to sell more units. And I think they also give them really tight deadlines, and EA does that where maybe they wish they could have put more content in the game, but stakeholders are like, we want this to come out at this point in time, so it has to be DLC. And I I don't want to ever blame developers for that, but it is a thing that EA is known to do that continues to happen. And people complained about it enough with Battlefront that I'm just hoping that they take that feedback. Because, I mean, the season pass thing, I think, is just ridiculous. People paid a lot of money and had to wait a really long time for content, not even knowing what it was. Like, that's just terrible for consumers. And they have noticed, so I'm hoping that it just changes. Let's just hope that EA gets better. Yeah, maybe stop buying season passes, people. Stop doing it.
Also, stop pre-orders.
Yeah, stop pre-orders.
Anyway.
All right, I thought I'd come up. For Star Wars Old Republic, I personally really like it because it has both aspects of single player and also group. So they have the heroics and everything that you can do and events that you can play as a group or a guild. Because I have a team, we're on TeamSpeak, and so we have a lot of fun interacting with each other. But then if we can't get on at the same time, we also have class missions, so we do a lot of single play as well.
Yeah.
And so I think they've done a great job of intertwining the two.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the better received Star Wars games, and I really like it. But are you still playing it?
Yeah.
How many people are still playing SWTOR?
You know what? We did lose some. Like, even
Yeah.
our team is cut down by about 10 people.
Mhm.
But they're going to come back because the expansion's coming back. So I
Yeah.
think they play it through, and then another expansion comes out, and then they'll be coming back, and we'll team up for the big events
Yeah,
again.
I feel like it died off pretty quickly because, well, as someone who mentioned before, it was good at the start, but then got repetitive kind of towards the end.
Well, a lot of people didn't like the single player. So Lewis,
Yeah.
he's an engineer at Dell, and he left the game because he doesn't like the single player. So it's
Oh.
kind of hard to meet both,
Look-
aspects. But I think they've done a fabulous job, and I really like it.
Yeah.
I
Do you
think
play
visually and
GSF?
tonally, it feels very, very good. It feels like Star Wars. I just wasn't a huge fan of the actual mechanics of gameplay to a degree.
Oh, yeah. They've got great storylines. So I
They do
like
have great
that's my
storylines,
favorite.
yes,
It
absolutely.
is, it is also really good for accommodating social situations. I think that's a much better social game than Battlefront is, 100%.
Yeah, yeah. And I think it's something that's worth remembering about Star Wars. We keep talking about, a single-player experience, but Star Wars, in terms of the films, is about groups hanging out, being
Yeah,
cool.
absolutely. Totally.
And that's something that a lot of Star Wars games don't do. They don't give you a small group.
Yeah.
So I think that's where Old Republic really works well. Yeah.
Hey guys, look, I'm just here to name check Rogue Squadron. Obviously, from that, obviously the best action scenes in Star Wars are the Starfighter battles, and some of the best games, obviously the best, are the Starfighter games. So X-Wing TIE Fighter, X-Wing vs TIE Fighter, and Rogue Squadron. Do you think that this fantasy of the Jedi and the fact that we all kind of want to be Jedis is kind of like the underlying problem of Star Wars games? Is the Jedi fantasy ruining
Man, I want to
everything?
be a Sith.
I
No
think
one
it's an
wants to be a
assumption that we
Jedi.
all want to be Jedi. I don't think we all want to be
I
Jedi.
want to be Wedge.
Like, I always wanted to be Han Solo, man. That dude was wicked cool.
I'd go bounty hunter, I reckon.
Bounty hunter / smuggler, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, and I
That's
do
true.
think that that's one of the big problems is they focus on Jedi and they
Yeah.
don't focus on the rest, all the other cool shit that they've got.
I mean, like, who's super, super excited for Rogue One?
Yes.
Right?
Awesome.
And again, because it's focusing on the other parts of the universe. It's
Yeah.
not making the whole... I think he's, like, Force sensitive. I don't know if he's a Jedi.
I mean, yeah,
But
none
there's
of the
gotta be Force
main
in
cast.
it.
Well,
Like,
yeah.
you know.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. That one
That's
as well.
true. Good
Yeah.
point.
So that guy.
I mean, Darth's always the exception, right? Like, if you can be Darth, but...
One of my favourite parts of Jedi Academy was that you could avoid murdering people by mind tricking your way past or pulling the weapon out of their hand and sort of taking the ammo out of the gun. Do you have any recommendations for games like that since then?
It's not totally similar, but my... Dishonored is a very good example. My favorite game that does that is The Witcher 2, actually. Pretty much every single interaction in that game, you can talk someone out of fighting you. So it also has this fork at very early on in the game where it just completely changes. Two totally different stories. You can play it through a bunch of different times, but almost every single boss fight you can be like, hey, I don't actually want to fight you, and talk people out of it. You have to be really careful with your dialogue decisions, but it's not a skill tree based thing like Mass Effect where you have to have like high charisma or anything. Witcher 2 is a very good game. You should definitely play that. No force though.
We got time for one more, I think.
This is a bit of a can of worms, but you were talking about how you have the Battlefront experience, you've got the Tor experience. One is the groups are very transient, whereas Tor is, by its nature, you establish a guild and you play with the same people over and over. Have we lost something in moving multiplayer away from dedicated servers which kind of foster the communities?
Yes. Yes.
I'm immediately looking at David for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Dedicated servers are just great for, you have a server with a set of server rules. You can control who comes in, comes out. You have an admin who can kick out idiots. You can foster the right kind of community that you want. Yeah, I think that's very, very important. Absolutely. Yeah.
True. Okay.
But there's also examples of, I know I was playing Left 4 Dead 1, and when Left 4 Dead 2 came out, it just completely split the community. They should have just added the maps to Left 4 Dead 1, which meant that, you know, there were people playing both games separately, and we have a lot of Star Wars games, so they've already divided people who like Star Wars a million times at that point anyway. There's just so many, and none of them seem to cater to many of us entirely.
True. Yep. Any more final questions? Okay, I'd like to thank everyone who was up here.
We have no conclusion, sorry.
we don't, like, let's wrapping this up. We've got to get out of here.
Naughty Dog, that's the conclusion.
And
yes.
also the Demolition remake.
Demolition remake. No, this was really cool, though. Thank you, everyone,
Thank you,
for
guys.
contributing.
Thank you so much
It was
for
very
coming
cool.
along, guys. A lot of fun.
We'll take it all. But I'm coming to put you in your grave. So it begins.
Hello.
Yes. Oh, so sad. Life is not worth it. Thank you. Thanks.